Test 1, 2. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Can you hear me, Dan?
A little bit more, Bob.
How's that? Is that better? Barbara, can you hear me? Barbara, can you hear me? Okay. That's as high as I'm turning it up. I don't want to blow the people out of their seats in the front here. All right, well, thank you very much for coming, everyone. Lovely day, and I think that you'll all agree there are some lovely things here to change hands. We're blessed with a couple of very, very good houses that they comprise the sale. One house in Connecticut afforded us a wonderful collection of early porcelain and early Windsor chairs. And I think we're going to have a good time. In terms of the sale are cash, qualified check, Visa, MasterCard, or Discover if you are here. And there is a 20% buyer's premium, so bid accordingly. For those of you on the internet, there is a 25% buyer's premium, so bid accordingly. And I guess can we start?
Sure.
Are we ready to roll? All right, lot number 1. Jewelry, including amethyst and silver ring, 14 karat gold, Maricini pendant, sterling and rock crystal arrowhead pendant, and a nice ring with a sizable amethyst. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about $300 for it. $100 is where? $150, $175, now $200. $200, now $2 1/4, $2 1/2.
$250.
$2 1/2, $275, now $300. $300, $275 is bid in 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for $300? I have $275 offered and $300. Fair warning. Down it goes. $275 to bid card number 21. 21. For lot number 2. Well, a group of 14 karat gold, including 3 chains, a diamond pendant, pearl pendant, cross, etc. And I've got a bit of interest in this. The bidding starts at $400.
$650.
$650. I have $700 here in the book. I have $700. Any advance over $700? I've got $650. I've got $650 bid and $700. Anybody like to be in for the $700? $750. $750 is in the book. Now $800. $800. $750. $800. Fair warning. Once, twice. $750. Buys bid card number 44. 44. Lot number 3. 5 Victorian diamond and gold rings and a baby ring with a pearl. And bidding starts at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2.
500.
500 is bid and 550. Where do you go? 500 is bid and 550. Now 600.
600.
600. Now 650. Now 700.
750.
800.
800.
800. 850. 900.
900.
950. 1,000. 950 is bid in 10. Where do you go? $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? 950 is offered in 1,000. Fair warning. Down it goes. $950 to 26. The buyer. 26. Lot 4. 3 charm pendant with diamonds. These are a reoffer. We sold these in the last sale, and an internet buyer failed to come forward. So bidding starts on these at 150 and 170. I have 350 bid and 400. Where do you go? 350 is bid and 4. Would you go $400 at 400? Now 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? $400. Dan, number 532, the buyer. 532. Lot 5. Men's Hamilton wristwatch, 10 karat gold filled in working condition. And bidding on this starts at $300.
$450.
450.
500.
500. Now 550.
600.
650.
650 is bid and $700. Anybody like it for $700?
$700 also.
I have 700 bid and 750. 700 is bid and 750. 750. Now 800. $800. 750 is bid and $800. Anyone else for 800? I have 750 offered at 800. Once, twice, 800 with the hammer, 850. 800's bid and 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? I have $800 bid and 850. Fair warning. How it goes? $800 away. Number
4346.
4346. 4346. Lot 6 is a 14-karat gold Concord wristwatch and band, and 42 pennyweight. Bidding starts at $550.
1300.
1600.
1600, 1700. 1600's bidding 1700. Anybody else like it for 1700? I have only $1,600 offered on this fine lot, and 1700. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,600 buys. Number
903.
903. 903. Lot 7. And I've got a number of bids on this. It opens at 4,500, 4,750. Would you go? $4,750. Anybody like it?
Yes.
4,750. 4,750. Now 5,000 is here in the book. Back to you for 5,500.
55.
55. Now 6,000. 6,000. 6,000 I have on the floor. 6,500. 6,500. 7,000. 7,000. 6,500's been 7,000. 7,000. 7,500. 7,500. Would you go 7,500? I've got 7,000 offered at 7,500. Fair warning. 7,500. 8,000. $8,000. Would you go 8,000? Anybody like it for 8? I have $7,500. 8,000. 8,500. 8,500. Would you go 8,500? I've got $8,000 offered at 8,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $8,000.
4388.
4388. Is that what it is?
Yes.
4388. Okay. Next lot. Lot number 8, 14-karat gold redstone and diamond ring. That is a ruby. That is in fact a ruby. We had it checked professionally yesterday. And bidding starts at $100 and 125. 150. Now 175. Now 200. Now 225. 2.5. 275. And 300. And 350. And 350. And 400. And 450. And 500. 500. 550. And 600. 550 bidding $600. Any advance on 550? That's your money at 550 and $600. Anyone else out there for 600? Fair warning. $550. 546. The buyer 546. Lot 9. Yellow gold Portuguese brooch after the antique. This is 14-karat gold, and bidding starts at 400 and 450. Would you go?
You have 400?
I have 400.
450 then.
450. Now 500 is here in the book, and you've got to be 550.
550.
Now 600, and you've got to be 650. 600 is bidding 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for
650?
650. Now 700. Now back to you for 750. I've got 700 here.
750.
750. Now 800. Back to you for 850. 800 is bidding 850. 850. The book is out. 850 is bidding. And 900. 850's bid at 9. Would you go 900? 900 now 950. 900's bid at 950. 950 now $1,000. $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? I've got 950 bid and $1,000. Anybody will like it for $1,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. $950. It's gone. Number
4388.
4388. 4388. Lot 10 is the yellow gold dome ring. 14 karat. Bidding starts at 200.
300.
350.
350. I've got 400. Would anyone care to go 450? 450 is on the bones. 450 now 500. 500. 550. 550. 600. 650. 650. I've got $600 offered at 650. Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 22. Lot 11, 2 strands of cultured pearls, 7.5 millimeters, and a Baroque set. And bidding starts at $50 and 75. Would you go? 75, 100, 1.25, 1.5, 175. Now 200. $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 is bidding. Would you go 200? 200. Now 2.25. 2.25. Would you go 2.25? 200 is bidding. 2.25. $200 your way, number
3225.
3225, thank you. Well, lot 12, diamond bangle bracelet set in 14 karat white gold, and bidding on this has to start at $1,600 and $1,700. Where do you go? $1,600, $1,700, $1,800. Back to you for 19. Now 2,000, 2,100. I'll keep it on $100 increments. 21, 2,200, $2,200. Anybody else for 22? I've got $2,100 offered and 2,200, 21, 22. Fair warning. Once, twice. $2,100, 26, the buyer, 26. Well, lot 13 is a 14 karat gold bangle bracelet dated 1869, and then re-gifted in 1933, kind of neat. And bidding on this starts at $550 and $600.
600.
600, now $650. 600 is bidding $650. Where do you go? $650. Anybody like it for $650? I've got $600 offered at $650. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $600 your way. Number
910.
910. Well, lot 14. Tricolored gold diamonds, blue and pink sapphires. Beautiful pin. Beautifully crafted. Love the construction of it. And I should think $1,000 where? Anybody like it for $1,000? 500?
500.
500, thank you. And 550, where do you go? 550, now 600. Back to you for 600. I've got 550, 600, 650, 700, 700. Where do you go? 700, 750, 800, 800. One of you. 800, 850, 850. 800 is bidden 850. Anyone else for $850? 800 and 850. Fair warning. $800. Number 532. 532. Lot 15 is the 18-inch jade necklace in sterling and a 7-inch jade bracelet in 14 karat yellow gold. And bidding on this starts at $250 and $300, 450 and $500. 450 is bid at $500. Anybody like it for $500? I have 450, 500, 550, 600, 600. One of you. 600. Anyone else for 600? I've got 550 seated and 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550 your way. Number 41. Thank you, sir. 41, the buyer. Well, lot 16, star ruby and diamond clover pin. Very lively stone on this. Beautiful star. Bidding on this starts at 600 and 650, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 850. 850 is on the floor. 900, 900, 950, 1000, 1100. 1000 is bid $1,100. Anybody else for 1100? I've got 1100, 1200, 1200. 11 is bid at 1200. Any advance? 1100 is offered and 1200. Fair warning. $1,100 buys. Number 26, the buyer. 26. Well, lot 17 is a strand of 9mm cultured pearls, 32 inches long. And bidding on this starts at $300 and $350. 300 is bid at $350. Would you go $350? Any advance at $300? $300 offered and $350. 300 and $350. Once, twice. Fair warning. Down it goes. $300. The bid card 451. 451. Well, lot 18 is a vintage diamond and natural star ruby brooch set in platinum. About 3 plus total carat weight, and of diamonds. And I should think $1,000 where?
Bid?
I have 1,000 bid ahead of you. You've got to be 1,100, 11, 12, 1,300,
13?
13, 14, 1,500,
15?
1,600, 1,700,
17?
1,800, 1,900,
19?
2,000, 2,250. 2,000 is bid, 2,250. Would you go to 2,250? I have 2,250 ahead of you. Sorry, 2,500. 2,500 now. I've got 2,500 on Dan. 2,500, 2,750. 2,750. 25 is bid and 2,750. Any advance? Once, twice.
2750.
2,750. Now 3,000. 3,000. Back 3,000. 3,250. He calls you. I have $3,000 bid on the phone. Says 3,250 once, 3,250 now 3,500. Back to you for 3,500, Dan. 3250 is bid at 3500. Down it goes. 3250 buys number 26, the buyer 26. Lot 19, 3.6 carat black opal ring set with 20 diamonds. And bidding on this starts at 800 and 850, 900, 950, 1000, 1100, 1200, 1300, 1500, sorry, 1600. The book is out now. 1600 on the book. 16, you've got to be 17.
17.
17, now 18, now 1900. Back to you for
19.
Now 2000. 2250. 2000 is bid at 2250. Any advance on 2000 and 2250? Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $2,000. Standing number 13. 13, the buyer. Lot 20, 14 karat gold cabochon amethyst ring and 2 pair of yellow gold earrings. One is 18 and the other is 14 karat. And I've got 300 bid and 350. Where do you go? 350, now 400, now 450, now 500. 450, 500, now 550. 600, sir. 650. 600 is bid and 650. Where do you go? $650. Anyone else for 650? I've got 650, now 700. 700. 650 is bid and $700. Anyone else for 700? Once, twice. $650. Standing number 13. 13. Lot 21, diamond ring with 4 diamonds in 14 karat yellow gold. And I've got 300 to open and 350. Where do you go? 300 is bid and 350. Where do you go? 350. Now 400. The book is out. 400. Now 450. Now 500. Now 550. 500 is bid and 550. Where do you go? $550. Anyone at 550 on Barbara? 600 now, sir. 600. 550 is bid and 600. Any advance? 550 and 600. Down it goes. $550. Barb, you bought it. Number 546. 546. 5 contemporary fashion rings, including a 14 karat gold. Approximately 8.9 pennyweight, and I've got 250 to open and
350.
I've got 350 and 400. 350 and $400. Anybody else for 400? I've got 3.5 offered and 4. You're going to be $400. Anybody else like it for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Fair one. 400 now 450. 400 is bid at 450. Any advance? 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400. Number 546. The buyer 546. 23 9 old pawn concho belt medallions. These are nice early ones. And I'll take 500 to open. 300. What is it?
750.
750 and 800. 750 has been $800. Anybody else for 800? I've got 7.5 offered and 800 now. 800 now 850. 850 now 900. 900. What do you go? 900 now 950.
950.
950 now 1000.
1,000.
1,000 is offered, now 1,100. $1,100. Anyone else?
11.
11, now 1,200.
1,200.
1,300. 1300.
13.
Not yet, there was
14.
14. 1,500.
15.
1,600. 1,700. 1,600 is bid.
17.
1,800.
18.
1,900. 19.
19.
Now 2,000.
2,000, yes.
Thank you. 2,100. 2,250.
2250.
2,500.
25.
2,750.
2750.
Now 3,000.
3,000.
3,250.
3,250.
3,500. 3,250 has bid at $3,500. Anybody else for 3,500? I've got 3,250.
3,500.
35 now 3,750. 3,500 has bid at 3,750. Any advance? 3,500 and 3,750. Fair warning. Once, twice,
3,750.
and now 4,000. 4,000. Specializing in Navajo jewelry from now on. $4,000. 3,750 is bid at 4,000. Any advance?
4,000.
4,000. Now 4,250. 4,250. Would you like to be in at 4,250? I've got $4,000 offered at 4,250. Once, twice. Fair warning. Down it goes. $4,000. Your way number
921.
921. 921. Lot 24 is a tiger eye Russian stone carved bear, and its original box. And bidding on this starts at $100 and 1 1/4.
125.
125, 150, 175 is here. Now you've got to be 200. 175 is in the book, and $200 you've got to be what do you go 200? Anyone else for 200? 200 now 2 1/4. 200 is bid at 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anyone else for 225? Fair warning. $200 buys it. Number 24, the buyer 24. Thank you for coming, sir. Burgundy leather Chesterfield sofa in immaculate condition. A couple of little minor scuffs, but really in great shape. And how much for it? I should think $1,000.
1,400.
1,400, thank you, and 1,500. 14 has been 15, now 1,600.
16.
17, sir, 1,800 now. 17 is offered, $1,800. Anyone else for 18? I've got 17 bid and 18. Fair warning. 18 now 1,900. 19 now 2,000. 19 is bid 2. We've got to be 2. We go $2,000. Any advance? 1,900 and 2,000. Down it goes. $1,900 to number 19. $1,900 to number 19. Mahogany tall case clock with conch shell inlay, brass face engraved W over Plymouth dock. Beautiful clock, nice period clock. Quilted quarter columns. Everything is right about it. How much more? Someone give me about $1,000. Where? Anybody like it for 1,000? Well, 500 then. $500. Anybody like me for 500?
500.
500. Thank you. And 600. 500 is bid and 550. We go $550. Anyone else for 550? 550. Thank you. And 600. Back to you for 600. I've got 5.5 offered. And 6. Would you go $600? Fair warning. I've got 550 bid and 600. Once, twice. Wow. Great buy. $550 to number 34. 34. Okay. Bronze signal bell on post. Out of a off of lawn in Rhinebeck. People weren't home at the time, and we stuck in there at night. Someone give me about $500 for it. Beautiful signal bell. 500, 300, $200 for it. And anybody like to be in for 2? We go $100. 150. Thank you. 175. 150 is bid in 175. We go 175. Anyone else for 175? 150 is bid in 175.
175.
Now 200. $200 would go 200.
200.
200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anything else for 2 1/4?
225.
Now 250. $225 is bid.
250.
250. Now 275. 275. We've got to be 275. Anyone else for 275? I've got 250 bid and 275. Once, twice. Down it goes. $250.
925.
925. The buyer. Lot 28, group of 3 canes. Actually, there are 4 canes in the group because we put there's a big club cane which goes with this lot from the same house, from the same consignor. And one with a gold rolled, Victorian rolled gold cap. One is tiger maple. The other one is a glass whimsy. And $300 for this lot. $300, $200 for it. $200, $100.
100.
100 is bid in a quarter, now a half. You've got to be 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. Now 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? I've got 225 offered and 250. Fair warning. Once, twice. 2 1/4 buys. Number 33, the buyer 33. Lot 29, hanging frosted 6-sided hanging chandelier shown there. And $300 for it, $300, $100 for it.
175.
175 and now 200. 175 is bid in 2. We go $200. Anybody else like it for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. 175 buys. Number
928.
928. Lot 30, silver metal buckle with gold accents. And $300 for it. 300. $200 for it. 200, $100 is where? 100 is bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, we go 150. Anyone else?
150.
150, 175, 175, 150 is bid, 175, now 200.
200.
200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. Anyone else for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bid and 225. Fair warning. Once, twice. $200 buys number
929.
929. 3 small icons. Grand Tour souvenirs, probably. Kind of nice though. And $300 for this lot. 300. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100? You're gonna go 100 and a quarter and a half, 1.5, 175. Now 200 and a quarter and a half, 2.5, 275. Now 300, 300, 350, 350, 400. 350 is bid at 4. Going to be $400. Anyone else for 400? 350 is bid at 400. Down it goes, $350. 33 is it? 33 the buyer. Well, lot 32, Sheffield silver plated 22-inch diameter footed taza or tray. And $300 for it, $300, $100 for it, $50 for it. Anybody like it for 50? We'll go 50, $20 for it, 20 and 30 and 40 and 50, 50 and 60 and 70, 70, 60 is bid at $70. Anyone else for 70? Nice buy, $60, 22, the buyer, 22. 33, marquetry inlaid bow front French corner with a marble top. Beautiful condition on this. Hello, Garrett. Nice to see you. Someone can be about 500 for it. 500 should be hands in the air. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for
300?
300, thank you. And 350. 300 and 350. We go $350 and advance on 300. 350 now 400. Now 450. Back to you for
450.
Now 500. 450, say 500. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 is bid at 500. Once, twice, $450 your way number
930.
930. 930. Lot 34, ginger jar with a Kansai 6-character mark, early 19th century, no, late 19th, early 20th century, and $300 for it. 300, 200. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? $100, $50, 50, 60. 50 has been at 60, 60, now 70. Would you go 70? Now 80. $80. You've got to be 80. Would you go $80? Anyone else for $80? 70 has been at 80. $70 buys number 40. The buyer 40. Lot 35. Giltwood turtle with a shallow top compartment. That faux tortoiseshell leather or leatherette lifts off and reveals a compartment. Kind of a neat thing. Somebody give me about 300 for it. $100 for it. 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 300, 350, 400, 450, 500. 450's bid in 5. You're going to be probably 500. Any advance on 450, 500. Fair warning. Once, twice, $450. Number 13. 13 the buyer. 36. Lot 36. Coming right up. 13. 13, sorry. China Porcelain urn, shown on the table over there. Immaculate condition. And $100 quick for it.
150.
150, 175, now 200. 200, 175 is bidden. You got to be 200, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning. $250 buys number 40, the buyer, 40. 37. 2-draw Empire work table with the canthus carved legs. Tiger maple draw fronts, and bidding on this starts at 400 and 450. Would you go? 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. Down it goes. $400 to bid for 15. 1-5. Lot 38. Pair of blue glass cornucopia vases on marble bases. There is a flake on one of them, but very decorative. And how much for these? Somebody give me about $100 for it. $250, $275. $250's bid at $275. Anyone else for $275? $250's bid at $275. Fair warning, $250, $275. Once, twice, and it goes $250. Number
935.
935. Thank you. 39. Oil on panel. This is dated 1836. Beautifully rendered oil on panel of fruit and flowers. And I should think $500 to open should be $500. $200 for it. $200. $100 is where? 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. We're going to be 125. Anybody like it for
125.
125, 150, 150, 175. Back to you for 175.
175.
Now 200. Now 200. Back to you for 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go?
225.
Now 250. Back to you for 250, John. 250. Now 275. 275. 250's bid and 275.
275.
Now 300, John. 300 where we should have started, quite honestly. $300. Would you go 3? 275 the bid and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $275 to the internet.
936.
936. Is that right?
Correct.
Lot 40, 12 vintage Ralph Lauren hornback chairs, nailhead trim in beautiful green leather. They are very comfortable. Lovely, lovely set of chairs. And how much for them? Someone give me about 3,000. 3,000, 2,000. $1,000.
1,600.
1,600 and 1,700. 1,600 has been 17. 17 now 1,800. $1,800 is going to be 18. 18 now 1,900. 1,900.
19.
Now 2,000.
2,000 here.
2,000 now 2,250.
2,250.
Now 2,500. Back to you for 2,500. 2,250's bid and $2,500. Anybody else for 2,500?
25.
And now 2,750. 25 is bid and
2750.
Now 3,000. Now 3,000. Now $3,000. Anyone else for 3,000? I've got 27.
3,000.
Now 3,500. 3,000 is bid.
3250.
3,250. I'm sorry. 3,500.
Now 35.
Now 3,750. $3,500 is offered.
3750.
3,750. Now 4,000. Now
4,000.
4,000. Now 4,250.
4250.
Now 4,500. 4,500. Internet against internet.
45.
45, 4750. 47.
4750.
Now 5,000. 5,000.
5,000.
5,000. 5,500. 5,000 is bid.
5,500.
Now 6,000. $6,000.
6,000.
6,000. 6,500. 6,000 is bid. $6,500. You got to be 65.
65.
Now 7,000. $7,000.
7,000.
Now 7,500. 7,000 is bid and $7,500. You've got to be 7,500. I've got $7,000 offered at 7,500. 7,000, 7,500. Once, twice. 7,000 is bid and 7,500. Down it goes. $7,000. Bid card number
940.
940. 940. And let's see, lot 41. This is a label, John Steen. He was at 161 Fulton Street in New York in the 1820s, 1830s. This has a label on the back that we were able to decipher that from. And I should think $500 for it. $500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for $200, $100, $100?
150.
150, 175. 150's bid in 175. We'll go 175 now. 200. 200.
200.
Now 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Back to you for 2 1/2. 275. Now 300.
300.
300. Now 350. Now 400.
400.
Now 450. Now 500. 500. 450's bid in 5. We'll go $500. Anyone else for 500? $450. Buys number 40. 40 of the 42. Custom trestle extension table by Henrion. This is also Ralph Lauren. Classical style with 2 leaves. And I should think $1,000 for it. 1,000. 500 for it. 500. 500, yes. 500 where? Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for it. Oh, the table. 300. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? 200 for it? $200 for that table. Anybody like for 200? I think we're passing this lot. Okay. 43, moving right on to something that they do want. The Chinese reverse painted mirror in original frame, kind of nice, and $500 for it. $200.
200.
200, thank you, 2 1/4. 200's bid at 2 1/4, we go 225, anyone else for 2 1/4? I've got only $200 offered, 2 1/4, this is 19th century. 200's bid at 2 1/4, fair warning, 200, 2 1/4, once, twice, down it goes, $200 away, number
942.
942. Lot 44, miniature Chicago printing press with type in the original box. It's on top of the cupboard, I don't know if anybody saw it. Bidding on this starts at $75 and 100, what do you go?
175.
175, now 200. 175 is bid in 2, you gotta be $200. Anybody else like it for 200? 175 is bid in 2, you go 200. Anybody want to be it for 200? 200, fair warning. Once, twice. 175 buys, number
943.
943. 45, lot 45. Medallic Art Society medalist medallions. This is a collection including sculptors. These were issued on a yearly basis. And I think we've got years 1 through 19, including McMoney's, Atkin, Flanagan, Paul Manship, a number of wonderful sculptors are represented in this group. The bidding starts at 200.
1,000.
1,000.
1,400.
1,400. 1,400. 1,400 is bidding $1,500. Anybody like it for 15? 15 is bid. 1,400 is bidding 15. Would you go $1,500? Anybody else like it for 1,500? I've got $1,400 offered at 1,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,400 buys, number
4265.
4265. Thank you. 4265. Lot 46 is the first of the period wingbacks that we have today. This one is a New York wingback, about 1815, sold by Fred Johnston of Kingston, New York. It was an old-time theater. His house is now a museum. This is a good chair. It's what I don't know. He sold it as being School of Duncan Fife, and that's certainly what it is. And how much for it? Someone give me $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where. $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? I've got 500 bid. You said 550. Where do you go? 500 is bid. 550. Now 600. Now 650. 650. 700 is here. Now 750. Back to you for 750. Now 800 is here. Back to you for 850. 800 is bid. 850. Can you go 800? 850. 900. 950 on Ken. 950. 1,000 is here. Back to you for 1,100. One of you. The phones are all out. It's in the book.
11.
11 is on the internet. I've got 12. You've got to be 13, Ken. 13. Are you bidding 13? I've got 1,200 here in the book. You've got to be 13.
13.
I've got 14 here. You've got to be 1,500. $1,500. Would you go 15? I've got 14 bidding 15. Would you go $1,500? Any advance? On 1,400 and 1,500. Fair warning, Ken. I've got
16.
16, did you?
Yes, please.
1,600. Now 1,700. 1,600 is bid at 1,700. Any advance? $1,600 is offered at 1,700. Fair warning. Let there be no mistake. 16 and 17. Down it goes. $1,600. Your white number?
945.
945. 945. Lot 47 is 2 Tang dancers purchased by Ruth and Andre Dubonnet in Paris about 1940. They were bequeathed to the present owner in 1980. They are housed in bronze and wood cases. Quite nice. Shown right behind Garrett over there. And $500 for those. $500. $500. Anybody like to be for $500? Would you go $300 to start? $300. Any interested? I have 300 bid. 350. Would you go? 300 is bid. 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got 300. 350. Now 400. 400. Back to you, Barb, for 400. Now 450. Back to the internet looking for 450. I've got 400 on Barbara. On
450.
450. Now 500, Barb. Back to you for 500. Now 550. I've got 500 on the phones at 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice. Sell it. $500, 506, 506. 48 is the gilt bronze Sino-Tibetan Buddha. 19th century, certainly 19th century, if not a bit earlier. And bidding on this has to start at 900 and 950.
1100?
I have 11. I've got 12 here in the book. You've got to be 13. 12 is bidding.
13 now.
I have 14. Actually, I have 15. You've got to be 1600. 15 is bidden. 16. When you go
16 then.
1600, the book is out. 16 is bidden. 1700. Any advance? 16 is bidden. 17. When you go $1,700. Anybody else like it for 1700? I've got 16 bid and 17. Fair warning. 16 and 17. There it goes. 1600 your way. Number
951.
951. 951. 19th century butler's tray on stand, 32 inches wide, 35 inches tall on the stand, and got a little bit of interest here. It opens at 250, 275. Would you go? 250 is bidden, 275, and if you like it, 275. 250 is bidden, 275, 275. Now 300 is here. You've got to be 350. 300 is bidden, 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 and 350. Are you all done and all through? $300 buys, bid card 11 to buy. Lot 50 is the Bergman Austrian bronze figural inkwell, gold painted, pretty nice. And $500 quick for it. $500 for the Bergman inkwell. Anybody like it for $5? Gonna be would go 300. Somebody give me $200. Sorry, $200 on the Bergman inkwell. 200, thank you. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. 275, now 300, now 350, Barb. 350, now 400, now 450. 450. You've got to be 450. I've got 400 ahead of you on the floor. 450, now 500. 500. 450 is bid at $500. Anybody else like it for 500? I've got 4.5 offered at 500. Fair warning. $450. Number 558, the buyer. 558. Lot 51. 2 early soapstone jadeite trees. I love the pot that is in the one, that the large one is in. It looks like beautiful enamel work with gold tones. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300.
550.
550 and 600. 550 and 6. Would you go
600.
600 now 650. 600 bid.
650?
650. Thank
Seven.
you. 700 now 750.
750.
750 now 800. 800.
800.
800 now 850. 800.
850.
850 now 900. 850 is bid at
900.
900 now 950.
950.
950 now 1000. 950.
1,000.
1,000 now 1100.
11.
11 now 1200. 1200.
1200.
1200 now 1300.
13.
1400. It's got to be 14 now. I've got 13 offered and
14.
14 now 1500. 1500.
15.
1600.
16.
1700. Back to you for 17. I've got 16 bid and 17. $1,600 is offered. Doesn't take much to be an auctioneer. You just have to count forwards.
1700.
1700. 1800. $1,800.
And 18.
18 now, thank you, and 1900. $1,900. We'll go 1900. 1900 now 2,000. $2,000.
2,000.
2,000. I'm liking that pot much more now. 2250.
2250.
Now 2,500. 2250.
25.
25 now 2750. 2,500 is bid and 2750. Any advance? 2,500. 2750. Fair warning.
Bid. 2750.
750 now 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3250. 3,000 is bid at 3250. Any advance on $3,000? 3250. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $3,000 buys.
951.
951. 951. I was looking for 3250. I think it sold for 3,000.
Sold for 3,000.
And buyer,
951. 951.
Thanks, John.
52 is that this is a wonderful oil and canvas Jan Victor's. This was sold Sotheby's in 1986, lot 84 in their old master sale as being by Jan Victor's. We couldn't find a signature on it, so we put it in as attributed to. Beautiful, beautiful painting. Fantastic work. And I should think, back in 1986, it fetched 8,800 at Sotheby's, so I should think 4,000 anywhere? 4,000, thank you, 4,250. 4,000's bid at 4,250. Would you go 4,250? Anybody else for 4,250? I've got $4,000 offered at 4,250.
4,250?
4,250, 4,500, 4,750. Back to you for 4,750. I've got $4,500 offered at 4,750.
4,750.
Now 5,000. 5,000, 5,500. 5,500. You've got to be 5,500. I've got 5,000 seated on the floor. $5,500. Anybody else like it?
55.
55. Now 6,000. Now 6,500. 6,000's bid at $6,500. Would you go 65? 6,000's bid at $6,500. Anybody else like it for 6,500? I've got 6,000 bid at 6,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. I'm going to go $6,000. Number 13, the buyer. 13. Next lot. 53 is 12 hand-painted 9-inch plates marked with crossed hammers, gilded branches of birds and porcelain. A little bit of wear on these, and one of them shows damage and repair, but they're stunningly decorated. And I've got an opening bid of $100.
600?
600, thank you. 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half. 6 and a half. I've got 6 and a quarter on the floor.
700 now.
700, now 750, now 800. Back to you for 800. 750's been at 800. 800, now 850. 850, 900. $900 is bidding 900. I've got 850 bid at 900.
900.
900, 950. 950, now 1000. $10, he's bidding 1000. I've got 950 offered in. $1,000. Once, twice,
1,000.
1,000. 1,100. 1,200. Back to you for 1,200. 1,100 is bid at $1,200. Anybody else like it for 1,200? I've got 11 bid at 1,200. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,100 buys. Number 13 in the buyer. 13. Ain't your Wheaties. Okay. Chinese giltwood figure of a Bodhisattva, 18th or early 19th century. I think without question 18th century. And $500 quick for it. 550 and 600. 550's bid at $600. Anybody else for 600?
600 also?
600. 650. Now 700. I've got 650 offered. 7. Now 750. Now 800. Looking for 800. Now 850. 850 is bid. 850 now 900. 850 is on the internet. $900. 900 now 950. 900 and 950. 950 now 1000. 950 is bid. 1,000 now 1,100. 1,100 now 12. 11 is bid at 12. 1,200 now 1,300. 13 now 1,400. 13 is bid at 14. Would you go $1,400? Anyone else for 14? I've got $1,300 bid and 1,400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,300 buys.
3418.
3418. 3418. Thank you. 5.5 is the Chinese terracotta camel. Tang Dynasty style, monochromatic glaze. Pretty nice. Big. Makes a statement. Shown on the sideboard back there. And $500 for it.
500.
500, thank you. And 550, what do you got?
550.
550 now.
600.
Now 650.
650.
700.
700.
750.
Now 800.
800.
850. I have $800 offered and 850. What do you go? $850. Anybody else for 850? I've got $800 offered and 850. 900. 850 is seated on the floor and 900. 850 bid at 900. Fair warning. Once, twice. $850, number 40, the buyer, 40. Lot 56, 19th century carved and inlaid gilded Buddha, 37 inches tall, shown here. You're missing some of the jadeite panels in front. We had a little bit as is, but a nice survivor nonetheless. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it? $500.
550.
550, now 600. 550 bid, 600, now 650.
650.
Now 700, sir. 750. Back to you for 750.
750, please.
Now 800. 800, now 850.
8.
Now,
850, yes.
850, now 900, 900, 950. Back to you for 950, I've got
950.
now 1000. No?
1,000.
1000 is also on the internet, now 1100.
And 11?
1100's on the phone. I took it on the phone, it's okay. Look,
1200.
people trying to get in. 1200, now 1300, Ken. Back to you for 13. 13, now 1400. 13 is bidden.
14.
14, now 1500. 1500, Ken. 15, now 1600. Back to you for
16.
16, now 1700. $1,700, you're bidding 17, now 1800. $1,800, you're bidding 18, now 1900. $1,900, Ken. 19, now 2000. $2,000. 2000, 2250, Ken. 2250, it's against you. 2250, 2500. 2500. 2250's bid at $2,500. Anyone else for 2500? I've got 2250 on Kenneth, on the phones, and 2500 and selling once, twice, and it goes 2250 buys number 553, the buyer, 553. 57 green marble pedestal, kind of nice, 42.5 inches tall, nice condition. And $300 for it. 300, 200, $100.
275.
275 and 3. Would he go? Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would he go 300? Anybody want to be in for
300?
300 now 350. 300 and 350. You're bidding 350. I don't know.
350.
I got 350. Now 400.
400 then.
400 now 450. 400 is up.
450.
450 now 500. 500. Get it back at 500. I've got $50 bid and 500. Once, twice, down it goes. $450 buys number
968.
968. 968. The lot 58 Italian carved marble angel, unsigned, old repairs. Looks like the head has been off and reattached, but beautifully carved. Carrara marble. How much for it? Someone give me you think $400, $300, $200. $200, $100.
250.
It's an angel.
250.
250, 275. 250's bid at 275. Anyone else for 275? We got 250 bid at 275. Any advance on 250 and 275? Fair warning. What?
275.
275 now 300. Get it back at 300, 275 and 300. 300 now 350. 300's bid at 350. You're bidding 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. $300 buys number
4366.
4366. Okay, this is the beginning of the guitars. American Fender Telecaster electric guitar. This is made in the USA. It is not a Jap knockoff. 2007 was the production date, and bidding has to start. Eliminating underbidders at 750 and 800. Would he go? 750, 800, now 850. 800's bid at 850. Would he go $850? Anyone else for 850? I've got $800 offered and 850. Fair warning. Once, twice, 800 and 850.
850.
850. Now 900, 900, 950. 900's bid at 950. Would he go $950? Any advance on 900 and 950? Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes, $900. Bid card number 36, the buyer, 36. Lot 60 is the Les Paul Epiphone 30th anniversary edition electric guitar. This is the Leonard Skinner model. And bidding on this starts at 300 and 350.
500.
500. I actually have 500 ahead of you. Would you go 550? Good. Okay, I'll take your 500 and go for 550. Any advance? 500 and 550. Anybody else like it for 550? I've got $500 offered and 550. Fair warning, 500 and 550. Once, twice, down it goes. $500 your way number
970.
970. Gonna have an unhappy left bidder. Paul Stanley Lion autograph electric guitar. Paul Stanley from the group Kiss. And bidding on this starts at 175 and $200. 250 and 275. 250's bid 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bid 275. Got to be 275. Would you go $275? Fair warning. Down it goes. $250 your way number
971.
971. 62, Washburn electric 6-string guitar, X series, this is Korean, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $100. Anybody like to be in for $100? We go $100, $50 and get it going. 70, now 80. 70's bid at $80. Anybody else like it for $80? $70 is offered, and 80 would you go? $70, your way number.
972.
972. 63. Pair of hand decorated 9-inch diameter oyster plates. The bidding on this starts at $80. At $90, it's going to be 90.
Yes.
90 now 100.
175. 175.
175. 200. 175 is bidden 2. We're going to go $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 is bidden 2. We're going to be 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 200 is bidden 2 1/4. We're going to go 225. Any advance on 200? 200 bid and 2 1/4. Fair warning. Once, twice. $200 your way number.
4333.
4333. Lot 64. Pair of French small blue enamel urns. There is, we catalog these as having minor damage. We're going to amend that and say major damage. There's a lot of enamel missing, but they are beautiful. It's such a beautiful color. And $300 for this lot.
400.
400 is bid, 4 1/4. 400 is bid, 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else like it for $450? I've got $400 offered and $450.
450.
450 now 500. 450 is bid at $500. 500 now 550. 500 is bid at $550. We go $550. Anyone else for $550? 5. Yes. Are you in? Or are you bidding?
Just do your thing. Come on. It's with me at 500.
Where are we?
It's with me at 500.
500 and 550. Now 600. Back to you for 600. 550.
600 also?
600. Thank you. And 650. 600 has been at 650. Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 your way number.
You bought?
I know.
Here, just get, it'll give you the number on the left. Sell it?
Oh, 4333.
4333. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Well,
about
lot
that.
65. 2 snuff boxes, blue enamel, and 1 hallmarked. We believe it's probably 800 silver, continental silver. And $300 for this lot.
3250.
Huh?
3250.
3250 and 3500. 3250 is bidding
35.
35 now 3750. 3750. What do you go?
3750.
3750 now 4,000. $4,000. You've got to be
4,000.
4,000. 4250. 4,000 is bid at 4250.
4250.
4250 and 4,500. $4,500.
45.
4,500 and 4750. 4750. 4750 and 5,000. And $5,000. You've got to be 5,000. 5,000. 5,500. $5,500. You're bidding 55 and now 6,000. $6,000. What do you go?
6,000.
6,000. 6,500. 6,500.
65.
65, now 7,000. Now 7,000.
7,000.
7,500. 7,000 is bid at 7,500. $7,500. Anybody like it for 7,500? I've got $7,000 offered and 7,500. Where are we? 7,000, 7,500. Once, twice. Down it goes. $7,000 to bid card number
975.
975. Thank you. The Gorham sterling silver flatware service for 8. This is the English gadroon pattern. 8 pieces to the place setting, no monogram. 69 pieces total. And $1,500 quick for it. 15. $1,000 is where. 1,000 is bid. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 1,500, 15. Yes. 1,600, 1,700. $1,700. Anyone else for 17? I've got 16 seated. $1,700. Anybody else for 17? I've got $1,600 bid at 1,700. Fair warning.
Yes.
Once, twice. $1,600. Number 3, the buyer. 3, and I thank all 3 of you. Lot 67 is the F. Holzhauer Canals landscape. Kind of a pointillist painting. Little warp in the panel. But beautifully rendered. How much for it? Someone give me $300 for it? $100 is worth.
150.
150, 175, 150, 175, now 200, now 2 1/4. I took John for 200, 2 1/4.
225.
I have 2 1/4 ahead of you. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, now 300. 300, 300, now 350. 350, we go 350. I've got 300 on the internet.
Yes.
400.
400, now 450. I've got 400 bid and 450. Back to you for 450. 400 and
450.
450, now 500. 500, one of you. 500. Anybody else for 500? I've got 450 bid and 500. Once, twice, $450. Away it goes. Number
976.
976. Lot 68, Twilight Landscape, signed D.F. Hasbrook, 1915. That was Dubois Hasbrook. He was a Kingston painter. He was in the lower Hudson Valley. It was beautifully painted. Terrific watercolor without issue as far as condition is concerned, and I should think 500 for it. 500, $200 for it. 250, now 275. 250 bid and 275. Anybody like it for 275 for a Hasbro? 250 bid and 275. Gonna be 275. Anybody else like it for 275? Wow, under the money. 250 and 275. Great buy. $250. Your way number
977.
977. Thank you. 69. Mahogany English Regency stone top console table. Sort of like a Fife school. Beautiful, beautiful console table. Really nice condition. It only takes 15 inches from the wall. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Any
400.
400, thank you. 450.
450.
450, now 500. 500, now 550. 500 bid and 550. We go $550. Anyone else for 550? I've got $500 offered at 550. 500 at 550. Once, twice. $500 buys number
4263.
4263. Now lot 70. This is a rare little piece of Chinese export. Charles IV of Spain, dated 1808. It's in the shape of the image on the top and the bottom are that of like pieces of eight, like a coin box and cover. And how much for these? Someone give me, this is dated 1808. I should think 500, but I'll take 200.
500.
500, thank you, and 550. 500 is bid and 550. We'll go $550. 550 now 600. 600. These used to bring
600 now.
These used to bring a couple of grand. 600, 650, 700. Back to you for 700. 700, 750. 750 now 800. $800. 800 now 850. 850 now 900. 900 now 950. 900 is bid at 950. 950 now 1000. 950 is bid at 1000. 1000 now 1100. $1,100 for the 1100 now 1200. 1200. 11 is bid at 12 to go. Anybody like it for 1200? 12 now 1300. 1300. These are very popular in England. 13 now 1400. 14 now 1500. 1500. $1,500. 14 is bid. 15 now 1600. $1,600. What do you want? 16 now 1700. $1,700. Anybody like it for 17? I have $1,600 offered and 1700. Fair warning. 16 and 17. Once, twice. $1,600. Your way number
980.
980. Lot 71. 3 18th or 19th century snuff boxes. 1 Birmingham enamel. 2 European porcelain. And pretty neat. Somebody give me about 300 for this lot. 300. $200 for this lot. 200. $100.
150.
150's bid. 175. 150's bid. 175. Now $200. You got to be two to go 200. 175. 200 now 2 1/4. 200 is ahead of you.
225.
225 now 250. Back to you for 250, Dan. $250. 250 now 275. 275.
275.
Now 300, Dan. Back to you for 300. 275 is bid. 300, now 350. 300 is bid and 350. Now 400. 350 is bid and 400. Are you bidding 400? 350 is offered for $400. Any advance? 350 and 400. Fair warning. $350. Away it goes. Number
975.
975. Thank you. Lot 72 is a bronze bust of a young man. Dashing, handsome young man. Unsigned. 25 inches tall. Lovely. Shown on the pedestal here. And I should think 1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 and start it. $300 should be hands in the air. $200 and get it going. 200, thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bid. 2 1/4. We've got to be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4?
225.
Two what?
225.
225. 250. 250. 275. 275. 250 is bid at 275.
275.
Now 300. Wrong answer. 300. 275 is bid. 350 go $300. Any advance? Anyone else? 300. Now 350. 300 is bid at 350. You're bidding 350. I've got 300 bid at 350. We go $350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300. Nice buy. Number 23, the buyer. 23. 73 is the marble column upon which it has been seated. And you should think $1,000 for it. 500, $200.
200.
200, thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bid. 2 1/4. We go 225. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4. 2 1/2.
250.
250. 275. 250 and 275.
275.
Now 300. Now 300. $300 for everything.
300.
300. Now 350. 300 is bid at 350. We go $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 bid at 350. Once, twice, $300. Down it goes. Number
968.
968. Thank you. I love this bowl. 19th century Burmese or Anglo-Indian silver hunt bowl. This has a lion hunt in repoussé. And pretty nice. Somebody give me 300 for it.
300.
300, thank you.
350.
350, now 400. 350 is bid at $400. Would you go for? Anybody like it bid for 400? 3.5 is bid at 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like to bid for 400? I have only 300 for 400 on Barbara. 400 now 450.
450.
450 now 500 Barb. Get them back at 500. 450 is bid at 5. Are you bidding 500? 500. Yes, 500 now 550.
550.
Now 600. Back to you for 600. I've got 500. Now 600. Now 650. I've got 600 on Barbara and 650. Fair warning. 600 and 650. Once, twice. Down it goes. $600. Barbara. You win the race. Number 7. Chinese Mazarine blue parrot figure. And 100's bid, 1 1/4 to go. 100's bid, 1 1/4.
125.
25, 150, 175. Back to you for 175.
175.
Now 200, now 2 1/4. 200's bid, 2 1/4. We go 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got $200 offered and 225. It's here in the book at 200 and 2 1/4. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $200. Bid card 6. 76 is a coin silver horse trophy vase by Adams, New York, 1845, for a stallion by the name of Cassius Clay. Bidding on this starts at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Where do you go?
350.
350, now 400. 350 is bid 400, now 450. 400 is bid at 450. We go 400.
450.
Now 500, sir. Now 550. Back to you for 550.
550.
Now 600. Now 650. Back to you for 650.
650.
Now 700. Now 750.
750.
Now 800. 750's bid at 8. We were getting along so nicely. 800. 800 on the phones. 800. 850. One of you. 850. I have
850.
850. Now 900. Back to you for 900. Now 950. 950. I have a $900 on Dan on the phone.
950.
950. Now 1000, Dan. 1000. 950 is bid. $1,000. 1,000. Now 1100. 1100. I have 1,000 offered and $1,100. Any advance? Once, twice. owns it. Number 516, the buyer, 516. For lot 77, the Andre Brassiere. Oil on canvas with a bouquet blanc. And it has got Findlay Galleries, that's the 57th Street Findlay Galleries, Manhattan, Provenance. And we've got, let's see, I should think $10,000. 10,000. Okay, we're still trying to get somebody on the phone. Okay. Lovely painting. Almost has a Modigliani kind of a feel. And how much for it? Someone give me 10,000 for it. $5,000.
8,000.
I have 8,000 bid and 8,500 we go. 8,000's bid and $8,500 is going to be 8,500.
85.
85 now 9,000. 85 is bid at 9,000. You're bidding 9,000. 8,500 is bid at 9,000. 9,500. Back to you for 9,500. I've got 9,000 on John on the phones. And 9,500. 95 now 10,000. $10,000. You're bidding 10,000.
Yes.
10,000. Now 11,000. $11,000. 11 now 12,000. Back to you for 12,000. 11,000's bid at $12,000. You've got to be 12. When you go 12. 12 now 13,000.
13 then.
13 now 14,000. 14,000. $13,000 is offered.
Yes.
14 now 15,000. Back to you for 15.
15.
15 now 16,000. $16,000 and we like for 16. 15 bids.
Yes.
16 now 17,000. $17,000 equaling 17. 16 bids. 17 now 18,000. $18,000 when you go 18, John. I've got 18,000. I've got 17.
Yes.
18,000. Now 19,000. $19,000 equaling 19. I have $18,000 on John. 19,000. Fair warning. 18,000 once, twice. 19,000. $18,000 a bid and 19,000 selling at 18. Down it goes. $18,000 number 548. 548 the buyer. Lot 78, group of Davenport or Colport, early English, including 2 sauce boats with underplates and 4 9-inch lozenge-shaped plates decorated in Amari style, Amari palette. And I've got some interest in this lot, and I'll open it at 300 and 350. 1,000 bid and 1,100. Well, my interest wasn't much.
1,100.
1,200. 11's bid at $1,200. 12 now. 13 to 1,300. $1,300. You're going to be 13, 12, and 13. Any advance? I've got 1,200 bid at $1,300. Anybody like it for 13? 12 is bid at 13. Fair warning. 1,200 and 1,300. Down it goes. $1,200 prize number
962.
962. 962. 79. 2 Davenport 8.5-inch plates and a Royal Crown Derby bowl. The bowl has a crack, so you're buying it as is. The 2 plates are in good order. And $200 for this lot. $200. $100 for this lot. $100. Anybody like it for $100? $50 for this lot.
Bid.
50. Thank you. 60 now 70. I've got 60 on
70.
10. 70 now 80 now 90. $90 back to you. 90 now 100. Now 1 1/4. 100 now 1 1/2, Ken. 1 1/2. I've got 1 1/4 ahead of you. 1 1/2. We're going to be 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. 175 now 200. Back to you for 200, Kenneth. $200 within 200 now 2 1/4.
225.
2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. We go 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Now 275. 250 is bid at 275. Any advance? 250 and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 buys him. I'm sorry, Ken. Shout the number out to me. 522. 522. Thank you. 522. Oil on board. This is a Simeotti, Gustav Simeotti. Beautifully painted. Lovely oil on board. And how much for it? Good seascape. I could really paint water. Somebody give me about 500 for it.
550.
550 and 600. 550 is bid at $600. Anybody like it for 6? 5.5 is bid at 6. We go $600. Anybody want to give
600 now.
600 now 650. 600 and 650. We go $650. Any advance? 600 and 650. Fair warning, once, twice, 650, now 700. 650 is bid at 700. Scare me again. 650 is bid at $700. Any advance, 650 at 700. Once, twice, $650. Your weight number?
993.
993, thank you. Lot 81, a pair of 16-inch cobalt blue crystal candlesticks, attributed to Fairpoint, and $200 for these. 200, thank you. 2 and a quarter, would you go? 250, 2 and a quarter, now a half, 2 and a half, 275, 275, now 300, now 350, 300, 350, now 400, now 450, 450, would you go 450, now 500, now 550, 500 is bid, 550, now 600, 550 is bid, and 650 goes $600. Anyone else for 600? 5 and a half and 600. Fair warning. $550, John. 521, 521, 82. Sterling silver assembled set of Kirk flatware, Mayflower. These are beautiful. And about 109 ounces. Somebody give me about $3,000 for it. $2,000 for it. $2,000 for the Mayflower. Anybody like to bid for $500?
1,500.
15 is bid at 16, 1,700. 16 is bid at 17, 17, 1,800, 1,900. $1,900 is going to be 19. 18 is bid at 1,900. Fair warning. Once, twice, $1,800. Number 20, the buyer. 20, the lot 83. New York Diamondback Chippendale chair. Nice one. Replace seat frame and replace glue blocks, but a good period chair. Beautifully carved crest rail and knees and claw and ball feet. And bidding on this starts at $700 and $750. Would you go? 700 I have, and 750. Would you go? 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1000, 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400, 1500. 1400 is bid at 50. You got to be $1,500 and bid at 15. 1400 is bid at $1,500 and bid else like it for 15. We got 1400 bid and 1500. Fair warning, 14 and 15. $1,400 buys, number 46, the buyer, 46. 6 boxes including Meissen, Samson, Mary Gregory, and a figural enamel. Bidding starts on this at $50 and 60. What do you go?
125.
125 and 150. What do you go? 1 and a quarter is bid, and 1 and a half. What do you go? 1 and a half. And it would like to be
150.
I have 1 and a half ahead of you. 175.
170.
Now 200. 200. One of you. 200.
200.
200. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Would you go? 2 and a quarter. 200 is bid, and 225. Any advance on 200 and 2 and a quarter? Fair warning. $200 buys. Number.
225.
Oh,
I thought you were taking it in the back. May I bid 225?
yes. We certainly will not refuse 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. Fair warning. 2 and a quarter buys. Number.
901.
901. Thank you. Well, lot 85. Pair of opaline cameo decorated goblets. These and $300 for these. $100 for them. $100. Anybody like for 100? Well, $50.
60.
60 and 70. 60's bid at $70. Anybody
70.
like 70 now 80. 70's bid at 80. Would you go $80? Anybody like for 80? $70 is offered. 80. Would you go $80? Anybody like for 80? $70 your way number.
999.
999. 86. 4-piece set of Shepherd and Boyd. This is early Albany silver. Shepherd and Boyd, Albany concern in the first quarter of the 19th century. And let's see, I should think $1,000.
1,300.
1,314. Would you go 1,300? 15, 14, now 15. $1,500. 15 on the phone. 1,600. 1,700. Back to you for 17. 16, 17. 1,800. 18 now 1,900. $1,900 is going to be 19, 18, and 19. Any advance? 1,800 and 1,900. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,800. Number 33. The buyer. 33. Lot 87. Early American 18th century spoon-back chair. William and Mary Turner. Full height and structurally sound. And how much for it? This is a real survivor. This is the other side of 1740. We're talking about an early chair. And $2,000 is where? $1,000 is where? $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Okay. Eliminating underbidders, it has to open at 900 and 950. What do you go? 950, 1,000. Back to you for 1,100. 1,100, 1,200. Back to you for 1,300. 1,300, one of you.
Yes,
13 on 1,400. 14 bar. 14 on Josh. 14, 1,500 bar.
Yes.
I've got 15 ahead of you. You've got to be 16. 15 is on Barbara. 1,600. 16 on Josh. 16, 1,700, one of you.
Yes.
17, now 1,800. 18 on Barbara. 1,900. 18 is on Barbara. 1,900. $1,900.
Yes.
19, now 2,000. $2,000. When you go 2,000, 19 has been 2. 19 is on John. 2,000 on Barbara. 2,250. 2250.
Yes, 2250.
2250, now 2,500 bar. 2,500. 2,500, 2,750, John. 2,750,
Yes.
2,750, now 3,000. $3,000. 3,000, 3,000, 3,250. 3,250, we go 3,250, John.
Yes.
3,250, now 3,500, Abby. 3,500, Barbara, you can jump in anytime. 3,500. I've got 3,250 offered, and $3,500, you've got to be 3,500. I'm looking for 3,500, I've got 3,500, 3,750 now. 3,750. I've got $3,500 on Abby. 3,750, would you go 3,750? I've got 3,500 bid and 3,750. Fair warning.
Last call, 3750.
3,500 and 3,750, let there be no mistake. Once,
Yes.
3,750, now 4,000. $4,000. 3,750 has been in $4,000, you've got to be 4,000. 3,750 is on John, and $4,000, 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. 4,250. Any advance on $4,000 and 4,250. Fair warning. Once, twice, there it goes. $4,000.
$4,000, it's $525 is the bar.
525. 525. Thank you very much. Vickers by a Bridge. The Jacobus Pelgrim, oil on canvas. He lived until 1861, so this is a nice early 19th century painting. And $500 quick for it.
500.
500, thank you, and 550 would go. 500 bid and 550 would go. $550. Anybody else like it for 550? We've got $500 off at 550, now 600. 550 is bid at 600. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? Now 650. 600 and 650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for 650? I've got 600 bid and 650. Once, twice. $600 your way number.
1,001.
1,001.
This is Jonathan Cross.
89 pair of Jacob Pettit figural bottles on a French plate, French faience plate, kind of nice. And $300 for this lot. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $200. $100. 100 bid, 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4. 125. Anybody like for 1 1/4?
125.
125. 150 now. 150. We go to $150. 125 is bid at 150. Fair warning. 125 and 150. One goes 1 1/4. Files number
1,003.
1,003. Lot 90. Gorham Sterling Silver 8-sided coffee pot. 23 ounces and $300 quick for it. 300 should be
350.
350. Now 400. 400 now 450. No.
How much is it?
How much does it weigh? Is that what you're asking?
said I didn't hear you.
23.
23, it weighs 23 troy ounces. Where was I? 400, 450 is on Ken. 450, 500, you're rolled out now in front. 500, I've got 450 on Kenneth. And $500, anybody else like it for 500? I've got 450 bid and 5, you're gonna be 5, we go 500. Fair warning, 500, down it goes. $450 to buy, 522 to buy, 522. Lot 90A, I think is a very important group of material. McKinney and Hall, in their original bindings, there are 40 42 Indian portraits or Native American portraits. They're published by Biddle in 1836, and I'm sure those who have been interested have had a chance to look them over. Someone give me about, I should think $3,000, $2,000,
I have 2,500.
2,500, thank you, and 2,750. 2,500 has been 27.
2,750 also.
I have 2,750 ahead of you, John. You've got to be 3,000. $3,000 would be 3,000. Now 3,500, one of you. 3,000 or 3,250. 3,250. Now 3,500. 3,500. 3,250 has been 3,500. 3,500. 3,750. 3,750. We go 3,750. 3,500 has been 3,750. Any advance on 3,500. 3,750.
3750.
With 3,750 now 4,000. $4,000 you're going to be four.
4,000.
4,000 now 4,250. 4,250. We go 4,250. I've got $4,000 offered and 4,250. Fair warning. 4,000 and 4,250. Once, twice, and down it goes. $4,000 buys it. Number
1,005.
1,005. 1,005. 91 is the large folio Currier and Ives Husky after Eastman Johnson, shown up there, has beautiful, full margins. And how much for it? Someone give me about, we'll start low, so somebody give me 500 to open? 500? I've got 400 bid and 450, what do you go? 400 bid and 4.5, I'm gonna be 4.5, we go 450. 450 now 500. 500 now 550. 500 now 550, we go $550. Anybody else for 550? 500 bid at 550. Wow, that seems, used to be one of the 40 best couriers. I've got over $500 offered at 550. Fair warning. Once, twice, $500 buys. Bid card 552 the buyer, 552. Next lot, pair of bronze puttees on malachite bases. Small, tiny little fissure in the casting on the ankle of the one figure. Kind of neat though. And how much for those? Someone give me $1,000 for them. $500 for them. Anybody like to be in for $5? Give me $5. Give me $300 to start them.
200.
200, thank you.
225.
2.25, 2.5. 2.5, 275, one of you. 275, now 300, now 350. 300, 350, now 400. 400, now 450. 400 is bid. 450, now 500. 450 is bid, $500. 500, now 550.
550.
550, 600.
600.
600, 650.
650.
650, 700.
700.
700, 750. 700,
750.
750, 800. $800. Anyone else?
800.
800, 850. Spend your money, it's later than you think.
850.
850, now 900. $900. 850 is bid at $900. Anyone?
900.
900, 950. 900 is bid at 950.
950.
950, now 1,000. 950 is bid now.
1,000.
1,000, now 1,100. 1,000 is bid at 11.
1,100.
1,100, now 1,200. 11 is bid at 1,200.
1,200.
1,200, now 1,300. 13 now 1,400.
14.
14 now 1,500.
15.
15 now 1,600.
16.
16 now 1,700.
1700.
17 now 1,800.
1800.
18 now 1,900. 1,800 has been at $1,900. Anybody like it for 19? I have $1,800 offered at 1,900. Fair warning. 18 and 19. Once, twice. One of those. $1,800 your rate number.
975.
975. Lot 93 is a Georgian cabinet with a fitted interior. The cabinet doors open to reveal numerous drawers inside it. It's a very cool cabinet. And first period, this is 1790 to 1800. Lovely, lovely piece of furniture. And $3,000 where for it? $3,000. $2,000 for it. Anybody like to be for two? Got to be two. We go $2,000. $1,000 is where?
1,000.
1,000, thank you. 1,100. 1,100, now 12. 11 is bid at $1,200. You've got to be 1,200, now 1,300, now 1,400. Back to you for 14. 14, Dan. 14, now 1,500. 14 is bid at $1,500. Anyone else for 15? I've got 14 on Dan, on the phones, and 1,500 under the money, 1,400 and 1,500, once, twice, sold. $1,400, 514, the buyer, 514. 94 is a Chippendale cut frame here with inlay and an Eagle Nizze panel shown over here. These are probably all winning. And how much per it? Someone give me about, what you think? 1,000, well, I'll take 500 to open. 500, $300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200 and get it going. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. 300 now 350. Now 400. 450. 450. 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got $400 seated on the floor at 450. Fair warning. Once, twice, $400 buys, 3-4, the buyer 34. 95. Sterling silver flatware by Burks, George II pattern, and nice heavy sterling. And I should think $1,000 for it.
2,500.
2,500 and 2,750. Now 3,000. Back to you for 3,000. Thank you. 3,250. 3,250. I've got 3,000 seated and 3,250. Anybody else for 3,250? 3,000 has been at 3,250. What do you go 3,250? Anybody else like them at 3,250? 3,000 has been at 3,250. It's 150 troy ounces. 3,000 and 3,250. 3,250. 3,500. 3,500. 3,500. 3,750. 3,750. 3,500 has been at 3,750. Fair warning. I'm glad you did. 3,500, number 24, though. Is that 24? 24, thank you. Lot 96, 11-inch tall Korean vase, teal with a stork decoration. Quite nice. Impeccable condition. And $300 for it. $50.
100.
100, thank you. And 1 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. Would you go 125?
125.
1 1/4, now 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Where am I Korean by?
150.
1 1/2. 175. 150's bid at 175.
175.
Now 200. $200. That's where they are. $200. 175 bid and 2. You got to get 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. Once, twice. Nice color on that box. $175 buys number
976.
976. I love this bowl. You know, Gorham and other silver makers made these large ice buckets with polar bears, and that's what I'm sure inspired this. This is a beautiful Gorham coin silver ice ball. Never been engraved and cannot be faulted in any way, shape, or form. Bidding starts at $1,050 or actually $1,100 and $1,200. 1,100 is bid, 12
Yes.
1,200, now 1,300. Back to you.
14 here?
14, now 15, now 16 on the
16?
16, the book is out.
That's
16 is bid in 1,700.
Yes.
17, 18, 1,900. $1,900.
Yes.
19, now 2,000. 2250.
2250.
2250.
2250.
2250, 2,500.
25.
25, 2750. 2750.
Yes.
2750, 3,000, 3250.
50 to you.
3250, would you go 3250?
Yes.
3250, 3,500. 3,500, 3250's bid in $5,500. Anybody else for 3,500? I have only 3,250 offered and 3,500 once, twice, and down it goes. 3,250, number 511. 511 for $3,250. Two 18th century polychrome Delft plaques, and I think that they're dated actually on the back. One has a sizable chip on the back side of it, so you can't see it from the front, but it's there. And $500 down low for them. 500, $300.
400.
400 is bid, 450. Would you go? 400 is bid, 4.5. It'll be 4. Would you go 450? 450, 500. $500, you make 500, 4.5, or 555, we go $500. Anybody else for 500? I've got 450 bid and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Nice buy, Tom. $450 to number 32. 32, the buyer. 99. Set of 12 Tiffany Sterling silver teaspoons in the wave edge pattern. And $300 for this lot. $100 for the
Two twenty-five?
How much?
225.
225 and 250. $225 has bid, 250, would you go $250? Anyone else for 250? I've got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2. Fair one.
250.
250 now, 275. 250's bid and 275. Anybody else for 275, 250, and 275? $250. Your way number?
1011.
1011. 1011. Let's see, English Regency break front bookcase in 2 sections from the historic Stockade District of Schenectady. A wonderful house. Shown right there, glazed door top, 4 doors wide, beautiful mullions on that, and just everything right about it. A nice brick. And how much for it? Someone give me 3,000, 2,000, $1,000 for it. Anybody like it for 1,000? Should be hands in the air at 1,000. $500. 500, thank you. 500 and 550. 500 is bid 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? 500 is bid 550. Now back to you for 600. 600. You've got to be 600. 600. 650. 650. Seems like for nothing. 650. 650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for 650? I got $600 offered at 650. Fair warning. $600 buys it. 514. The buyer. 514. About 101. Lot number 101. Gorham Sterling flatware. This is the Luxembourg pattern. And bidding has to start at $600 and $650.
1200?
1,200, 1,300, 1,400. 1,300's here, $1,400. Anybody else like it for 14? We've got 1,300 here in the book and $1,400. And it's going to be 14. What do you go 1,400? Anybody else like it for 1,400? 1,300 is bid for 1,400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,300. The bid card 451. The buyer 451. Next lot. Cole Porter, Rockingham Dessert Service. This is an extensive service shown in the cabinet over there. Lovely green background color. Compost, 18 plates, 2 small plates. And how much for it? Someone give me $300 for it?
550?
550 and 600. 550's bid in 600.
600.
600 now 650. 600 bid in
650.
650 now 700. 650's bid in $700. Anybody else like it for 700?
700.
700 now 750. 700 is bid in 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else like it for 750? Fair warning. Only $700 and 750. $700 your way number.
948.
948. Lot 103. Hand-colored exotic bird engravings by Francois Martinet. These date from about 1780. These are 18th century on laid paper, beautifully colored. And $300 for this lot.
I have 1100.
I have 1,100 bid and 1,200 to go. $1,100 and 12, going to be 12, we go $1,200. Anybody else like it for 1,200? 1,100 is bid and $1,200. Anybody else like it for 12? Going to be $1,200.
1,200.
1,200 now 1,300. $1,300 is bidding 13. 13 now 1,400. 13 is bid and 14. We go 14 now 1,500. $1,500 we go 15. 14 is bid and $1,500. Anybody else like it for 1,500? 14 is bid and 15. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down they go. $1,400 buys number
1015.
101015. St. Louis Excellence Crystal Stemware, 44 pieces. They are in immaculate condition. A beautiful, beautiful set of stemware. And $1,000 square for it.
2750.
What is it?
2750.
2750, 3,000, 3250.
3250.
3,500, what are we? 35, 3750. 3750.
Yes.
3750, 4,000, 4250. 4250.
4250.
4250, 4,500, 4750.
4750.
5,000, 5,500. 5,500, 5,000 bid and $5,500. Anybody else for 55?
55 now.
55, 6,000, 65. $6,500. 65 now 7,000, 7,500. 7,500, 7,000 is bid, $7,500. Anybody else for 7,500? I have 7,000 offered at 7,500. Fair warning. Once, twice, 7,000 owns it. Number 13, the buyer, 13. Lot 105. A period, 18th century Queen Anne wing chair. This is a Brit. Nice Englishman. I think that is the original foundation fabric underneath that crewel work, and that crewel work could possibly be original. It's got a spliced front leg, so you buy it a little bit as you see it, but it's a terrific chair. Again, you're talking about 1740. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open.
550?
550, thank you. It's 600 for the yoke. 550's been $600, and would you like it?
600?
Now 650. 600 to 650. We got
650?
650 and 700, 750. One of you.
750?
750.
800.
850. Looking for 850.
850.
900.
950. 950.
950?
950. 1000.
1,000, yes.
1,000. Now 1100.
11?
Now 1,200.
12.
Now 1,300. 1,300.
13?
Now 1,400.
14.
Now 1,500. 1,500. 14 has been 15. Get them in there. 1,500 if you'd like it. 1,500. I got $1,400. 15 now 1,600.
16.
16 now 1,700. 16 has been $1,700. Anybody else like it for 1,700? I have $1,600 offered at 1,700. Fair warning, 16 and 17, once, twice, gotta go, $1,600, big card number,
945.
945, 106, a wonderful painting, J.B. Bristol, John Bunyan Bristol, who was a Berkshire artist. This is 1867, late afternoon, in a killer frame, a wonderful Hudson River School Cove frame. And how much for it? Provenance on this is Grandma Raider collection. And I should think 5,000, but I'll take 2,000 to open.
2250?
2250 and 2,500. 2250 is bid at $2,500. You're gonna be 25 and 25, 2750.
2750?
Now 3,000. Back to you for 3,000. $3,000. You're gonna be three. We're gonna go
3,000?
I have 3,000 ahead of you. I'm sorry. I have 3,000 on the floor. You've got to be 3,250. Kenneth, get it back at 3,250. I've got 3,000 seated on the 3,250 on Barbara. 3,500. 3,500. 3,750. 3,750. Get it back, Barb. 3,750 on Ken. 4,000. 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. You've been 4,250. 4,250, 4,500, 4,500, this way, 4,500, yes, 4,500, 4,750, 4,750, 4,750, 5,000, 5,000, you'll like it better than you will your money, $5,000, 4,750 is bid 5, you're going to be $5,000, anyone else for 5,000, 4,750 and 5,000, fair warning, once, twice, 4,750 buys. Number 9, the buyer, 9. Lot 107, hanging 8-light chandelier with flame shades. It was a fabulous chandelier. All original gilding, wonderful casting. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, let's start it down. Somebody give me $1,000. $500.
850?
How much?
850.
850, 900, 950. 950, 950, 1000, $1,000 now, 1,000 now, 1,100, 11 now, 1,200, $1,200, you've been 12 now, 1,300, sir. 13 now, 1,400, 1,400 now, 1,500, 15 now, 1,600, 16 now, 1,700,
17.
now 1,800. Back to you, John, for 18 now, 1,900, 1,900, 19 now, 2,000. $2,000, 2,000 now,
2250.
2250, 2,500. Back to you for 2,500 now, 2,750.
2750.
Now 3,000. $3,000. 2,750 is bid at 3. You got to be $3,000. Anybody else like it for 3,000? I have only 2,750 bid at 3,000.
3,000?
I think
Let's call it 3,000.
3,000, fair warning, 2,750 and 3,000. Down it goes, 2,750 buys number
953.
953. Regency Rosewood one draw stand with inlay, neat as a pin. Nice English Regency one draw stand in beautiful rosewood and $500 quick for it. $500, $200.
250.
500?
500's bid and 550. 500's bid and 550. We go $550. Anybody like 550 on Dan? 550. Now 600.
600.
600. Now 650. Back to you for 650. 650. Now 700. 700. $700. 700. Now 750. 750. Would you go 750? 750. Now 800. $800, you're going to be would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? I have 750 bid, 800.
800.
800 now 850. 850 now 900. $900, you're going to be 900. I have 8.5 offered at 900. Fair warning. Once, twice, 850 at 900. Down it goes, $850 to 514. The buyer 514. 109. 12 rectangular, 800 fine bread and butter trays, about 37 ounces, and $300 to open. 300, 350. 300's bid, 350. Would you go 300? 350, 400, 400, 450. 400's bid, 450. Would you go $450? 450, 500, 500, 550. 500's bid, 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice. $500 buys number 20, the buyer 20. 110. 110 is a Tang Dynasty bronze mirror. This would have had a highly polished surface, shown right there. Jake is holding it. Beautifully cast on one side. It would have had a highly polished surface on the other. And how much for it? Someone give me $400 for it. $300 for it. $100 is what?
150.
150, 175. 150 bid 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 bid 175. Now 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. Got to be 2. Would you go 200? Any interest at 200? Fair warning. Once, twice. $175 bid card number 40. 40 is buyer. 2 Asian bronze item, a bowl and a mirror. And how much for these? 111. Somebody give me 300 for these. 300, 200, $100.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Do you like this one for 125? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? I have $100 offered at 125. Fair warning. $100 buys it. Number
912.
912. 112. Federal classically carved mahogany server. Nice little piece of wonderful wood. Terrific little server, probably Boston. And someone give me about, furniture stuff these days. Someone give me 500 for it. $300 for it. $200.
200.
200, 2 1/4.
2 1/4.
2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275.
275.
Now 300. Back to you for 300, Dan. 350.
350.
350, now 400, Dan. $400, get it back to 400, now 450.
450.
Now 500. Back to you, Dan, for 500. 450's bid at 500. You've got to be 500. 500, now 550. 500 and 550, we go $550. Anybody else for 550? 500 and 550. Seems like a steal. 500 and 550. Nice buy. $500. 514, the buyer, 514. 112A, early still life of flowers, unsigned, oil on canvas, 30 by 22 inches, and $300 for it. 300, shown on your screens. $300, $200,
650.
650, thank you, and 700. Never thought of that. 650 and $700. We go 7. Anybody like it for 7? Going to be 700. 6.5 is offered. 7. We go $700. Anybody like it for 700? $650. Your rate number.
3225.
3225. 3225. 113 is a pair of ormolu-mounted rouge marble urns, French garnitures. They are 19th century. The quality of the ormolu is outstanding on these. Beautiful, beautiful. There. And how much for that? Somebody give me $1,000.
I have 900.
900, thank you.
2,500.
2,500, 2,600, would you go? 2,500 bid in 2,750, would you go 2,750? 2,500 is bid in 2,750, thank you, and 3,000. 2,750 is on Ken. 3,000.
Yes.
3,000, 3,250, 100. 3,250, anybody like it? 3,250, 3,500. 3,500, 3,500, 35. I have 35 ahead of you on Ken. 3,750. 3,750, we go 3,750, 35 has been on Ken, 3,750. 3,500 has been 3,750, any advance on 3,500, 3,750. Fair warning, once, twice.
Very good.
$3,500, selling to 513, the buyer, 513. The 114 is an inlaid bow front corner cabinet, 40 inches tall, 35 wide, takes a 25-inch corner. Beautiful, very, very dressy piece of furniture. And who's got 1,000 for it? 500 for it. This would look great in a stone house. $300 for it.
I have 250.
What is it?
250.
250, thank you, and 275. 250's bid 275, and it's bid 275 now, 300, 300, 350. 300's bid 350, what do you go, $350? Anybody else for 350? I have 350 now, 400. 400 now, 450. 400 and 450, what do you go, $450? Anybody like it for 450? I have 400 and 450. Once, twice, down it goes, $400 number.
4370.
4370. 115. Japanese bronze elephant figures, one aside with a 2-character mark. And let's see, $300 for these. 300. 150's bid, 175. 150's bid, 175. Now 200. $200. You're going to be two. What do you go? 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. What do you go? 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bid, and 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid, and 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 2 1/4 buys. Number 33, the buyer, 33. 116. I love this. This is really early too. Probably 18th century, enamel decorated. Probably Indian, from India, or Turkish. Enamel decoration shows some wear, but a beautiful early pot. Wonderful form, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like, what is it?
100.
How much?
100.
100.
125.
125, 150. 125 has been 150. Would you go $150? Anybody like it for 150? 1.5.
175.
175. Now 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 is bid. And two, got to be 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4.
225.
2 1/4. 2 1/2. Half and 75. 275. Now 300. 300. 350. 300 is bid at 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 40, the buyer, 40. Lot 117, pair of Chinese terracotta green glazed food lions. They're 20th century, shown on top of the mantle on both sides of the roof tiles. And $300 for these. 300, 200, 200, $100 for them. $100. Anybody like to be in for $100? Would you go 100? Anybody want to be in for 100? My goodness. $50 for them. 50, thank you. 60, 70, 70. We go 70, 60's been 70 now. 80, 80 now. 90, 90 now. 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4. We go 125, 150, 175, 175, 150, 175. $150 buys. Number 40, 40. 118. Change your tune here. This is a Tiffany sterling silver chased ivy. This is the early Broadway New York mark. 1853 to 1865 is when they had the Broadway address. And a fabulous set. Somebody give me about $4,000 for it. $2,000 to open.
1,600.
16, 16 and 1,700, 17 and 1,800, 1,800, 1,900, 2,000, 2,000, 2,250, 2,250, 2,500, 2,500, yes, 25, 2,750, 2,750, Ken, 2,750, 3,000, 3,000. It's about as good as they get. 3,000, 3,250, 3,250, Ken, 3250, 3500, 3500, 3750, 3750 again, get it back at 3750. I've got 35 bid at 3750. Anybody else for 3750? I've got 3500, 3750, 4000, 4000, 4000, 4000. I'm listening to her. I'm not listening to you anymore. 4000, 4250, 4250. 4000 bid at 4250. Fair warning, 4000 and 4250. Once, twice, 4000 buys. Number 33 is the buyer, 33. 119, antique marble rectangular garden box basin, shown there, on the front. I believe first period. It's a wonderful object. And how much for it? Someone give me, I don't know, $1,000 for it? 1900, 1900 and 2000, would you go? 2000 bid at 2250. 2000 bid at 2250, would you go? 2250, 2500, $2,500, you're gonna be 2500. 2250's bid, it's a wonderful, 2500 on Barbara. 2750, 2750, now 3000 dollars. $3,000, 3000, 3250. 3250, would you go? 3250, 3000's bid at 3250, you're gonna be 3250. 3250, 3500, 3500, 3500, Barb, get it back at 3500, 3250's bid at $3,500. Anyone else for 3500? 3250 is bid at 3500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. 3250 buys. Number, was it 34? 24. Thank you. 24. You should be elated. You just bought a beautiful object. Okay, 5-piece Chinese export garniture set in blue and white. Couple little dings on two of the jars, but pretty nice set, 18th century, and $300 quick per hit. 400's bid at 450. Would you go? 400's bid at 450. Would you go? $450. Anybody else like it for 450? 450 now 500. 450's bid at 5. Going to be 5. Would you go? $500. Anybody like to be for 500? 4.5 is offered at 5. Going to be $500. 500 now 550. 500's bid at 550. Would you go? 550 now 600. 550's bid at $600. Anybody like it for 600? 5.5 is bid at 600. Would you go? $600. 600 now 650. 600's bid at 650. Would you go? 650 now 700. 700. Would you go? 700. 6.5 is offered at 700. Fair warning. 650 at 700. Once, twice. Sold at $700. Number, please.
Yeah, 1028.
1028. Thank you. 1028. Lot 121. Oil on panel by Wilhelm and Anthony Van de Venter. This is beautifully painted. It's oil on panel. Originally purchased, I think, at Sotheby's back in the 80s, 88. And how much for it? I've got a paltry opening bid of 500.
1300.
How much?
13.
13. Thank you. That's
15.
14.
15.
16. 16. 1700. One of you. 16 has bid at $1,700. Anybody else?
17.
17 now. 1800. $1,800. Anybody else like it for 18? I've got 17. 18 now. 1900. $1,900. You're bidding 19. 19 now. 2,000. $2,000. You're going to be 2,000. 19 is bid at 2. 19 is bid at 2,000. 2,000 now. 2,250. 2,000 is bid at 2,250. We go 2,250. 2,000 is bid at 2,250. Fair warning. $2,000 is bid at 2,250. Once, twice. $2,000 buys. Number
994.
994. 994. 122. Two jade footed bowls, 4.5 inches in diameter. One shows a little hairline, but beautiful, beautiful light colored jade. And how much for them? Somebody give me about 500 for them? $200.
550.
550 is bid at 600. Where'd he go? 550 is bid at $600. Anybody like to be in for 600? 6 now 650.
650.
Now 700. One of you. 700. 700 now 750. Now 800. $800. You're going to be 800. 800 now 850. 850 now 900. 900 now
950.
950 now 1,000. 1,000, now 11.
1,100.
11, now 1,200. $1,200, 12, now 1,300.
13.
13, now 1,400. 14, now 1,500. 15, now 1,600. 15 is 16, now 1,700.
17.
1,800 now. Back to you for 18, I think. 18, now 19,
19.
now 2,000. 2,000. 2,000,
2250.
2,500. 2,500. 2,250's bid in $2,500. Anybody else for 2,500? 2,500 now. 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. $3,000. Anybody like it for 3,000? 2,750's bid in 3,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. Only go. 2,750 buys. Number
1032.
1032. Thank you. 123 American mahogany feather armchair. A beauty. Again, Boston, I believe. Wonderful mahoganies. Real gutsy chair. Nice and solid. How much for it? So give me about 2, I know. Take 800. 800. 500. 500. 300.
150, sir?
150's bid. 175. 150's bid. 175. 175 now 200. $200 gonna be 200. Yes. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. 350. 400. 400. 350's bid in 4. Gonna be $400. Anybody else for 400? I've got 350 offered at 400. $350 to a 3-4. The buyer 34. 124. Sterling Tiffany Chippendale pattern tray. 20 inches. 20 inches. No real hurts of any sort. 54 troy ounces. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 quick for it.
900.
900's bid at 950. Where do you go? 950 now 1000. $10 is gonna be 10. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody else for 1000? 950's bid at 10. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody want me in for 1000? 950 and 1000 for Tiffany Sterling. My goodness, 950 and 1000 once. 1000. 1100. 1050. If that helps. 1000's bid at 1050. 1000 buys number 32. The buyer 32. 125 large Ming Dynasty blue and white imperial Chinese bowl with a dragon. It's a 5-toed dragon too. Somebody give me about, and you know what that means. Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. 500 for it. It's got a crack too. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 300? 200. Go. 200. $100. $100. No interest.
300.
How much?
300.
300's bid at 350. What do you go? 300's bid at 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody else for 350? He's now 400. $400 is going to be 400. 3.5 is bid and 4. Going to be 4. What do you go? 400. 3.5 is bid and 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? Fair warning. 400 now 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice. 400 and 450. Down it goes. $400 number, please.
1028.
1028. 126 is the 19th century bronze Buddha, 21 inches long, tall, shown over there in the center section, right next to Garrett. And I should think $1,000 or 500 for it. $500. Anyone like to pay for 5? Going to be 300. $200. 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bid 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid 2 1/2. You're going to be $250. You're going to be 250. Right. 225 offered at 250. Fair warning. 250. 275. 275. Now 300. Now 300, 275 and 3, you're going to be 3, what do you go, 300? Fair warning. 275 buys, 33, the buyer 33. 127. Italian school, oil on canvas, support with ruins, unsigned, and $500 for it. 500, $200 for it.
250.
250 and 3, going to be from 275. 250's bid at 275. Anybody like for 275? 250's bid at 275. You're going to be 275. Anybody like to bid for 275? $250 your way number.
922.
922, thank you, 922. For 128 toll tray on a custom stand, $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, gonna be 125. Anybody else like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, fair warning. $100 buys number 37, the buyer 37, nice buy. $100 to number 37. 129. 129, oil and canvas, portrait of a lady, 1812, inscribed in verso, 1812, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. $100 for that painting, oil on panel, oil on canvas. And we like it for $50. $50. 50, thank you. 60, where do you go? 50 and 60, where do you go? $60. Anybody else like it for 60? 60, 70. $70, gonna be 70, 60, didn't 70, would you go 70? You hear about the raise? From 70? $60, your wedding number?
1028.
1028, thank you. For 130, lot 130 is the Amari 19th century palace vase, 24 3/4 inches tall, nice big scale, beautiful vase, and $300 quick for it. 300, $200, 250 and 275. 250's been 275. Anybody?
275.
Now 300. 300, 350, 400. 400.
400.
400, 450, 500.
500.
550, 600.
600.
650, 700.
700.
750, 800. 750's bid $800. Anyone else for 800? 7.5 is offered at 800. Fair warning. $750. Number 40 in the buyer, 40. 131, 19th century agate chalice, shows an old repair, and it's just where the stem and the bowl meet, actually. How much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it? $100.
200.
200's bid 2 1/4. 200's bid 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 275, you got 275 now, 300.
300.
300 now, 350. 300, 350 now, 400. 350's bid at $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go 400?
400.
400 now, 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? 400 and 450. Now 500. $500. You've got to be
500.
500 now, 550. 500's bid at 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 bid at 550. Down it goes. $500. Your weigh number?
975.
975. 975. 132. Albert Inslee. Terrific. Late summer landscape, oil on canvas, 16 by 24 inches, and $500 down low for it.
500.
500's bid at 550. 500 and 550. Would you go 550? 550 now, 600.
600.
600, 650. 600's bid at 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else?
650.
650 now, 700. $700. You've got to be 700. 6.5 is offered at $700. Anybody like to be in for 700? Seems quite reasonable for an Inslee. 650 and 700. 700 now, 750. 750. Would you go $750?
750.
750 now, 800. $800. You've got to be 800. 7.5 is offered. 8. Would you go 800? I fully expected this to be like $1,200.
800.
800, 850. There's still hope. 850, 800, 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. $900. You've got to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody else for 900? Fair warning. Once, twice. $850 buys number.
936.
936, 936, 133. Sterling silver Fairfax pattern and an enormous set. It's an assembled set. You've got multiple initials. So you have to be careful about who you invite over for dinner. Because, you know, all of a sudden all the W's disappear. Bidding starts on this at $1,750.
3250.
3250, 3500.
3750.
I got 3750 ahead of you, but I've got 4,000. 4250, one of you? 4250? 4,000 is here in the book, and 4250, would you go 4250? Any advance on $4,000 and 4250? Fair warning, 4,000, 4250. Once, twice, $4,000 buys. Number 451, the buyer, 451. 134 is the late Federal Scroll Arm Saber Leg Sofa, Boston again. 75 inches long, beautiful condition, and $500 down low real quick for that. 500. 500, thank you. And 550, what do you go? 500, 550, what do you go? $550. Anybody like it for 550? Big swirling arms, lovely piece of furniture. $550. Anybody like it for 550? I've only got 500 there. 500, yes. 550 now. 600. 600, what do you go? 600, 5.5 and 6, what do you go? $600. Anybody else for 600? Nice buy. $550 to 34, the buyer. 34. Armored bronze bison, 8 3/4 inches tall, 9 inches long. Any Buffalo fans out there in the audience? Looking for somebody who's rooting for the Bills? Somebody give me about $100 quick for it.
150.
150 and 175. 150 is better than 175. I'm going to be 175. I'm going to go 175. Any advance on 150 and 175? $150 buys it. Number
934.
934. Thank you. 136. J.J. Summer. Hay harvesting. 1894. Looks local to me. It looks like the Catskill Range. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200.
275.
275 and 3. We're going to be 3. What do you got? $300. Anybody like it for 300?
300.
300 now. 350. 300 and 350. We go 300.
350.
350 now. 400. 350 is bid at 400.
400.
400 now. 450. 400 is bid at 450. What do you go?
450.
450 now. 500. 500. What do you go?
500.
500 now. 550. 500. 550 now. 600. $600. You're going to be 600. 650. 600 is bid at 650. Long walk.
650.
650 now. 700. $700. You're going to be
700.
750. 700 is bid at 750. What do you go? $750.
750.
750 now. 800. $800. You're going to be
800.
800. 850. 800 is bid at 850. You're bidding 850. Anyone else for 850?
850.
900. $900. You're going to be 900. Somebody else?
900.
950. 900 is bid at 950. We do $950. Anyone else like it for 950?
950.
Now 1,000. I have 950 offered and $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? 950 is bid at 1,000. We do $1,000. Anybody like to it for 1,000? $950. Buys it. Number
936.
936. 936. 136A. Giltwood Federal Style Mirror with classical urns and drapery, shown over there next to Jake. And $300 quick for it. Should be hands all over for 300. $300. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Gotta be 3. What do you go? $200. $200. Anybody like it for 2? Gotta be 2. What do you go? $200. $100. My goodness. 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. Gotta be 1 1/4. Anybody want me for 125? Now 150, 150, 175, 175, we go 175, 175 now, 200, 200, 200 now, 2 1/4, oops, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, you're gonna be 2 1/4, 200, seated in the center, 2 1/4,
225,
225, 250, 250, 2 1/4 has been 2 1/2, anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys, number.
1025.
1025. Marble pedestal, 38 1/4 inches tall. Top measures 10 3/4 by 10 3/4. Kind of nice. $300 quick for it. 200.
250.
250. 275. 250. 275 now. 300. $300 going to be 3. When you go 300.
300.
300 now. 350 now. 400. 350 is bid
400.
400 now. 450. 450 now. 500. $500 is going to be 500. 500 now. 550. 500 is bid 550. When you go $550, you're going to be 550. 500 and 550. Once, twice, $500. Away it goes. Number
945.
945. 138. Oil on canvas, Le Balloon. After Dupre, Julian Dupre. The original is in the Reading Public Museum. This is a 19th century rendition of a rather famous painting. The balloon launch with astonished field hands. But they don't know what they're looking at. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000? I should think. 500, 300, 200's bid, and 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 300, 350, 350, 400. 350 is bid in 4. Gonna be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400?
400.
400 now. 450. 450 now. 500. $500. You're gonna be $500. Anybody else for 500? 450 is bid at 500. Fair warning. 450 and 500. Once, twice. Nice buy. $450 to bid card number 32. 32. 139. 12-inch round Tiffany and Company sterling silver tray. 22 ounces and $300 quick for it.
350.
350, 400. I have 350 bid before. Gonna be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 has been before. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? Fair one. 400, yes. 400 now. 450.
450 then.
450 now. 500. 500. Would you go 500? 4.5 and 5. You're gonna be 5. Would you go 500? 4.5 and 5. $450. Way it goes. Number
1043.
1043. Thank you. 140 is a bronze Siamese or Thai lady dancer, nicely mounted, 15 3/4 inches tall, shown in here, all original gilding, and $500 for it. 500, $200, get it going. $100.
100.
100's bid, where would it go? 100's bid, 1 1/4 gonna be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 1 1/4 here. 1 1/2 would go 150. Anybody like it for 150, 125, 150? Fair warning. Sorry, it's gone. $125 to number 33, the buyer, 33. 141 pair of dragon decorated celadon vases, 13 inches tall. Both of these were drilled to make them into lamps. They have been returned to the vase form. And $300 for these. $100 for it. $100. Anybody like to be in for 100? Should be hands in the air at 100. My goodness. $100. $50. $50. Anybody like these vases even remotely? $50. $20. 20 and 30. 20's bid at 30. Got to be 30. Would you go $30 into 30? Now 40. 40.
40 here?
60.
60. Did you say?
60, yeah.
60, 70, $70, somebody? Anybody? 70? Fair warning. $60 your way number.
936.
936. 142. Okay. This is inscribed on the back Haverhill or Haverhill. Son and present and prentice, as in apprentice. Son and prentice to Charles Haddock, James Haddock. May 8, 1789. He would have been 19 years old. He was born in 1770. It's shown right back there. Fans all match up. It is top and bottom have always been together. It is a wonderful, wonderful antique piece of furniture. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $5,000 for it. $5,000. Anybody would like to be for 5? Gonna be 5. Would you go for 5? $3,000 to start it. $3,000. Anybody like it for 3? 2,000.
Like 2,000?
How much?
2?
2,000. Thank you. And 2,250. What do you go? 2,000's been 2,250. We go 2,250, 2,500, 2,750, 3,000. None of you. 3,000. I got 2,750 on Ken. $3,000. Anybody else for 3,000? 2,750's on 3,000's on Barbara. 3,250. 3,250. Get it back at 3,250. 3,250 on Ken. 3,500. 3,500 now. I've got 3,250 on Kenneth and $3,500. What do you go? 3,500. 3,250 is bid at $3,500 to $3,500. Anybody else for 3,500? Under the money. 3,250 on Ken and 3,500. Fair warning. Any interest, Dan? 3,500. Once, twice. 3,250 buys. Number 501. 501. 143. Benjamin Eggleston, Total Landscape, oil on canvas. Bidding starts at 500 and 550, what do you go? 500's bid at 550, what do you go? $550, anybody like to go 550? 550, now 600. Now 600 is here in the book, it's 650. 600 is bid at 650, what do you go? $650, anybody 650? 600 and 650. 650, what do you go? 650. 600 is bid at 650, 650. $650, are you all done and through? At 600 and 650. $600 buys, number 483. 483. The lot 144 is 4 pieces of salt glazed stoneware, including 2-gallon crock and 3 jugs. And bidding starts at $150. And once 500 is bid at 550, what do you go? 500 is bid at 550, what do you go? 550. 550, now 600. 600, sir. I didn't see you. I'm sorry. I got 550 ahead of you. You've got to be 600. $600 bidding 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else for 600? I've got 550 offered at 600. $550. Down it goes. Number
1046.
1046. 145. 3 Chinese terracotta figures, including 2 dancers and a recumbent camel, and $300 for this lot. 300, 200, $100.
150.
150, 175. 150's bid 175. Anyone else for 175? 175. Now 200. 200. 200. 200. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. It's gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter is bid at 2 and a half. Anybody else for 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. Fair warning. Once, twice. 2 and a quarter buys number 40. 40. 40. 146. A wonderful pair of 18th century watercolors. These are also with Sotheby's Provenance in 1988. They sold for a considerable amount of money in those days. And somebody gave me about $2,000 for it, $1,000 for it.
1300.
I have 13 bid, 1400. What do you go? 13's bid, 14. What do you go? $1,400 and 1400, 1500. $1,500 going to be 15. What do you go? 15 now 1600. 1600 now 1700. $1,700 is going to be 17. 16 is bid in 1700. 16 is bid in 17. 17 now 1800. Back to you for 1800, Dan. 1800, 1900. $1,900 you're bidding 19. 19 now 2,000. $2,000 you're bidding 2,000. 19 is bid 2. We're going to be 2. What do you go? $2,000. Anyone else for 2,000? 1,900 and 2,000. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,900 buys number
973.
973. 147. Inlaid 19th century banded top sofa table with 2 drawers. Top is loose on the table, so you buy it kind of as you see it. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200.
250.
250's bid at 275. 250 bid at 275. We're going to be 275. We go 275. Anybody like the 275? 250's bid at 275. $250 your way number.
948.
948 buyer. 948. 148. 2 Burnside saddle ring carbines with rolling block mechanisms. These are both Civil War period. First period, Burnsides, no more ramrod. They just lever action rolling block. One is doesn't seem to open up, but the other one works fine. And how much for them? Bidding has to start at $600, $650, $850, $900, $900, $900, $950, $1,000. You've got to be 10, 11, now 12, $1,200. What do you get? 12 now 13, and 1,400. $1,400 is going to be 14. What do you go? $1,400. Anybody else for 14?
14 now?
Now 1,500.
15 then.
15 and 16. 1,600. What do you go? 16. 15 has been 16. Now 1,700. 17 now 1,800. 1,800. 1,700 is bid at 1,800. Fair warning. 17 and 1,800. Once, twice. $1,700 buys number
1047.
1047. 149 is a late 18th century cherry inlaid tall case clock with English works, American case, complete. And $1,000 quick for it, 1,000. $500 for it, anybody like? 500, thank you, and 550. 500, 550, would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500 bid and 550, would you go $550? Anybody like me for 550? I have 500 bid and 550, once, twice, wow. $500 your way, number.
3557.
3557, 150. Joseph Stubbs, Boston State House platter, 14.5 inches long, cannot be faulted condition-wise, lovely platter, and $300 quick for it. 300. 200 is bid and 2 1/4, would you go? 200 is bid and 2 1/4, would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200 is bid and 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/2 is going to be 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. $225. Buys it number 13, the buyer, 13. Lot 151, ADM Cooper. Bison in a Western Landscape, oil on canvas, that is Ashley David Middleton Cooper. 1856 to 1924 are his dates. And the Western scenes generally always sell at a premium for this particular artist. I would think $3,000, $2,000, $1,000. How much?
$2750.
$2750 and $3,000. Would you go? $2750 is bid in 3. Would you go $3,000? Anybody like it for $3,000? $2750 is bid in 3. Would you go $3,000? Anybody like to bid for $3,000? I have $2750 bid and $3,000. Fair warning. $2750 buys. Number
3612.
3612. 152. Federal Giltwood looking glass with original bevel panel glass. Probably had something coming out of the top rectangle, or maybe like a vase or a spray of flowers or something like that. Somebody give me $300 for it.
Like 250.
250, thank you, and 275. 250's bid, 275.
270.
275.
75.
300. $300. You're going to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. $275. Buys number
1025.
1025. Folks, I think I see pizza in the back of the room. Is that right, Abby? Okay. Anybody who wants to help themselves? Okay. 153. A pair of porcelain dogs with crossed arrow mark. These are really neat. I think that there's a little damage on one of them. 153. Someone give me $300 for them. They're terrific dogs. $200. $100.
125.
125 and 150. 125 is bid at 150. 150, 175.
175 now?
Now 200. 175 is bid. And 2, would you go $200? Anybody else? 200 now 2 1/4.
225.
What? 2 1/4?
250. Yeah.
2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid.
250?
2 1/2 and 275. 250 is bid at 275. And it's got to be 275. Anyone else for 275?
275.
275 now 300. $300 is bidding 300, 275 and 300. Fair warning, 275 and 300. Once, twice. $275 your way number.
1053.
1053. 1053. All right, this is a wonderful table. This table has wonderful provenance. Came from one of the manor houses in the Hudson Valley here. It is a 19th century mahogany, and the best mahogany. Double pedestal, reeded leg table. Reeding around the edge of the outside perimeter. All original, and great condition. Someone give me $3,000 for it, $2,000. I'll take $1,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 then. $500. Anybody like to be in for $500? Going to be $500. $300 to start it. Giving it away now at $300. Any interest? $300 for that table. Anybody like to be in for $300? I'll pass that lot at $300. Okay, $155. Sailboats in the harbor. Maurice Moss. It looks like Rockport to me. And $300 quick for it. Nice size. Nice over the sofa size painting. $300, $200, $100 for that painting. Anybody like to be in for $100? You're going to be $100. Anybody want for $100? My goodness. No interest? 100's bid. 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, gonna be 1 1/4, what do you go, 125, anybody like for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4, gonna be 125, 150, 150, 150, what do you go, $150, anybody else for 150? $125 buys at number
1025.
1025, 156. Charles Field, Havel and Limoges plates and platter. This is a game set, bird set. 10 plates in the platter. And $300 for this lot, all hand painted. 300, 200,
250.
250, 275. 250's bid in 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bid in 275. 250 buys. Number, please.
1054.
1054. 157. Assembled set of 5-pound oval chairs, circa 1800 New York City. And there's actually 4 alike and 1 a little different. And $300 for this lot. 300. The 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. Gonna be 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. Gonna be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. $100, 1 bid buys at number 4. For 158, DC Lithgow. Are we ready on the phones? DC Lithgow, Albany artist, famous for doing the murals in the state education building. David Cunningham Lithgow, 1868 to 1958. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it? $500 for it. $300 to start. Anybody like to bid?
250?
250's bid, 275. 250's bid, 275. Maybe 275. 275. Now 300.
300.
Now 350. 300. 350. Now 400. 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500.
500.
500. Now 550. 550. When you go $550, you're going to be 550. I've got 500 ahead of you. You're going to be 550.
550.
550. Now 600. 550 is bid, now
600?
600, now 650. 650, 700. 650 is bid, and $700. Would you go 7? Anybody like to be in for 700, 6.5, and 700? Fair warning, 650 and 700. Once, twice, $650 buys number
1057.
1057. 1057. 159 is a Canton cut quarter 9.5-inch diameter bowl and a plate to go along with it, and $100 quick download for it. Your hands all over it, $100, my goodness. $100 for a $1,000 bowl. Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. Any interest at $100 for a Canton bowl? $50. $50 and 50, thank you. It's 60 and 70, 70 and 80. 70's bid $80, you get 80, 90, 90 now 100. $100, you gotta be 100, 90 and 100. We go
100.
100, 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4.
125.
125, 150. 1 1/4's bid 1 1/2. You gotta be 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys number
946.
946.
946.
946.
Thank you.
For 160, lot 160 is a fine Regency Chevelle mirror. Original glass, nice size too. $500 quick for it. 500, 300, $200 is bid. 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bid. 2 1/4. Going to be 225. And if you like for 2 1/4. 200 is bid. 2 1/4. 2 1/2.
225.
What?
225.
I've got 2 1/4 ahead of you. You're gonna be. I've got 2 1/2. You're actually in the book. You got to be 275 now. 250 and 275. Anybody? Any advance on 250, 275? Anyone like it for 275?
275.
Now 300 is here in the book. You've got to be 350. 300 is bid at 350. We go $350. Anybody like it for 350? Fair warning. Once, twice. There goes $300. The bid card 545. 545. 160A. A bronze by Olivia Calder Morrison. Olivia Calder Morrison. And Odalisque is the title of it, and $500 quick for it. $300 for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for would you go $100?
150.
150, 175. 150's bid in 175. We're going to be 175. We're going to be 175. Anybody like 175? 150's bid at 175, now 200, now $200, what do you go?
200.
200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, what do you go? 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2.
250.
250, 275, 275, it's gonna be 275, 250's bid at 275. Fair warning, 250 and 275. One of those $250, your way number
1060.
1060. 161. Oil and canvas labeled Alphonse Colombo, estate stamped in verso. This is nicely painted. I think he was a Western New York artist. Very well composed oil and canvas, 30 by 34 inches, shown over there. And $500 quick for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? Thank you. 2 1/4. 200's bid. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 225?
325.
And 250. And 275. And 275. 250's bid. And 275. You're going to be 275. Anyone else for 275?
275.
75 now 300. 300 now 350. 300's bid at 350. Would you go 350? Fair one. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys, number 32, the buyer, 32. 3 pieces of Samson, armorial china. Kind of nice. The basket has repairs, but the other 2 are okay. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200. $100 for it.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 now. 1 1/4's bid, and 1 1/2. We go 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Fair warning, 1 1/4.
150.
150, 175. Back to you for 175. 150's bid, and 175. Anyone else for 175? $150 your way number.
1028.
1028. 163. 20th century room size Harries. Nice pile on this. And someone give me about $1,000 for it. Bidding has to start at $500, eliminating underbidders, and 550.
500.
I have 500. You've got to be 550. 550. Would you go 550? I've got 500 bid.
550.
Now 600's here in the book. You've got to be 650. 600's bid and 650. Would you go 650? 650. Now 700. 650. The book is out. 650's bid and $700. Anybody else like it for 700? 6 1/2 and 700. $650 your way number.
916.
916. 164 Persian semi-antique area rug, missing an end border, and the bidding on this starts at $90 and 100. Would you go?
125.
125 and 150. 125 is bid and 150. Would you go $150? Anybody else for 150? 125 buys number
1062.
1062. 165 20th century Hamadan scatter rug, 56 by 41 inches, kind of nice, and $200 quick for it. 200. 200. $100 for it.
125.
125 and 150. 125 is bid at 150. Would you go $150? Anybody else for 150? 100 1/4 is bid at 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys number
933.
933. 166. Caucasian Kalim semi-antique carpet, partial end border loss, and $300 quick for it.
500.
500 is bid at 550. 500 is bid at 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got $500 offered at 550. 500 your way number.
1063.
1063. 167. 167 is not coming up. It's another Caucasian scatter rug. Kind of nice. And
It's up on the screen.
I've got 350. 350's bid at 400.
1 second.
$400 going to be 400. 350's bid at $400. 400, 450. Actually, I gotta go to, it has to go to $600 and $650, what do you go? 600's bid to 650, what do you go, $650, anybody else for 650? I've got 650, now 700, 700, what do you go, 700, 6.5 is bid to 7, what do you go, 700, 700, 750, 750, it's gonna be 750 more, 750, now 800. $800, what do you go, 800, 7.5 is bid at 8, what do you go, $800, anybody else for 800? $750, 558, the buyer, 558, 168. 168 is a palace-sized Tabriz garden carpet. We sold this years ago. This originally came out of a house in Connecticut. I think it was Jack Kennedy's secretary of one of the cabinet members' house, but I know that the Kennedy children played on that carpet many years ago. Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be for 1,000? Well, $500. 500, thank you.
900.
900's bid at 950. 900's bid at 950. What do you go, $950? Anybody else? 950, now 1,000. $1,000, you've got to be 1,000. 1,000 is bid, 1,100. 1,100, now 1,200. 1,200. 12, now 1,300. $1,300. 13, now 1,400. 13 is bid at 14. What do you go, $1,400? 14, now 1,500. 14 is bid at 15. What do you go, $1,500? 15, now 1,600. $1,600, you're bidding 16. 15 is bid at 16. What do you go, $1,600? Anyone else for 1,600? $1,500 buys, number
1025.
1025. 169. Antique Hamadan Road with an ivory field, kind of nice. This shows where. And bidding has to start at 175 and 200. What do you go? 175 is bid at 2. What do you go? $200. Anybody else like it for 200? 175 is bid at 2. We got to be 2. What do you go? $200. Anybody else like it for 200? Fair warning. 200. $175 to bid card number 5. 5, the buyer. Lot 170, ivory field Hamadan, nearly square. It is 42 inches by 39 inches. And selling the carpet now. And $300 is where? Anybody like it for 300? 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4, gotta be 1 1/4. Quarter now a half, 1 1/2 is gonna be 150. 150, what do you get? 150, 150, 175. 175 is bidding 175, 150 is bidding 175. Anyone else for 175? $150 is bid at 175. $150 buys, number 558, the buyer, 558. 171, Saruk Scatterrow, kind of nice, bidding on this opens at 200, and 2 1/4, would you go? 200 is bidding 225, 275 here in the book, and you've got to be 300. 275 is bid 3, you've got to be 3, would you go $300?
300 here?
300, now 350. 300 and 350, the book is out. 300 and 350. 350, now 400. $400, you're going to be 400, 3.5 and 4, you're going to be $400. Anybody else with 4? $350. Your way number 558, the buyer 558. And 172, Saruk Area Road, $300 quick for it. 200 for it. 200, $100 is where?
175.
175 and 2, got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 and 2. Sold. $175. Your way number
1065.
1065, 173. Semi-antique Willahan, missing half of an end border. And a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $125 and $150 will go. 125 is bid 150. 150, 175. Actually 200. Now you've got to be 2 1/4. 200 is bid at 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got 200 offered for 2 1/4. Fair warning, 200 and 2 1/4. $200. Bid card number 5. 5, the buyer. Next lot, 174. 3 faux bamboo carved nesting tables. These are really lovely and great condition. And $300 for those. 300, 200. $100. Very convenient to have. 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. One of you. 175 now. 200, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275 now, 300, 300, 350, 350, 400, $400 $400, you gotta be four, what do you go, $400? Anybody else for 400? $350, number 37, buyer 37, nicely done. 175. This is a terrific, so late 19th century, I think it's actually maybe mid 19th century. Wonderful color of the upholstery, damask upholstery with a down cushion, beautiful condition, and $1,000 wear for it. 1,000 wear. $500 can get me started. Anybody like me?
500?
500, thank you. 550, we go. 500 is bid. 550, we go. $550. Anybody else for 550?
550?
550, 600. Back to you for 600. I've got 5.5 bid. 6, what do you go? 600 now, 650. 600 and 650, what do you go? 650 now, 700. 650's bid. $700. 700 now, 750. 700, 750 now, 800. $800, you gotta be, what do you go? 800 now, 850. 800's bid. 850. 850 now, 900. 850's bid. 900 now, 950. 950 now, 1000. 950's bid.
1,000?
1,000 now, 1100.
11.
11 and now 12.
12.
12 and now 13.
13.
13 and now 1,400.
14.
14 now 1,500. 1,400's bid in 15. What do you go? $1,500. Anybody else like it for 15? I've got $1,400. 15 now 16. 15 has been 16. What do you go? 16. 16 now 1,700. $1,700 is going to be 17. What do you go? $1,700. Anybody else like it for 1,700?
17.
17 now 1,800. $1,800. What do you go? 18. 17 and 18. Any advance?
18.
18 now 19. 18 has been at $1,900. What do you 19? What do you go? 1,900. 18 has been at $1,900. Anybody like it for 19? Fair warning.
37.41.
$1,800 to $3,741. 3,741. 176. Girl in a Spanish shawl. Looks like a sergeant kind of painting to me, like a Boston school painting. I think she is unsigned, but beautifully rendered. And how much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it? 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Gotta be 3. Would you go $200 to start it? 200. I guess I like it better than that. You guys do. 200's bid, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200's bid, 2 1/4, gonna be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 200's bid, and 2 1/4, gonna be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bid, and 2 1/4. Wow, great find. $200, nice price. Number please, 16 buyer. 177, or 176A, sorry. Cherubs in a landscape, oil on panel, shown right there. And Italian, probably a Grand Tour souvenir. And $500 for it. $200 for it.
275.
275 and 3. You gotta be 3, we go 300.
Yes.
300 now 350. 300's been 350. We go $350 and 350 on Barbara. You've got to be 400. 400 I have ahead of you. 450. 450 Barb.
Yes.
450 ahead of you. You've got to be 500. 500, 550. 550. You're bidding 550. Now 600 one of you. $600. You're out, Barbara. 600. 650. 650. What do you go? 650 now. 650 now. 700. 700 Barb. $700, you gotta be 7, what do you go, $700? Anybody like it for 700? I've got 650 bid and 700, 700, 750, 750, I've got 750, now 800, $800, you've gotta be 800, 850, 850, selling now at 800 and 850, you've gotta be $850, 850, now 900, $900, what do you go, 900, 950, 950, would you go $950? You gotta be 950, 900, and 950. Fair warning. Once, twice, $900. Buys number 7. Buyer 7. 177. You talk about a beautiful, proud little table. It's puffed out at the end. Got his chest out. A terrific table with icicle and bookend inlays. Never. It has a drawer, but it never took a brass. Never been brass. A beautiful, beautiful Federal period table. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody want to be it for $1,000? $500 and get it started. 5, you gotta be 5. What do you go? 500. It should be hands in the air. 500. My goodness, $300 and get it going. 300. $300, any interest in this? 300, 300, 200, 200's bid, 2 and a quarter, 200's bid, 2 and a quarter, what do you go, 225?
300.
300,
Or, I'm sorry, 225.
225, 250, 275, 275, 250's bid, 275, anybody like that?
275.
275, now 300, 300, now 350, 300, 350, what do you go, $350, you're gonna be 350. I've got $300 offered at 350, 300, back of the room, 350, once, twice, $300 buys, number 4, the buyers, 4, 178, 178 pair of plaster bas-relief rondelles, similar to what Orestes Dow Palmer was doing, and I think of the same period. They're not by him, but beautifully rendered. How much are they? $300? $300 for the pair of rondelles. Anybody like to be in for 3? Gonna be 3, we go 3. $200 for them. $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and get it all.
150.
150, 175. 150's been 175. You're gonna be 175. 150's been 175. 150's been 175. We're gonna be 175. Fair warning. 175. Now 200. Now $200. You're gonna be 2. What do you go? 200. 175 has been 200. Fair warning. 175 and 200. So $175. Bid card number
3741.
3741. 179. The mural, Colonial Seaport, from the Rockefeller Mansion, Meadow Lane, Southampton, Long Island. That building was torn down in 1988. It's a fabulous oil on canvas, beautifully rendered. It's really a mural, you know. Could stand a cleaning. But how much for it? Somebody give me $10,000 for it? $5,000 is where? $3,000 to set it in. Anybody like to be for 3? Gonna be 3. Would you go 3,000? 2,000? 2,000's bid and 2,250. What do you go? 2,000 I have and 2,250. I got 2,250, 2,750, 2,750, 3,000. One of you? 3,000. 3,000.
3250.
3,250, 3,500. 45, 3750. Now 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. 4,500. 4,500. 4,750. 4,750. Now 5,000. 5,500. 5,500. 6,000. 6,500. 6,500. 7,000. 7,500. 7,500. 8,000. 8,500. 8,500. 85, 9,000, 9,500, $9,500. What do you go, 9,500? $9,500. I've got $9,000 offered at 9,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $9,000 buys number 13. 13 the buyer. 180. 3 pieces of the Here family armorial export porcelain. 2 covered dishes and a sauce boat. The 2 covered dishes are Tahir family armorial porcelain. The sauce boat has somebody else's family coat of arms on it. And I've got $400 to open and $450 we go.
500.
500, 550. 550 is here in the book and 600. 600, 650 is here in the book. And you're going to be 700. 650 has been 7. We go $700. Anybody else for 700? 6.5 has been 7. We go $700. Anybody else like it for 700? Fair warning, 700, 650, and 700. $650. Selling to the order bid at bid card 545. 545. Next lot, 181. Homer Dodge Martin. A rosy landscape, oil on canvas, signed H.D. Martin, 24 by 36, and $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 should be $1,000. Should be hands in the air at $1,000. $500 to start it. 5 gonna be 5. We gotta be 500. $300. My goodness, $300 for Homer Dodge Martin. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Gotta be 3. We're gonna go 300. 200. 200. Any interest in this painting at all? 200. $100 is where? I think we're passing, yeah. Passing that lot. 182, 1810, Massachusetts Hepplewhite card table with oval inlays, nice pencil point legs, and $300 quick for it. 300 for each of the ends, and they're at 300. $300 for a period card table. Anybody like to be in for three? Gotta be three. Would go $200 to start it. 200, $100.
150.
150, 175. 150's bid, 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? 150's bid, 175. 175 now, 200. $200. Would you go 200?
200.
200 now, 225. 225, gotta be 225. 200's bid, 225. 225, 2.5. 2.5.
250.
250, 275. 275, you're gonna be 275, 250, 275. $250, your weighing number,
933.
933. 183, 18th century Russian icon, St. George slaying the dragon. This has provenance of Sotheby's, New York. It is in magnificent condition. Bidding starts at $2,000 and $2,250. What do you go? 2,000 bid and $2,250. What do you go? 2,250. Anybody like to be for 2,250 and 2,500? 2,500's here in the book now. 2,750. 2,500's bid to 2,750. Going to be 2,750. Anybody else for 2,750? 2,500's bid to 2,750.
Yep.
2,750. 3,000 is here in the book. Back to you for 3,250. 3,250. You're bidding 3,250. I got 3,000 bid, 3,250. Anybody like to be for 3,250? I have $3,000 offered at 3,250. Any interest at $3,250? I've got 3,000 bid, 3,250. Fair warning. 3,000, 3,250. Once, twice. $3,000 buys. Number 438. The buyer 438. 184. The Four Saints, 19th century Russian icon, and $500 down low for it. $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? You gotta be three. Would you go 300? $200 for it.
250.
250 and 275. 250 and 275. Anybody like to go 275? Now 300. $300. You're gonna be 300. 300, 350. Back to you, Barbara, for 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. Now 400.
400.
400 now 450. 400 and 450, Barb. 450 now 500.
500.
500 now 550. 500 and 550 now 600. 600. 5.5 has bid in 6. Would go $600. Anybody else for 6? $550. Barb, number 7. Buyer 7. 185. Early 19th century Russian icon, Sotheby's provenance. Let's see. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 to start it. $500 and get this one going. 500, 300, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? Russian icon for $200. Anybody like for $100? 100's bid, 1.25. 100's bid, 1.25. Maybe 125. Now 150. Back to you for 150. 1.25's bid, 1.5.
150.
150, 175. 150's bid, 175. You're gonna be 175 now. 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175. 200 now. 2.25. 2.25. You're bidding 225. 225. Fair warning. 200 and 2.25. Once, twice. $200. That's a gift. Number
1075.
1075. Thank you. 1075. 186.
Is that 1075?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
And a Hudson Valley shoe-footed blanket chest in original green paint. No excuses. Missing the lid of the till. That's as bad as it gets. A terrific Hudson Valley blanket box. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. 300's bid to 350. What do you go? 300's bid to 3.5. You're gonna be 3.5. We go 3.5. 3.5 and 400. 400 and 4.5. 400's bid to 450. Now 500. 500 and 550. 500's bid and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else like it for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. I've got 500 here in the book. 550. What do you go? Anybody like it for 550? 500 and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice. $500 buys. Number 15, the buyer. 15. 187. C.P. Ream. Carduchius P. Ream, 1837 and 1917. This came out of a William Doyle sale in 1987. also from the New York department. The bidding on this has to start at $550 and $600. What do you go?
1,300.
1,300.
14.
14. Now 1,500.
15 then.
15. 1,600. $1,600. Bidding 16.
16.
16 and 1,700. 16 is bid, $1,700, 17 on Dan. 1,800, one of you.
18.
18, 1,900, Dan. Get it back at 19, now 2,000.
2,000.
2,000, 2,250. 2,250, Dan. 2,250, 2,000 bid and 2,250. Anybody else for 2,250? 22,000 bid and 2,250. $2,000 buys, number
1077.
1077. 1077. 188 scroll base American pier table, New York City, 1830. Repaired marble, but it's the best marble. A very meeksy looking base. And somebody give me about, I should think it's still worth $1,000. 1,000 where? Anybody like me for 1,000? $500 to start it. 500. $300 for it.
350.
I'm sorry?
350.
350 and 400. 350's been before, gonna be forward, we go $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 3.5 has been before, gonna be forward, we go $400. Anybody like to be for 4, 3.5 and 400? Fair warning. 350 and 400. Once, twice, down it goes. $350 your weight number.
941.
941. 189. Bronze on a Nubian horseman sign. Degarish. Salon de Beaux Arts, and $500 quick for it. 500. What is it?
$800.
800. Now 850. 800's bid and 850. Would you
Yep.
like 850? Now 900.
900.
900, 950. 900's bid and 950. Would you go $950? Anybody else for 950? I've got $900 offered at 950. $900 is gone. It's gone. Number
1078.
1078. 190. Leon Giuseppe Buono, a view in Venice, probably. Lovely, lovely painting. Has one of those real Madison Avenue frames on it. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 to start it. 3 got me 3. What do you go? 300. $200 to get it going. 250 and 300. 250 and 275. Anybody with 275 now? $300 gonna be 3. What do you go? 300. 275 is bid at 300, now 350. 350 now 400. 350 is bid at 400. 350 is offered at $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 3.5 and 400. $350. Your weigh number?
4370.
4370. 4370. 191. Johnny, feeling in good voice? Good. Okay. Another 10 lots or so. Early 19th century 2-panel pier mirror, shown right there. Beautiful condition. Beautiful condition throughout. Nice large size. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500 and get it going. 555 is going to be 500. 300. 300. $200 for it.
250.
250. 275.
275 as well.
275 now 300. 300. When you go 300, 275, and $300. Anybody else? 300 now 350.
350.
350 now 400. 350.
400 as well.
400 now 450. 400 is bid at 450.
450.
450 now 500. 450 is bid at 500. Would you go $500? Going to be $500. Anybody else for 500?
500.
500 now 550. 500 is bid at 550. You go $550. Anybody else like it for 550? I've got $500 offered at 550.
550.
550 and now 600. 550 is bid at 6, but you go $600.
600.
600 now 650. 600 is bid at 650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for 650? I've got 600 and 650.
650.
650 now 700. $700.
700.
700 now 750. 700 is bid at 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else for 750? 700 and 750. Once, twice. Out it goes. $700. Your weight number?
941.
941. Weight-driven Biedermeier wall clock with an inlay case. This was purchased, I think, at either Doyle's or one of the major New York auction houses. This is also from the New York department. And $500 for it. Beautiful clock. 500, 300,
400.
400, 450. 400 is bid at 450, would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 400 is bid at 450, would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? I've got $400 only offered and 450. Wow. $400 away, number
1080.
1080. 193. American gateway table, 43 inches long, 27 inches tall, 52 and a half open, 17 and a half closed. A beautiful 18th century American gateway table, and $500 quick for it. $500. Anybody like to be for 5? If we might get to be 500, $300 to start it. $300, $200 and go. $200. Any interest in the table? 200. Thank you. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 275, 275, 250 bid, 275. Anyone else for 275? $250 for bid, 275, 250, and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice, $250. Number 37, the buyer, 37. What a real antique there. Next item, 194. John Rogers Group taking the oath and drawing rations, and $300 quick for it. $300, $200 for the John Rogers Group. Anybody like to move for $100 as well? 150, 175. 150 bid, 175. Anybody like to move for 175? 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. You're going to be 175. Anybody like 175? $150 away goes number
1082.
1082. 195. American School Portrait of a Severe Young Man. He looks like he means business, this guy. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to meet for 1,000? $500 and start it. $300 and set it in.
250?
250.
275.
275 now. 300. $300. You gotta be 3. What do you go? $300. Anybody like for 300? 275. 300 now. 350. 350 now. 400. 350 is bid. $400. Gonna be 4. What do you go? 400 now. 450.
450.
450 now. 500. 450 is bid at 500. 450 is bid at 5. You gotta be 5. We gotta be $500. Anybody like for 500? 4 and a half and 500. 500 and 550. 500 is bid.
550.
550 now. 600. 600. 650.
650.
650. 700. 700. 650 is bid at $700. Anybody else for 700? Fair warning. 650 and 700. Down it goes. $650.
1083.
1083, 1083, 196. This is a Fittler. He was a New York artist. This is beautifully rendered watercolor. 1857 to 1915 are his birth and death dates. Summer landscape with a house, and we actually named it because it's a summer landscape with a house. Someone give me about 300 for it. $200 to start it. $200. Anybody like to be for 2? Gotta be 2. Would you go 200? $100.
150.
150. 175. Very well regarded. I think a National Academy artist. I've got 150 bid, 175. Anybody like to be for 175? 150 is bid at 175. Fair warning. 150 and 175. There it goes. $150. Your way number.
1084.
1084. 1084. 197. American Inlaid Mahogany Secretary, Massachusetts, with a bookcase top. Everything is right about it. Lovely, lovely piece of furniture, and $1,000 worth for it. 1,000. $500. 500 and 550. 500 is bid at 550. We go $550. 550. 550. 600. 650. 650. Don't get spoiled. 650. 600 is 650. You gotta be 650, 700. $700. Would you go 700? 650 is bid at 7. It's gotta be 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else for 700? 650 is bid at 7. 700, 750, 750, 800. $800. You gotta be 800. 7.5 is bid at 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 8? Once, twice. $750. Number 37, the buyer 37. 198, 19th century mountain stream, unsigned, oil on canvas. Looks like it might be a western landscape. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Gonna be three, we're gonna go $200 to start. $200.
200.
Thank you, 225. 200's been 225, John? 200's been 225, gonna be 225, would you go 225? 200's been 225, would you go 225? Anybody like it for 225? $200, your right number? 966. 966. 199. English soft base creamware, pierced work basket with underplate. And $100 quick for it. $100 should be $100. Anybody like me for $100 for creamware? 100's bid, 125. 100's bid, I got you for 125. 100, 125, 125. Anybody like me for 125? 100's bid, 125. 100, 125. $100 buys on the 13. 13 the buyer, 200. Windsor sackback armchair. The first of the Windsors we have. This one with nice bulbous turnings on the spindles. And I should think $500 for it. Anybody like to be for 5, 3, 2, 200, 225, 2.5.
250.
250's here in the book. You've got to be 275. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. Now 400. $400 gonna be four. Gonna be four. We go $400. Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 400. $350. Buys your number, please. Your number?
Yeah.
25. Lot 201. Pierce tin pie safe from the Deaf and Dumb Asylum in Columbus, Ohio. Each panel is stamped D&D Asylum. Mid-19th century. Probably not politically correct. But it may be. Someone give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be for 1,000? 500? 300's bid and 350. What do you go? 300's bid and 350 and 400. $400 gonna be four. We go $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 3.5 has been four. Gonna be four. We go $400. Anybody like me for 400? I have only $350 and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $350. Thomas. Number 32. The buyer 32. 201. American School Portrait of a Woman with puppy sleeves. And $500 for her. 500. $300 to start her off. Anybody like me for three?
350.
Three what? 350 and 400. 350, 400, 450. 400 has been 450, 450, 500, 500, 550. 500 is on Josh. 550, now 600. 600, 600, 650. 650, we go 650, 600, 650, 700. 700, 750. 750 Barb. 750, 800. 800 on Josh. 850. 850, 900. 900 on John. 950. 950, what do you go 950? Now 1000. 1000. 950 is on Barbara. 1000 down, 1000, 1100. 1100, one of you. 1100, 1200. 1200. 1100's been 12, gonna be 12, we're gonna go 1200, now 1300. 1300, back to you, Barbara. 1400. $1,400 gonna be 14, yes? 1400. 1300's been $1,400. Anybody else for 1400? I've got 13
Yes.
on Barbara. 1400 on Abby. 1500 now. 15, 1600. Back to you for 16. 15 is bid. 16 now 1700. $1,700. You've got to be 17 now. 1800. $1,800 in bidding 18. 1800.
No,
I have
18.
17 bid. 1800.
Okay.
Down it goes, $1,700 to 515. 515. A pair of brass flame finial faceted top andirons, also known, this model was always known as the Paul Revere because he made this model. These are Boston, about 1760 old, and really terrific. How much for them? Somebody give me $1,000? $500 on these andirons. Anybody like to be in for five? Gonna be probably go 500. $300 to start them. Anybody like them for three? Gotta be 300. 200. $200. Anybody like them for 200? 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 200 bidding 2 1/4, you're gonna be 2 1/2, but you go 2 1/2. You gotta be 2 1/2, but you go 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now 300. 300, what do you go 300, Dan? 300 now 350, Ken. 350, you're bidding 350. You've got 350 now 400. 400, Dan. $400 400 is on the internet. 450, one of you. 450 is on Ken. 450, 500. 500 now 550. 550, you're bidding 550. 550 now 600. 600, I have 550 on Ken. 600 now 650. 650, Ken. 650 now 700. $700, you're bidding 700. 6 1/2 is bidding 7. You gotta be 7. When you go 700, 650 is on Ken. 700. Fair warning. $650, number 501, the buyer. 501. You here, John?
Yes, I am.
It's terrific. Okay, so I'm going to sell one more lot and then turn it over to John for a little while. 3 canary yellow child's mugs and 2 motto plates. Sweet as can be. One says, remember me, forget me not. I think the canary yellow mugs will have a transfer of some sort on them. And I've got 300 to open and 3 1/2. Got to be 3 1/2. What do you go 3 1/2? 300, 3 1/2 and 400. And you've got to be 4 1/2. 400 is bid 450. What do you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 400 is bid 450. 450. 500. Now you're going to be 550. 500 is bid 550. What do you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 and 550. Fair warning. 500 and 550. $500 buys number bid card number 15. 15 the buyer. And here's John.
Okay, thanks a lot. All right, we're going to be moving on to lot 204. Just get this. Bear with me for just a moment. $204, the pastel on paper, attributed to William Partridge Berkey. And how much for it? $1,000 to open it up. 500 can go. Anybody interested at 500 to open it? 300 to get it on the road. 300, $200 is where. Anybody interested at 200? Excuse me. 250. 250 and 300 now. 250 bidding 3. 250 and $300. 275 rather. 250 bidding 275. Anybody like to go 275? Looking for 275. Any advances from 250 to 275? Looking for $275. Fair warning of 275 once, twice. $250 buys in the number.
1090.
1090. 205 cherry slant lid desk with French feet and inlay. Kind of nice. Beautiful inlay on the apron and a couple of thousand for it. $1,000 to open it up. $1,000 is where. Anybody interested in 1,000? You could open it up for 500 then. 500 to get it on the road. Anybody interested in 500? $300 to start the bidding. Wonderful slant lid desk. $300 to open it up. $200 to get the bidding going.
Sure.
$200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now. Let's go 275. Looking for 275. Anyone want to go 275? I have 250. Looking for $275.
275.
275 and 300. Still under the money. And 300. Would you go 300? 300. Yes. 300 and 350 now. 350. Would you go 350? 350. Anybody want to go 350? Any advances to 350? Anybody want to go 350? 300 and 350 once, twice.
350.
350 now. 400. 400. Would you go 400? $400. Any advances to $400? I have 350 and 400. 350 bidding 400 once, twice. $250 buys in front.
4370.
4370. Lot 206. Charles T. Fallon, study of sheep. It's right up here in the front of the podium. And how much for it? A couple of $100? $200 to start the bidding? 450 and 500 now. 450 and 500. 450 bidding 500. Would you go 500? Anybody want to go 500? I have 450 and 500. 450 and 500. Looking for $500. I have 450 bidding for $500. Anybody interested in $500? 450 and 5 once, twice. 450 buys. Number
936.
936. And a collection of country accessories. 5 things: stonework rock, the scraper, the redware, the brass kettle, the early flask, all together, one money. $500 for it. $300. $200 is where, anybody interested in $200?
I have 150.
I have 150 now and 175. 150 and 175, would you go 175? 175 and 200, would you go 200, either with 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275 now. 275, 275, would you go 275? Anybody interested in 275? 250 bidding $275. Anybody like to go 275? Once, twice, 250 buys, number?
44.
44, fire 44. 18th century American Pepper White reed-leg wingback chair. And how much for it? $500 to open it up, $500 to go. 6 I have it, 650, 6 and 650. $600 bidding 650. Anybody want to go 650? Any advances to 650 and 700 now? 700 to go 700 and 750. 750 on the Pepper White chair, 750, $800 now. $800, would you go 800?
Yes.
$800, yes. 850 calls you back. 850, would you go 850? 850, I have 850 behind you. You have to be 900. You have to be 900. 900 and 950 now.
950.
950, you have to be $1,000 in money. $1,000, 1,000 I have, 1,100. 1,100 now. 1,112. 11 and 12 now. Would you go 12? 12. 12 and 13. 13 now. Would you go 13? 13, I have 12 bidding 13. Anybody want to go 13? You're all out of 13. Once, twice, $1,200 buys.
945.
945 is the buyer. 945.
1,200.
Correct. 208A. 5 pieces of original ceramics by Don Carpenter. And a couple of $300 for it. 200, 200, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half now, 2 and a half, and 275 and $300 now, 300,
Yes.
so 300 and 3 and a half, and 375 and 370, or 400, I'm sorry, 400, 400, 400, yes, and 450 and 500,
Yes.
500 and 550 and 600,
Yes.
and 650 now, 650, would you go
I have
650?
650.
650 and 700, 700, anybody want to go 700, looking for 700, 650, bidding 700, anybody like to go
Yes,
$700, $700 and 750 now. 750, would you go 750, anybody want to go 750? Fair warning, it's $750. $750, is that better? $750. 750, yes. And $800 now. 800, would you go 800? 800, I have 750, bidding 800, 800, and 850. 850 now. 850, looking for $850. Anybody want to go $850?
Yes.
850 and 900. 900 now. $900, would you go 900?
Yes.
900 and 950. 950, would you go 950? Anybody want to go 950? 950, $1,000. $1,000, anybody want to go 1,000 now? Looking for $1,000, you
Yes.
need 1,000 and 1,100 now. 1,100, looking for $1,100, 11 and 12. $1,200 now, would you go 1,200? $1,200, would you go 1,200? I have 1,100, bidding 1,200. Anybody like to go $1,200? Fair warning, 1,200 once, twice, $1,100 buys, and the number?
1093.
1093. 209. Pair of circa 1840 old Paris porcelain, scenic landscapes, a foot tall, and a couple $100 for them. $100 as well. $100 to start the bidding. Anybody interested at $150 to get it going? 50, 60, 70, 70, and $80 now, and $80. Would you go $80? 80, you got to be 90 now. You got to be 90 back there. You got to be 90, $100, 1 and a quarter.
100.
For 100, for 1 and a quarter now. So 125. 125, I have $100 in front, looking for 125.
Yep.
125, 150, 150, 175. 175 now. Would you go 175? 175 now. $200. $200. 200. Would you go 200? 200. 200 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter now. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half? 2 and a half. 2 and a half. I have 225. Maybe 250. Anybody like to go $250? Fair warning. Last call. $250 once. $250 twice. 225 buys in the back of the room, number 541. 541.
541 or 514?
Oh, wait, what was that number again? I'm sorry.
541.
Yeah, 514.
514, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for catching that.
Yep.
Lot 210, Lake George, oil on canvas, nicely executed in Leganer. And how much for it? A couple of $1,000, 2,000, I have 800 and 850. 800 and 850, would you go 850 and 8 minutes from 800 to 850, would you go 850, 850 and 900 now. 900, would you go 900, 900 and $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, you go 1,000, excuse me?
950?
You're 950. $1,000, $1,000 and 1,100. 1,100, would you go 1,100, 1,100, 11 and 12 now. 12, would you go $1,200? Looking for 1,200. Anybody 12 and 13? 12 and 13, would you go 13? Anybody want to go 13? 13, 14. $1,400 now. Would you go $1,400? Anybody want to go 14? 14 and 15. $1,500 now. Looking for 15 and 15 and 16. $1,600. 16 looking for 16. Anybody want to go 16 and 17? $1,700. 17 and 17. 17 yes. And $1,800. $1,800 now. 18 and 19. $1,900. 19 and 2,000. Even money. 2,000. Would you go 2,000? $2,000. 2,000 and 2,250 now. 2,250. 2,250 and 2,500. And 2,500. 2,500 now. 2,250 bidding 2,500. Anybody want to go 2,500? Looking for $2,500. Once. Twice. 2,250 buys. Number
1095.
1095. 1095 is the buyer. The Kirk Baltimore Sterling Silver the brick rosé border, lot 211, and $300 for it. $200. I have 200 and 2.25.
Yes.
2.25 and 2.5 now. 2.5 and 275. 275 and 300. 300 now. 300. Would you go 300? Look for 300. Anybody want to go 300? I have 275 and 300. Anybody like to go $300? $300. Fair warning. 300. 300 once. Twice. 275 buys.
1026.
1026. Lot 212. The 6 arms of Dutch brass 18th century chandelier. It's been electrified. It's got a long chain, 23-inch diameter, and a couple of $1,000 for it. $2,000. Pardon?
500, sir.
I have 500 to open it, and 550. Would you go? 500 and 550.
550?
550 and 600. 600, you gotta be 600 in the back. 600, you gotta be 600. 650 now. 650, anybody wanna go 650? I have 600 in the back, they're looking for 650 and 700. 700 now. $700, looking for 700 and 750. 750, would you go 750? 750 and 800. 800 now, would you go $800, looking for 800? $800 and 850. 850 now, would you go 850? 850? 850 and 900. 900 now, would you go $900? $900 on the phone, and you're out at 900. Any interest at $900? 850 bidding 9 once.
I have 900
900 I have.
and I have 950.
And I have 950. Would you like to jump in at $1,000? It's a nice round number. $1,000. Would you go $1,000?
I would.
I have $1,000 and 1,100. 1,100. Any interest at 1,100? Fair warning, $1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor, getting $1,100, and $1,000 buys it. Your number? 22. 22 is the buyer. Lot 213, paint decorated circa 1810 New York blanket chest. Kind of nice, and how much for it? $800? $500 to start bidding?
275.
275 and 3. 275 and 3.
I have 550.
I have 550, you gotta be 600 then. You gotta be 600. You gotta be 600. Anybody wanna go 600? I have 550, bidding 600, 600 and 650. 650 now. Would you go 650? 650, looking for 650. 650 behind you, Russ. $700. $700 to you. 700, would you go 700? $700. Looking for 700. I have 650 behind you and $700 once. $700 twice. $650 buys. Your number, Josh?
550.
550. 550 is the buyer. So 214, the 18 tube candle mold. It's a pewter with a wooden frame. Kind of nice. And how much for it? $1,000 to open it up?
550.
I have 550 and 600. 600 and 650. 650 and 700. 750 now. 750. 750. We should go 750 on the phone and $800 now. And 850. 850. 850. Looking for 850. Anybody want to go 850? Any advance? It's 850. I have 850 and 900. 950. 950 now. 950. 950. Anybody want to go $950? I have 900 on the floor, looking for $950. Fair warning.
Yes.
At 950 and $1,000. $1,000, you made it this far, $1,000. Looking for $1,000, anybody want to go 1,000? Fair warning, $1,000 once, twice, 950 buys,
1098,
excuse me,
1098.
1098. Selling lot 215, the Country Hefaway Cherry One Drawer Stand. It's in its original finish, 27 inches high, 17 wide. Nice little stand there for you, and $500 for it. $200 to start the bidding.
200?
200 out of 250 and 3, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 270, 250, 275, 300,
300?
300, and 3 and a half, and 400 now,
400?
and 4 and a half, and 4 and a half, and 450, 450, 500, and 550. 500 bidding 550, would you go 550? Looking for 550, anybody want to go 550? That's 500 bidding 550, anybody want to go 550? You're all out of 550. 550 once, twice, $500 buys,
4314.
4314. The American School Portrait, a gentleman with the newspaper, initial GM Newberg, and nicely done there. It's initial GM on the back, and 500 for it. $500 and go.
200.
I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. 200 bidding 225. Anybody want to go 225? 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 2 and a half and 2 and a half now. 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter bidding 2 and a half. Anybody want to go 2 and a half and 275? 275. Would you go 275? 275 and 300. 300 now. For 300 and 350. 350. Would you go 350? 350. Looking for 350 and 400 now. 400. Would you go 400 and 450? 450, would you go 450, looking for 450, 450 and 500. 500 now, would you like to go 500 and 550? 550 now. $550 and 600. And 600 now. 600, would you go 600? $600, looking for $600. I have 550 bidding 600, and would you like to go 600? Fair warning at 600. 600 once, twice. With the hammer, 600 and 650, would you go 650 now? I have 600, looking for 650. Anybody want to go $650? $650 once, twice, $600. Buys down in front?
987.
987. Selling lot 217, a 19th century English parcel gilt and mahogany mirror with nautilus shells. Kind of nice, and $1,000 for it. $1,000 is where? $500 to start the bidding. Anybody interested in 500? We'll open it for 500. $500 to go. $300 to start it off. $300. Anybody interested in $300 on this nice mirror here? Looking for $300. $200 to start the bidding. $200.
250?
250 and 275 now. 250 and 275. 250 bidding 275. Anybody want to go 275? Looking for 275. 250 and 275. Anybody 275 and 300. 300 now, would you go 300? Looking for 300, would you go 300? $300, I have 275 bidding 3, 275 bidding 3, $275 bidding $300. $300 once? $300, looking for $300. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 300, well, I have 300. 300, I have 275, looking for $300. Fair warning, $300?
300.
300 now, 350,
350.
and 400, and 400 now, would you go 400? 350 and 400, would you go 400? Looking for 400, anybody want to go 400? 400, fair warning at $400, I have 350 bidding $400, 350 buys,
Thank you. 3952.
3952. So I'm at 218, Lakeside, signed Nina M. It's an American School, primitive oil and panel. Nicely executed, and how much for it? $1,000 to open it up?
250.
250 I have, and 275. 250 and 275, 275 and 275 and 300 now. $300, would you go 300? 275, I have 300 and 350. 300 and 350 and 400 now.
400?
And 450. 450 now, would you go 450? 450, I have 400 bidding 450, would you like to go 450? $450, anybody want to go 450? I have 400 and 450 once. 400 and 450 twice. $400 buys.
4335.
4335?
Yes.
Right. Okay, lot 219 is 18 drawer apothecary chest with original labels. Great pieces of furniture, really handy, wonderful thing, and a couple of thousand for it, $2,000.
900.
I have 900,
And
950, and $1,000 now, and 1,100. And 1,100, would you go 1,100? Anybody want to go to 1,100? Are you bidding 1,100? I have in the back, you have to be 1,200 now. 1,200 over here, 1,200 over here, 13 now, 13,
I have 13.
and 14. On the phones, either one of you, 14 and 15 now. 15, would you go 15? 15, yes. And 1,600 now. 1,600, anybody want to go 1,600? I have 1,600 in the back, and 1,700. 1,700, 1,700, 1,700, anybody want to go 1,700? I have 1,600 in the back of the room for $1,700. Fair warning at 1,700. $1,600. Five in the back of the room, number 523. 523. Lot 220, 19th century double lemon top and orange, with the tongs and the poker and all that together to go $1 million. 500 for it, for all the fire utensils, looking for $500 to open it up. $500, $300, $200 to start the bidding. $200, winter is coming. $200. Anybody interested in $200? $100 on the hoop. 100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4 in the advances from 100 to 125, looking for $125. I have $100 in the back of the room for 125. 125, fair warning at 125. $100 is number 514. 514. All right, 221, large folio. This is Boston, after J.W. Hill, 1857. Over here, okay.
Terrific view.
A terrific view, and 1,500 for it. $1,000 to start the bidding. $1,000. 250 and 275. 250 and 275. 275 now. Would you go 275? 275 and $300 now. 300. I have 300 on the phone, and you got to be 350. You got to be 350. Anybody want to go 350? 350 and 400 now. 400. Would you go 400? Looking for 400. 400 and 450. And 450 now. Would you go 450? Looking for 450. 450, 450 and 500 now. 500 calls you back at 500. Would you go 500 and 550? 550 now. Would you go 550? Anybody want to go 550? Looking for 550? 550, 600 now. 600 back at you at $600. Anybody want to go 600 and 650? 650 now. Would you go 650 and 700? And 700 now. 700, 700 and 750. 750 now. Would you go 750? Anybody want to go 750? Would you go 750 and $800? Calls you back again at 800. Would you go 800? 800 and 850. 850 now. Would you go 850? Looking for 850. Anybody want to go 850? At $800, 850 and $900. $900 to the back of the room. 900 and 950. 950 now. Would you go 950? Would you like to go 950? Anybody want to go 950? $1,000 even money. $1,000. You made it this far. $1,000. 1,100. 1,100 now. Would you go $1,100? And for $1,100. Anybody want to go 1,100? 11 and 12. And 12 now. $1,200 to the back of the room. 13. 13. Would you go 13? Looking for 13. Would you like to go 13? $1,300. I have 1,200 in the back of the room. Looking for $1,300. Fair one at 1,300. 1,300 once, twice. $1,200 buys. Number 531. 531. Moving right along. We're now on lot 222. The Hudson Valley duck-footed chair. 41 inches tall, 21 wide, kind of a nice chair. 500 for it, for the duck-footed chair. 500, 500, 300, 300,
225.
225, and 250, and 275, 275 and 300, and then you got to be 350 now. You got to be 400, I got it, you got to be 450. 450, you got to be $500 now. For $500, anybody want to go
500 also?
500 and 550.
550.
So I have 600 now. 600 then. 600, you go 100 and 650. 650, anybody want to go 650? 650, I have 600 bidding, $650. Looking for $650 on the Hudson Valley duck-footed chair. Looking for $650. Anybody like to go 650? I have 600 bidding, 650. Fair warning at 650 once, twice, $600 buys.
3808.
3808. 223, 5 early dolls, and the doll trunk. The tallest is 14 inches tall. Kind of a nice collection of things there. And how much for that?
I have 700.
850, 850, it'd be 900 then. You gotta be 900. Anybody want to go 900?
900 now.
900 and 950. And 950, would you go 950? 950, would you like to go 950? Anybody want to go 950? Look for 950, I have 900. 950 and $1,000, even money. $1,000? $1,000. Anybody want to go $1,000? Any advance from 950 to $1,000? $1,000, fair warning, once, twice. 55.
1103.
1103. Lot 224, the Nathaniel Clark Jr. stoneware jugs, one with blue decoration, one with a base chip. It does have a chip on it, so be aware of that. And a couple of 400 for it, 300, $200 to start the bidding. $200 is what I have. $100, one and a quarter now. 100 and one and a quarter. Would you go one and a quarter? Anybody want to go 125? 100 and 125. Anybody want to go 125? Any advances from 100 to 125 or one bid will buy it? 100 to 125. Fair warning. 125 and 150. Calls you 150. Would you go 150? At 125, live on the floor, looking for $150. Live on the floor, bought it. Number 22.
How much?
22. 125. Buyer number 22. Edmund Darsh Lewis, the watercolor of the surf, 225, dated 1881. Question mark there. And $600 for a watercolor. It's either 81 or 87. So, but it's 19th century watercolor. So, 500 for it. $500 to go. $300 to start the bidding. $300. Anybody want to go 300? $300 to go. $200 to start it.
150.
I have 150 and 175, 150 and 175 and 200 now.
200.
200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. And 2 and a half now. Would you go 2 and a half? 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on the floor. You gotta be 275. You gotta be 300, sir. You gotta be 350 now. You gotta be 350. 350. I have 300 on the floor. I'm looking for $350. $350. $350 and 400. $400 now. $400. I would like to sell it to you. $400. 400. 450. 450. Would you go 450? $400 buys. And the number, sir? 16. 16. The miniature 19th century mahogany slant lid desk. It was in the back of the cabinet back there. Really, bidding starts at 800. You got to be 850. 850 now. Anybody want to go 850? I have 800. Looking for $850. $850. Just a wonderful, wonderful little thing there. $850. Beautifully executed. 800 and 850. Looking for 850. Anybody want to go $850? Any advances from 800 to 850? 850. I have 800 bidding. $850. Fair warning once. 850 twice. $800 buys, and the number is 15. 15 is the buyer. 227. Circa 1825 chrome yellow stencil decorated washstand. A nice country item there, and 500 for it. $300 to start the bidding on the country washstand. 300, 200 go.
150.
I have 150, 175.
Yep.
175 and 200 and 200. I have 175 bidding 2. Anybody want to go 2? I have $200. Anybody want to go $200? I have 175 bidding $200. Anybody like to go 200? 175 buys this way. Number 42. All right, the collection of glass bottles here, the 3 small olive blown glass bottles, and the little vest flask is kind of a neat thing. 300 for the bottles.
I have 750.
I have 750, 750 and 800 now. 750 and $800. 800 and 850. 850. 850. That'd be 900 over here. 900, 900, 950. 950. Would you like to go 950? Anybody want to go 950? I have 900 on the floor, looking for $950 on the bottles, for 950. I have 900, 950, and $1,000 even money. 1,000 now. Would you like to go $1,000? What if I said 1,000? 1,000. Anybody want to go 1,000? No, 1,000 at $1,000. I have 950 bidding $1,000 once, $1,000 twice. 950 buys.
4313.
4313. All right, we are on lot 229 now. And on the two pint bottles attributed to Keene, New Hampshire. And how much for them? 500 to open them up?
550.
I have 550 now and 600. 600, 600, and 650. 650, would you go 650? I have 600, 650, and 700, and 750. 750 now, 750, would you go 750? Anybody want to go 750? I have 700, bidding $750. Fair warning, $750. I have 700, bidding $750. Fair warning, $750 once. $750 twice. $700 buys. Number 42. All right, okay, 230. I don't have a picture here.
No picture, no. It's a blown glass mustard bottle. It says U.S. Navy mustard on the side of it. It's a panel. It's a panel box.
Okay, cool. If you don't have a mustard bottle, this is your chance. $100 for it, $50 to start the bidding,
That's beautiful.
$50, anybody interested in $50? I got 20, $30, 20, $30.
Where's the?
Tell me you have a mustard bottle at home. $30, anybody want to go $30? $30 and $40 now?
Oh.
You can be 40, you can be 40, I'll take your bid. At 40, I have $30 on the floor, bidding 40, $30 and $40. Bought a mustard bottle. $30 bought it to number 22 is your number, please? Yes, 22. Now selling lot 231, the blown glass.
Probably a reproduction, Jim.
Okay, this is probably a reproduction. It's a blown glass red scroll flask. And kind of nice, and a couple of $100 for it. $200 is where? 200. I have 150 and 175 now. 175. 175. Anybody want to go 175? I have 150 to 175. Anybody want to go 175? 175. Any advances to 175? 150 buys to number 439. 439. 232. 3 early bottles, 2 Stiegel type enamel decorated, and a Dutcher German decanter. All 3 of those together go 118. And we'll say $300 for them, $300 for that collection, $200 then, $200, $100 as well. I have 100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, and 1 1/2 now. 1 1/2, I have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Would you like to do 1 1/2? And the advances to 150. I have 150, 150, 175.
Yep.
200 now. And 200, would you go 200? $200, would you like to go 200? I have 175, bidding 175, bidding $200. Anybody like to go $200? 175 buys on the floor, number 42. 233, a set of 6 chrome yellow stencil decorated chairs, plank seat, it's got normal wear and tear on it. Nice collection of country chairs. And how much for that? 700? $500 is where? $500 to open it up. Anybody want to go 500? $300 to get the bidding going. Anybody want to go 300?
Yep.
300 and 350 and 400 and 450, 450 and 500, 500 now. 500, 550 and 600 now. 600, would you go 600 and 650 and 650? Yes, and 700 and 700. Would you go 700 and 750? 750. Anybody want to go 750? 700 on the floor. Looking for $750 on the yellow chair. $750 once. $750 twice. $700 buys on the floor. And the number 47 is the buyer. It's 234 Burn Flintshire Wells Staffordshire platter. And 500 for it. 300, $200 to start the bidding.
150?
150, 175, and 200 now, and 200, 175 and 2. 175 bidding $200 from the Staffordshire platter, looking for $200. I have 175 bidding 2. Anybody want to go $200? $200 are that any advances to $200. I have 175 and give 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/2. Anybody want to go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice, 2 1/4 buys. Number 13 is the buyer on the Staffordshire platter. 19th century redware jug with dark glaze, 7 or 8 inches tall, and a couple $100 for it. Kind of a nice jug, a nice decoration. $200 and go. Anybody want to go $200 to open it up? $100 is where? $100, yes. 100 and 1 1/4 now. 100 and 1 1/4. Anybody want to go 1 1/4? I have $100 for 125. Anybody want to go 125? Any advances from 100 to 125?
125?
125 and 150 now. 150 calls you back. 150. Would you like to go 150? Anybody want to go 150? 125 and 150. Fair warning. 150. Once, twice. 125 buys. Number
947.
947. 236 B. What is that? B part of this bidding? Oh, that says, okay, sir. Okay, woodland landscape of the year. It's an oil and canvas, yes. So, initial C.
We haven't identified the artist.
CB, and $1,000 for it. $1,000 on the landscape. 500 to get the bidding going. 500 is where? Anybody want to go 500? $300. $300, $200, 250 and 300 now. 250 and 300. Would you go 300? 250 and 300. 250 bidding 300.
275.
275 and 300 now. 275 and 3. Excuse me, I forgot my increments. 275 bidding 300, 275 and 300, 275 bidding $300. Anybody want to go $300? I have 275 bidding 3 once, twice, 275 buys. Number
934.
934. This is lot 237, the Upper Sacramento River. J.E. Stewart's oil on canvas. He's survived from 1852 to 1941. A nice painting, a couple of $1,000 to open it up. Nice oil on canvas, $2,000. $1,000 is where? $500 to start the bidding. 500 we have 550. 500 and 550. 500 bidding 550. Anybody want to go 550? Looking for 550. Anybody go 550? I have 500 bidding 550. Any advances to 550? I have $500 bidding 550. Looking for $550. One bid will buy it at 550. Anybody want to go 550? 500 and 550 once, twice. $500 buys the number.
1114.
1114.
Yeah.
Gotcha. The chrome yellow half spindle plank seat bench. Nice piece of country furniture. Whoever bought those chairs, you might be interested in this bench if you have a nice little collection going on. And $1,000 for it. $1,000. 500.
I have 650.
I have 650 and 700. 650 bidding 700. Anyone want to go 700? 650 and 700. 650 and $700. Say 708. 700. 750. I'm sorry. 750. 700 and 750. 750 and $800. $800. Would you go $800? For 800 now. 800 and 850 now. 850. Would you go 850? 850 and 900. 900. $900. Would you like to go 900 and 950? 950 now. Would you go 950? 950 and $1,000. Even money. $1,000. $1,000. 1,000 and 1,100. 1,100 now. $1,100. Looking for $1,100. Anybody want to go $1,100? I have $1,000 bidding $1,100. Anybody want to go 1,100? Fair warning at $1,100. Anybody interested in 1,100? 11 now. 1,200. Calls you 1,200. 1,200. Just under the gun. I was ready to drop the hammer. $1,200. Anybody want to go $1,200? $1,200. Any advances at 12? $1,100 buys.
4370.
4370. Selling lot 239, right? 239. 7/8 historical blue 10-inch dinner plates. Fairmount near Philadelphia.
One has a line in it.
One does have a line in it, but
The
it's
others
a,
all appear
the others all appear to be glazed, so I'm told, and wonderful color on them, and $500 to open them up. $500 to go. $300 to start the bidding. Anybody want to go 300? $200 in.
225.
225, 250, 275 now. 275. 275 and 300 and 350. You have to be 350.
350 there.
350 and $400. $400. Anybody want to go $400? 400 now. 400 and 450. 450 now. Would you go 450? Looking for 450. Would you go 450? 400 bidding 450. Anybody want to go 450? Fair warning at $450. I have 400 and 450 once. 450 twice. $400 buys. And the number?
1027.
1027. Lot 240. 5 pieces established on it. The Woodlands near Philadelphia. Woodlands near Philadelphia. The platters, one with it does have a crack, 2 Fairmount plates, both with a little bit of damage, and a cup and a plate by wood. And $200 for them?
350.
350 and 400. 350 and 400 now. 350 and 400.
400,
400 and 450. 450, would you go 450? Anybody want to go 450? I have 400, bidding $450. Anybody want to go 450? $450. Anybody want to go 450? Fair warning at $450. Anybody want to go 450 once? 450 twice. $400 buys. And the number?
1027.
1027. All right, folks, thanks a lot for bearing with me, and for us to get back on the
Nice job, John.
Okay.
John was selling.
Okay, watercolor, Winter in the Country by John Pike. He was a Woodstock artist, lived until 1979. Beautifully rendered watercolor in great condition, and $500 for it. $500, if I were to go $300, and then anybody like to be in for 3, could be $200. 200, thank you.
300?
300, thank you. 350. 300 and 350, would you go $350? Anybody like the 350?
Yes.
300 and 350, now 400.
400?
400 and 450. 400 and 450, bidding 450, 450, now 500, 500, 550. 550, yes.
550, what do you go, $550, anybody else for 550? I got 500, bid and 550, what do you go, $550, anybody like for 550? $500 buys number.
4183.
4183. 242. Cast bronze paperweight and a cast eagle on a marble slab. And $300 for this lot. 300. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Now, I got 1 1/4 behind you. 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. 175, 200.
200.
200, 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2, 2 1/2,
250.
2 1/2, 275, 275 and 300.
300.
300 and 350, 350 and 400. 350's bid, 4, gonna be 4, gonna go $400. Anybody else for 400? I got 3 1/2 bid and 4, gonna be 40 with 400. 350 and 400. $350 buys number 4, divided 4. Next lot. 243, 6 draw side lot dress, 31 inches wide, nice size, 56 inches tall, and a couple $100 quick grab. 300 for it. 3, 2, $100. 200's bid, 2 1/4. 200's bid, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, we go 2 1/2 and 275. 275, we're going 275, now 300.
300.
300, now 350. 350, Barb, get it back at 350. What do you go, $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. 300 and 350. Down it goes. $300 your weight number.
4370.
4370. 244. Oil and canvas, California Rentita by Darwin Duncan. And somebody give me about 300 for it.
I have 250.
250 bid, 3, gonna be 3, we'll go 275. 250's bid and 275, gonna be 275. Anybody like it, 275? 250 bid and 275. Anybody want to be a bid 275? $250 buys it, number
3099.
3099. All right, 19th century paint decorated tallware fuel container. I like this. Got chickens all over it. Somebody give me a couple $100 for it. $100 for it.
100?
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Gotta be 125.
125?
Quarter, now a half. 1 1/2. Gotta be 1 1/2.
150?
Half. 175.
175.
And now 200. And now $200. You gotta be 2. What do you go? 200. What's
200.
200? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 2 1/4. You gotta be 2 1/4. Fair warning. Once, twice. $200 buys number
4389.
4389. Connecticut tall chest, 18th century tall chest on 6 graduated draws. This has dovetail bracket base and I believe original brass. A beautiful tall chest. And $1,000 worth for it. $1,000. $500
I have
for it.
650.
650 and 700. 700 and 750. 700's bid, 750, gonna be 750, what do you go, $750, anybody else for 750? I've got
750 now.
800, 850, 800's bid,
850.
900, 950, 950, what do you go, $950, 900's bid at 950, fair one, 950, 1000, 1100, 1000's bid, $1,100, what do you go, 1100, fair warning, 1100, I've got 1,000 offered at 1100. $1,000 buys it. Number 17, the buyer, 17. Cherry 9 light glazed door corner cover, original glass in the corner. And then $500 quick for it. Should be hands all over for $500. It is a lovely corner cabinet. All original glass.
400?
400, thank you, and 450, where do you go? 400 I have, and 450, where do you go? $450. Anybody else for 450? 450 and 500. $500, you're gonna be 5, it's gonna be 5, what do you go, $500, 4 1/2 and 5, gonna be $500, anybody like it for 500? 500, 500, 550, 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 600's bid in 650, $600 buys number 25, 25 the buyer, next lot. Addison T. Millar, Silver Mine Valley, oil and board, $500 quick for it. 500, beautiful landscape, wonderful sky. $500, $300.
300.
300, thank you. 350.
350.
400.
400.
450 now. 500. 450's bid. $500. Where do you go? 500. 4 1/2 is bid. 5. You gotta be 5. You gotta be 5. What do you go? $500. Anybody like it for 500? $450. Buys number
3,000.
3,000. 249. 249. Chinese export, including a sugar pot, cream pot, tea caddy, assorted cups and saucers, and $300 for this lot.
500?
500, thank you, and 550, where do you go? 500, 550, where do you go? $550, anybody like for 550, 500, 550, 500, 550, fair warning, 500, 550. Down it goes, $500, buys number
950.
950, 950, next lot. 250, watercolor lake scene by John Pike, not John Pike, John Pike. Woodstock again, very nice. And someone give me about 500 for him, 500, $300 for this one.
300?
Thank you, and 350. 300's bid, and 350, would you go 350, 400, and 450? 450, back to you, John, for 450 and 500, 550. 550, would you go 550, 550, now 600. 550's bid, $600, I'd like it for 600, 5.5 and 6, would you go 600? $550, buys number 538, 538. Okay, 251, Tiger Maple Chippendale chair, American late 18th century, beautiful chair. And $1,000 for it, 500 for it. 500 for the chair in Tiger Maple, 500, 300 bid, and 350, where do you go? 300 bid, and 350 and 400, 400 and 450. 450, you've got to be 450 and 500, 500, 550, 500 bid, and 550, where do you go? $550. Anybody else for 550? $500, number 526, the buyer, 526. 252, 20th century painted Parcheesi board. This from like the 1990s, but a great decorative object, and I've got $100 to open and 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 125? 100, 125, 150 is here, now you've got to be 175. 175, 150's bid, and 175, any advance?
175.
The book is out. 175 selling on the floor at 175. 175. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 200. $175 your way number.
1027.
1027. 253. Oil and panel. Salvador Calachico. This guy was Italian. As you might guess. And he was born in the Lake region up near Lake Como. And he emigrated to England, where he painted, for 35 years he painted in a 19th century style, but he's a 20th century artist, and very highly regarded. I think he's still alive, but he's got to be in his 90s. And the Wanderer and other ships off the island of Flata, and someone give me about $1,000 for it. $300.
600.
600, thank you. 650 is here, and you've got to be 700. 650 is bid, $700.
7.
And 750 is, actually 800 is here, you've got to be 850. 800 is here, 850, what do you go, $850? Anybody like for 850? I've got 800 bid, and 850, what do you go, $850? Anybody like to be in for 850? 800 and 850, once, twice, $800 buys number. Oh, I'm sorry, 31. 31. 254. Oil and panel, Salvador again. The Morning Star of Fuchao. So this is in Oriental Waters. And I've got 400 to open and 450. Where do you go?
450.
450 and 500. You've got to be 550. 500 is here and 550. Where do you go? 550. Anybody else for 550? 500 and 550. 500 and 550.
550 now.
And I've got 6. And you've got to be 650. 600 and 650, would you go $650? You got to be 650. 600 and 650, would you go $650? Would be 650, 600 and 650. Fair warning, 600 and 650. Once, twice. $600. Bid card number 31. 255. Oil on panel again. Good old Salvador. Whaling in Arctic waters. Bidding starts at 350 and 400.
750.
750, I have 800, you've got to be 850.
850 then.
850 and 900. 850 is better than $900, it's gonna be 900, now 950.
950?
And 1000, and 1100,
11.
1200, 1300,
13.
1400. $1,400 is bidding 14, 13 is bidding 14. Anyone else for 1400? Fair warning. $1,300 to the internet number, please.
924.
924 256 19th century Hudson Valley blanket box in original green paint. Over one draw. Pretty nice. Nice, beautiful Cupid's bow apron on that. And $300 quick for it. 300 should be hands in the air at 300. $300, gonna be three, would you go 300? Well, $200 and start it. 200's bidding 225. 200's bidding 225, would you go 225?
225.
225, 2.5, 275 now, 300, one of you, 300, 350. 350, would you go 350? 350 now, 400. $400 gonna be four, would you go 400, 3.5 and four? Are you bidding, Ken?
Yes.
400, 450. 450, 400 is bidding 450, would you go $450? Anyone else for 450, 400 and 450? $400, Kenneth. Number 550, is it?
Yes.
550. 257. Two-door grain painted American cupboard, 64 inches tall, 51 wide, and $300 quick for it.
400?
400 is bidding 450. 400 is bidding 450, would you go $450? Anybody like to go 450? 400.
450?
450 now, 500, 500 now, 550. I have 500 on Ken, 550. 500 is bidding 550, we go 550.
550.
550 now, 600 Ken. $600, you're gonna be 600. 5.5 is offered at 600. Fair warning. $550 your way, number
966.
966. 258. 16 coin silver teaspoons with baskets of flowers, James Mix and other makers, and $300 for this lot. $200 for it.
225.
2.25, 2.5. Anybody want to be up to 2.5? 2.25 is bidding 2.5. Would you go 250? Anybody want 250? 275. 275 now 300. 300 now 350. 350 now 400. 350 is bidding $400. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 400. $350. Jeremiah, number 46, the buyer, 46. 259. 6 coin silver teaspoons with a basket of flowers, 8 3/4 inches long, and $100 for this lot.
250?
250, 275, 300, 300, 300, 275 in the seated in the back, and $300. Anybody like it? Three, gonna be 300 now, 350, 350 now, 400, 400, 350 has been four, gonna be four. Would you go 400? $350 number 46, the buyer, 46. 260, signed L. Yates, New York, continuous arm, raceback, Windsor. And I've got 300 to open and 350, where you go? 300 is bidding 3.5, gonna be 300, 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it? 350 now, 400, now 450. Back to you for 450. I've got 400 bidding, 450, now 500, you're gonna be 550. 550, what do you go, $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 bidding, 550. 550 now. I've got 575. Would you go 600? I'm sorry for that. Sometimes it happens.
I'll do 650.
650, that's better yet. And 700. 650 is bidding $700. Anybody like to be in for 7, 6.5, and 700? $650. Buys number
3808.
3808. Okay. 61. Signed B Green fan back Windsor chair with bulbous legs. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for that chair.
125.
125 and 150. 125 is bidding 150. Would you go $150? Anybody else for 150? 1.25 bidding 1.5. 1.5. 1.25 buys number
3260.
3260.
Yes.
262. 19th century American still life with flowers. I had a number of calls on this. It's a charming painting. How much for it? Bidding starts at 300 and 350. Would you go? 300 is bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody 350? 400. You've got to be 450. You've got to be 450, Martha. 450. Would you go 400? 450. Now 500. Now 550. 550, one of you, you're both out. 550 on Ken. I took it on Ken, 550. Would you go 600, Barbara? 600 to you, Barbara. 600, now 650, Ken. 650, with 650, now 700. 700, Barb. 700, 750. 750, Ken. 750, 800, Barb. 800. 750's been 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? 750 buys. Number 501. 501, the buyer. 4 Taconic baskets, including a 10-inch cheese basket, 2 swing handles, and a friendship, and $300 for this lot. 300, $200.
225.
I have 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, $300, 350, 400. 350's bid at 4, you're gonna be 400, 450, 500. 500, 450's bid at 5, you're gonna be 500, go $500, that's your money, 450 and 500. 450, I sold it, I'm sorry. $450, number 22. 264, 2-drawer dry sink cabinet in old red paint. It's got a 3-board back. It's 51 inches wide, 3 boards comprise the back. And somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500, get it going. I'm gonna be 500, go 500, $200, 400, 450, 500, 500, you're gonna be 500, $500, and 500, 550, 550, 600, $600, you're gonna be 600,
Yes.
600, 650, 700, 700, what do you go 700, 6.5 is bid 700, 750, 750, 750, you're gonna be 7.5, what do you go 750, anybody else for 750, I got 700 on Dan, and
Yes.
750, now 800, 800 Dan, get it back at 800, I've got 750 on Abby, 800, 850, back to you for 850, I've got 800,
Yes.
850, now 900, 900 to you, Dan, 900, 950, 950, 950, yes,
Yes.
950, $1,000, $1,000, Dan, 1,000, 1,100, 1,100, $1,100, you've got the 11, now 1,200, $1,200, what do you go 12, 11's bid and 12, you're gonna be 12, what do you go $1,200, anybody else for 1,200, 11 is bid and 1,200, $1,100, Abby, your way number?
550.
550, 265. American Coin Silver Teapot and Bowl by J.L.W. John Westervelt. He was a Newburgh silversmith in the 1830s, okay? And I've got 300 to open and 350, what do you got?
900.
900, I'm out. 900 and 950, 950, 1000, 1000, 1100, 1200. Back to you for 12, Kenneth. 12 and 1300, 1400. Back to you for 1400. I got 13 bid and 14.
14.
14 and 15 and 1600. 1600, you both out. 1600. I got 1500 seated and $1,600. Anybody like to be in for 16? Fair warning. $1,500 to number one. Number one, the buyer. Well, next item. American Hepplewhite slant lid desk with an inlaid apron and French feet. Beautiful inlay on that. And $1,000 for it. $1,000 for it. $500 to get it going. Five, gonna be $500. Anybody like to be for $500? $300. 300, 350. 300, 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like for 350? 300 is bid 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like to be for 350? 300 and 350. $300. Nice buy. Number
4370.
4370. 267. Fan back Windsor chair with a shaped plank seat and bulbous turned legs. 18th century. $500 good for it. $100 for it.
100.
I have 100 bid, 1 and a quarter. 100's bid, 1 and a quarter, gonna be 125, 125, 150, 150. We go $150, you gotta be 150. I got 1 and a quarter bid, 1 and a half. Anybody else like it for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter is bid, 1 and a half. 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter buys, 510, 510, 268. 268 is oil and canvas autumn landscape by Cecil Chichester. Cecil Chichester, beautifully painted, nicely framed. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. I'll take $200. 250 and 275, 275 now 300.
Yes.
300, 350, 400, 400, 450, 450. Where do you go? 450, 450, 500, 500, 550. 500, 550, we go $550. Anybody else like it for 550, 500, and 550? Fair warning. $500. 32, the buyer 32. Excellent. 269, two cobalt decorated salt glazed crocks with birds. One is Binghamton, has a little spider, and one attributed to White's beautiful chip. And I got 100 open, 1 1/4. Would you go?
150?
150, 175. You're gonna be, actually, I've got 200. You've got to be 2 1/4. 200's been
225 then.
225 and 250. 225 and 250. Would you go $250? Anybody else for 250? I got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number
1046.
1046. Next lot 270. 10 pieces of corn silver and creamy sheep of wheat, basket of flowers, sugar tongs with regular, etc. 9 ounces. And $200 on this lot. $200. $100 for it.
100.
100 1/4, now 1 1/2.
150.
150, 175. Now 200.
200.
200, 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4, we're going to 225. Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. $200 buys. Number
901.
901. 271. 271. China Trade Export Ware, including a lighthouse coffee pot, a helmet-shaped creamer. That, actually, the cream pot has a little line in it. Cups and saucers also that show scattered areas. Yeah, that's what lighthouse coffee pots, fine shape. Somebody give me 300 for it. 200. $100 for it. $100. $50.
50.
50, thank you, and 60. 50 and 60, we go $60. Anybody else for 60? 50's written 60, give me $60. Anybody like for 60? 50 and 60, fair warning. $60. Lighthouse Coffee Pot with Washington Iron on the side. $60. 60, 70. 70, 60 and 70. We're gonna sell it to you for $60. 34. I'm gonna give it away. Might as well give it away to somebody I like. 2 continuous arm Windsor chairs with old repairs. You don't have to worry about getting these fixed because they've already been fixed. How much for them? Somebody give me about 400 for the 2 of them. 400, 200, 200, $100 for 2 continuous arm Windsor. 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175 now. 200, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, gonna be 2 1/4, 2 has been 225. Anybody else for 2 1/4, 2 has been 2 1/4? Seems like nothing. $200, number 34, 273. Watercolor, I like this painting. Beautiful sky, huh? Hodges, 1867, Homestead, signed and dated. Pretty nice little watercolor. Somebody give me 300 for it. $100 for it.
150.
150.
175.
75 now. 200.
200.
Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 200's bidden 2 1/4. Anybody else for 225? 200's bidden 2 1/4. Fair warning. 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bidden 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. You got to be 275. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 300. 350. $300. Number 22. The buyer 22. 274, Catskill Mountain House lot, including the kitten boarded plate, walking stick, little tray with a monolithograph on the bottom of it, and a Catskill Mountain, another Catskill Mountain walking stick, and I've got 200 to open, 2 1/4.
275.
275, I got 300. 300. Anybody like to go 350?
350?
I've got 400. You've got to be 450. 450. Would you go $450?
450?
I've got 500. You've got to be 550. 550. Would you go $550?
550?
I'm out. 550's bid at $600. Anybody like to be in for 600? 5 1/2 is bid and 6. Would you go? $550 buys, and you're $33.77, $275. $275, Russian teapot with the 84 standard touch mark and maker's hall marks. And $300 for it.
300?
300, thank you, 3.25. 3.25, 3.5. 3.5, 3.25 is bid in 3.5. Anybody like to be in for 3.5? 3.25 is bid in 3, and it's gonna be 350. What do you go, $350? Anybody like it for 350? $325 to number 33, the buyer, 33. 276, 2 oil on boards by George Harvey. Signed and titled in Verso, Annisquam Marshes, and the Old Tide Mill in Essex. So these are both Cape Ann paintings, pretty nice. And $300 for this lot, 300. 300 is bid, 350, what do you go? 300 is bid, 350, what do you go, $350, anybody like?
350?
I've got 400, you've got to be 450 now. 400 is bid.
450?
I've got 500, would you go 550? 500 is bid, 550.
550?
I'm out, 500 and 550 is bid, 600. 550 is bid, 6, would you go $600, anybody like it for 600? $550, buys number?
1139.
1139, 277. American 18th century Chippendale chest, 5-drawer chest, Rhode Island or Eastern Connecticut, all chestnuts of woods, lovely chest, good color. And I've got 300 to open and 350.
400?
I've got 400 to open and 450, what do you go? 400 is bid and 450, what do you go, $450, anybody like it for 450? 400 is bid and 450, 450 now 500. 450 is bid and 5, you're gonna be 5, what do you go, $500, anybody like to be in for 500, 4.5 and 500? $450, buys number?
3267.
3267. Thank you. American School, 19th century, fishing by the lake. Trout fishing by the lake. Kind of cool. Lovely little vista there with houses in the distance. And $500 for it. 500. $200.
400.
400 is bid. 450. What do you go? 450 and 500. 450 is bid. 5. You're going to be 5. We're going to be $500. Anybody else like it for 500? 450 and 500. 550. 600. Back to you for 600, 5.5 and 600.
600 then.
600, 650. 650, what do you go, $650? Anybody else like it for 650? $600 away it goes, number?
976.
976. 279. Antique Persian scatter rug, partial end borders, and I've got 150 to open and 175. 150 has been 175.
175.
And now 200, you've got to be 2.25. 2.25.
225.
And I've got 250, what do you go, 275?
275.
I'm out. 275 is in, and 300, what do you go? 275 is in, 3, what do you go, $300? 275 buys, number?
1140.
1140, 280, want 280? Pictorial Pakistani area rug, kind of nice. Somebody give me about a full pile on this. Somebody give me 500 for it. 500 to open. Anybody want to be in for 5? Gonna be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start. $300. Give me 3. Would you go 300? $200 to get it going. $100 is where. Anybody like it for $100? Would you go 100? $100. Gonna be $100. Anybody like this rug for $100? $100. No interest. Well, I don't like it much either. Okay. I guess we'll try it one more time. $50. $50 is bid. 60, 70, 70, 80, $80, $80 gonna be 80. We go $80. Anybody else for 80? $70 buys number 35. The buyer 35. 281. 3 small 20th century Hamadan mats, kind of nice, and $100 is bid, and 1.25 would you go? 100 is bid.
125.
125, 150. You've got to be 175 now. 175 would you go? 175. 150 is in the book, and 175 would you go? 175. Anybody else for 175? And now 200. 175 is bid, and 2 would you go? $200. Anybody like it for 200? 175 buys off to Saratoga, number 33, the buyer, 33, 282. 282, 2 semi-antique Turkish mats. These are kind of nice, and I got $100 to open, and 1.25, where'd you go? 100 bid.
125.
I'd go 1 1/4 ahead of you, would you go 150? 125 has been
150 then?
150 and 175. 150's been 175, would you go 175? Anybody else for 175? 150, 175, $150, your weight number.
954.
954, that's by. Okay, mid-20th century room size Oriental rug, kind of nice. And let's see, $1,000 worth for it. I think it's the one on the bottom here. $1,000, $500 for it. All good pile throughout. $500, $300 to start it. $300 going to be $200. What do you go?
250.
250 now. It's $275. 250's been at $275. What do you go? $275. Anybody else for $275? $250 and $275. $250. Your weighing number?
1141.
1141. 284. Tabriz area rug with animals, birds, and florals. And I've got 300 to open and 350. What do you go?
450.
450. I've got 500.
550 then?
550 is bid and 600. What do you go? 550 is bid and 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else like it for 600? 550 is bid and 600. Fair warning. $550. Your weight number?
1140.
1140. 285. 285 Oriental embroidered panel that is in the frame in the smalls room back in the corner there. And $300 for it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like it?
150?
I got 150 bid and 175.
175.
175 and 200 and 2 1/4.
225.
2 1/2 now. Back to you for 2 1/2. I've got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys number
1142.
1142. 286. 286 is St. George and the Dragon, oil on canvas, shown there over the fireplace. A biblical primitive, and how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, somebody give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? 200. Counting on you. Counting on you, Nancy. $100? What?
175.
175 and 2. 175 and 2. You're going to be 2. Would you go $200? Anyone else? 200 now. 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4. You go 2 1/4.
225.
And now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2?
250.
And now 275. 275. You're bidding 275, 250, and 275. Anyone else for 275, 250, and 275? $250. Your white number?
1027.
1027. I'd like to really personally thank the people who are attending the consoles. Thank you very much. You did a great job today. 287. 287. 287, I think, is next. Come up. There we go. Come on. It's coming. Oh, the Edwardian Chaise Lounge. Cream and gold. Shown in the back of the room there. Comfortable. And you could only talk. Tell me what went on that chaise lounge. So they give me about 300 for it. $200.
225.
What?
225.
225. 250. 2 1/4's bid in 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys number
932.
932. Thank you. 288. Russian icon of Our Lady of Joy to those who something. And $300 for it. So the
300.
Huh?
300.
300. 400, 300, 350. Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? 300 is bidding 3 1/2. Would you go 3 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? 300 is bidding 3 1/2. Would you go 3 1/2? Anybody want to be in for 3 1/2? Fair warning. 300 and 3 1/2. Once, twice. $300 your weight number.
1145.
1145. And 289. Blessing of Saint Sergius. Egg tempera on wooden panel, as they all are. These are good ones. They were all purchased at Sotheby's and major auction houses in New York back in the 80s. And so $300 quick for it. 300, 200 for it. $200 for it. Anybody want to be for 2? Got to be 2. What do you go? 200, $100 and get it going. $100. Anybody want to get for 100? 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. Going to be 1 1/4. We go 125. 33, the buyer 33, 289, 290. Russian Orthodox icon with a cast brass cross incorporated in it. And I think this is a really good one. This 500 for it, 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to give it three? It looks like a Byzantine cross, like ancient. 300, 200, 100, 100 and a quarter and a half, 1.5, 175 and 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 275, 275, 250 and 275. Anyone else for 275? $250. Number 33, the buyer 33. 291. 291. Our Lady of the Burning. Our Lady of the Burning Bush. Sotheby's provenance again. And $400 for this one. 400. 400, thank you. And 450. 400, 450. We go 450. Anybody like it with 450? 450. 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 450 is bid and 5. Gonna be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for 500? 450 and 500. $450 buys. Number
4240.
4240. American School. Portrait of a young girl in a rose-colored dress.
Telephone.
Can't take it now. Someone give me about, let's see. Someone give me 2,000 for it. Sweet kid. Sweet kid. 2,000. $1,000 is where? $500 and get them started.
500.
500, thank you. And 550, where do you go? 500, bid 550, now 600. $600, gonna be six, where do you go? $600. Anybody like it for 600? I got 5.5 bid and 6, where do you go? 600. 550 bid and 6, where do you go? $600. Anybody else like it for 600? 550 and 600. $550 buys. Number 515, 515. 293. Scottish 19th century tall case clock by J. Lacey Laxton. 87.5 inches tall and $500 quick for it. 500, 300 bid and 350, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 550, 600, 650, 650, 700, 750, 750, 750. You give me 7.5. We go 750. Anybody else for 750? $700. The big card 15. 1.5 buyer 15. Thank both of you. Two tollware boxes, the largest. I think that one is a Butler tin box. And $300 for this lot. 300 where? Anybody want to be for 300? 100. 100 would be 1 1/4, 1.5.
175.
175. Now 200, 2 1/4, 2.5, 2.5, 275, 300, 300, 350, 400, 400, 450. 400 is bid and 450. We're doing $450. Anybody else for 450, 400, and 450? $400 buys. Number 542, 542. Next lot 295. 19. Oh, I love this house portrait. This looks like a local farm, doesn't it? And $500 for it. 500, $200 for it. 100's bid, 1 1/4.
125.
125, 150, 175.
175.
I have 200. Would you go 2 1/4?
225.
I will go 250. Would you go 275? 275. 250's bid and 275. Anybody else for 275? 250's bid and 275. Fair warning, 275. $250 to 534. The buyer 534. 4 sterling silver sweetmeat candy dishes, weighable silver, approximately 12 troy. And so $100 where?
225.
2 1/4, 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? 2 1/4 is bid 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? Give me 250. Would you go $250? 2 1/4 buys. Number
1011.
1011. 297. Go 296A. Chinese export, including a rose mandarin. Candlesticks, they're all good. The plate is good, as I recall. The rose medallion vase has a chip, and the covered dish has a line in the lid. But $300 for this lot. 300. The candlesticks are rare. It's a rare form. 300, $200. Anybody like to be $100 is where?
125?
125 and 150. 150 would go $150. Anybody like it for 150? Would anybody want to for 150? I am only 125 and 150. $125 buys number
950.
950. 297. Standing set of country shelves in 19th century paint, like a Spanish brown or a rusty red. And how much for this? This lot, someone give me $1,000 for it. 500. $300.
300.
300 is bid. 350 would go. 300 is bid. 350. 350 and 400 and 450. 450 would go. 450. Now 500. 500. You're bidding 500. 500 on Dan. 550. 550 would go. 500. 550 on John. 600. One of you. 600 on Dan. 650. 650 would go. 650 on Barbara. 700. 700, 700, 700 on the internet,
Okay.
750, back to 750 on the Barbara, 800, $800, you gotta be, what do you go, 800, now 850, 850, what do you go, $850, 850 on Barbara, now 900, $900, what do you go,
900.
900, now 950, 900, 950, what do you go, 950, now 1,000, $1,000, $1,000 and
1,000.
1,000 and 1,100,
Wow.
$1,100, 1,100, 1,200. It's good news. Everybody's collection's worth
1,200.
1,200, 1,300, 1,300. You gotta be 13 now. 1,400, $1,400 for you. 14. You've got to be 14.
14 then.
14 now. 1,500, 1,500 bar. 15 now. 1,600. $1,600, you gotta be 16, what is it, 16, now 1,700 bar, 1,700, 17, 1,800, $1,800, you gotta be 18, what do you go, 1,800, anyone else for 18, I've got 17 bid and 18, let there be no mistake, I've got 1,700 on Barbara, once, twice, fair warning, sold, $1,700 to 515, the buyer, 515. Oil repair of oil on boards by D.C. Gross, 1867. Landscapes, Daniel C. Gross. He's an Adirondack painter, 1838 to 1900. And $500 for the pair. Anybody like
450?
450, that's close enough. And 500. 450 is bidding 5. You gotta be 5. Gonna go $500. Anybody like to be for 500? 450 is bidding 500 up, 500 now, 550. 500 and 550, we go $550. Anyone else for
550.
550 now, 600. 600, I'm trying to sell them. $600, you gotta be 600, 5.5 and 6. Anybody else for 600? $550.
936.
936. 299. 19th century decorated towware boxes in original paint, 3 of them in the lot. $300 for these, 200, 200, thank you, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, now 300, 300, 350, 400, 400, 450, 500, 550, 550, 500, bidding 550, we'll go $550. Anyone else for 550? $500, the way it goes, number 42, the buyer, 42. Lot 300, 7 pieces of blown glass, including amethyst and cobalt, 2 pieces. Now, the little aqua pitcher, the Jersey pitcher, has a crack in it, okay? And we're thinking that the little squatty open salt or whatever it was,
But
if
I've
you
been
will,
saying this.
might have been ground down, probably had it folded open.
Do
So,
you have the ability to type a note?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, let them type a note because
Yeah.
you've been giving them additional.
let them
But
know.
I won't be able to do anything about my absentee bid because I'm starting at 3250.
Did you?
So I can type the note, but then.
Gotcha.
Well, it's cheapskates anyway. Okay, it opens at $3,250, is that right?
Yes.
3,250 and 3,500. 3,250 is bid at $3,500. Anybody else for 3,500? 3,500, 3,750,
3750.
and 4,000. And 4,000. 4,250.
4250.
4,250, 4,500.
And 45?
4,500.
4750.
4,750 and $5,000.
5?
5?
55.
55 and 6,000?
6?
6 and 6,500? See, there is life in the market. 6,500, my little aqua pitcher, the little Jersey pitcher. Where
I'm
am
at
I?
6.
What is it?
I'm at 6.
You're at 6? At 6,500. 6,000's been $6,500. Anybody else for $6,500?
Yes.
6,500, 7,000. And $7,000 evening
7.
7,000, 7,500. 7,500, you've got to be 7,500. 7,000's been $7,500. Anybody like to be in for 75? At 7,000, 7,500. Once, twice. $7,000 buys it number
4313.
4313. 4313. All right, trotting horses, racing broadside from 1871. Now, $300 in 1871 was folding money. That was real money. So this was in Cambridge Park. John R. Allen and his running mate ran a mile-long harness race. And $500 for it. $500, $200 for it. They would like to be in for $200. $100 is where $100 on that broadside. Anybody like to be in for $100? 50 I have with 60 and 70, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4 would you go 125? Ken, you're out at 1 1/4. I have $100 bid on the floor. 1 1/4 would you go 1 1/4 now 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Wrong answer. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bid and 1 1/2. Anyone else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid and 1 1/2. Fair warning. 125 to 501. 501. Next up. 302. 9 pieces of Moorcroft pottery. The tallest is 10 3/4 inches tall. Shown over there. And $300 for this lot. 300. 200. Should be hands in the air.
175?
175 is bid and 2 would you go? Anybody want to bid for 200?
200 now.
200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275.
275.
275. 300, 350.
350.
350, 400. 400, 450.
450.
500. 550. 500 is bid and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. 500 and 550. Once, twice. One of those $500.
4370.
4370. 303. 4 nesting holes. The largest diameter is 14 3/4. They kind of move on down the line to they're 10 1/2. There's 2 of them that are 10 1/2 inch diameter. And $300 for this lot. $100 for it. $100 for
90?
it. Huh?
$90?
90 is fine. And 100, 100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4. We go 1 1/4. Anybody like 1 1/4? 100 is bid 1 1/4.
100.
I have 1 1/4 beat. Standing in the back of the room. 1 1/2.
1 half.
1 1/2. I have 1 1/2 seated. So you've got to be 175. 150, 175. Anybody like
Maybe 200.
200. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid at 2 1/2. What do you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 275. 275, 250, and 275. Anyone else for 275? $250. Buys number
3627.
3627. I thank all 3 of you. Next lot. Eli Terry, pillar and scroll clock. And somebody give me 300 for it.
350.
I've got 400. You've got to be 450.
450?
I've got 500. You've got to be 550.
550.
I've got 600. Would you go 650? I've got 600 bid and 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? 650. Now 700. Now 750 to you, sir. 700 is here in the book. At 750. Would you go 750? Anybody else for 750? I've got 700 bid and 750. $700 buys. Bid card number 15. 1-5 divided by 15. Okay, what do we got here? Anton cut corner bowl and a sawtooth edge dish. The bowl has a tight line, but still pretty nice. And $300 for this lot. $100.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like
125?
1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2?
1 1/2.
1 1/2, 175. 175, 150, 175. Anyone else?
175.
175, now 200. $200, I'm gonna go 200. Anybody like to be in for 200?
200.
Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4.
225.
Now 250. 250, we go 250. I've got 2 1/4 bid. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys.
946.
946. 306. Mid-19th century silver Sabbath candles, Shabbos candles. They are hallmarked, about 1860. And how much for them? Somebody give me about 300 for them? 300, 200,
225.
2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody want to be in for 2 1/2 and 275? 275, 250, 275. Anybody like to be in for 275, 250, 275? Now 300, 300, 300, 350, 350, 400, 400, $350. Number one provider. 306, 307. Watercolor, snow-covered sunset, initially CGD, Charles Grant Davidson. He was an Albany artist. And $200 for it. $200, $100 for it.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4, now a half. You gotta be 1 1/2. I took it for 1 1/4. 1 1/2, 175 now, $200. 200, 175 is bid 2. We gotta be 200.
200 now.
200 now, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, we go 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, now 300. $300 is bidding 3, you gotta be 3, we go 300, 300, 350, now 400. $400 gonna be 4, we go 400, 300, 400, now 450. 400 is bidding 450, we go $450. Anyone else for 450? $400, and I thank both of you. Number, please.
1030.
1030, 1030. 308. 308 Camphor Wood Brass Bound Campaign Box, and I've got 200 to open and 2 1/2. I'm sorry, 2 1/4 to open and 2 1/2 to go. 2 1/4 is bid at 2 1/2. 250, now 275. 250 is bid at 275. Going to be 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 is bid at 275. Fair warning, 250 is bid at 275. Once, twice. $250 your way number.
1157.
1157. Next lot, 309. 2-figure glazed terracotta roof tiles, one mounted as a lamp, and $200 quick for it. 200, $100 for it.
100.
100 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. You've got to be 1 1/4.
Sorry,
1 1/4 now to 1 1/2.
150.
150, 175. 175 is bid. 175 now 200.
200.
200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4 now 2 1/2? 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? Actually, the figure of lamp is terrific. 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 200.
25.
$225 to number
3627.
3627. 310. Broad Sporting Dog figure signed A. Dubicon, and $300 for it, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in 100 bid, 1 1/4.
125.
1 1/4, 1 1/2.
150.
Half, 175, now 200, 2 1/4. 2
225.
1/2, 2 1/2, 275, now 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2. You got you for
350. Yeah.
350. You're gonna be 400. Sorry. 350 has been 4. Gonna be 4. We go $400. Anybody else for 400? 400 now. 450. 400 is bid at 450. But you go $450. I've got 400 on the phones at 450. Fair warning. Once, twice. $400 buys number 512. Buyer 512. 311. 311 watercolor rockboard, initial JBS, 1939. We were unable to identify this artist, but I'm sure he's somebody. And $300 quick for it.
400.
400 and 450. Somebody knows who he is. 400 is bid, 450 would be
450.
450, now 500. $500 would be 500. Anybody like to be in for 500, 4 1/2 and 500? Fair warning. 450 and 500. $450 buys number
4183.
4183. 2 carved wooden Netskis and 2 snuff bottles. One is a walnut shell and the other is carved out of lapis lazuli. And I've got 150 to open, 175. 175 and 200. I got 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter's bid,
Yes.
2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275. 250's on John, and 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bid, and 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? $250, John, bought it. And 538, 538, the buyer, 538. 313, 3-panel over mantle mirror with an Eglise panel. Shown down here on the floor, beautifully displayed. It's on the floor, right behind the podium here. Somebody give me 2,000. 2,000, $1,000 is where?
900?
How much?
900?
900, thank you, and 950.
950.
950, 1000, 1,000.
11.
11,
12?
12, 13,
13,
14?
15,
15,
16?
1600,
17,
1700,
18?
1800,
19,
1900,
2000?
2000,
22, 50.
2250. 2250's bid in 2,500. 2250's bid in $2,500. Anybody like the 2,500? 2250's bid in 2,500. 2250 buys number
910.
910. 314, 3 pieces of paint decorated tableware, including 2 deed boxes, and I like the crystallized ginger tray. I like the tray very much. Somebody give me 300 for them. $100 for them. 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. It'll be 1 1/4. But you go 175, 150, 150, 175. Now 200, 200, 2 1/4. 250, 275, 300, 300.
Yep.
350, 350, 400. $400. 3 1/2 is bid in 4. Gonna be 4. We go $400. Anybody else for 400, 350, and 400? $350. Number 42. 42. 42. 315. Oil on board River Landscape. FR offer. Frank Rollins offer. Beautifully, beautifully done. Under glass. Shown over there. Somebody give me 300 for it. 200. $100 for it.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. What do you go 125, 150? 150. What do you go $150? Anybody like for 150? 150, 175. 150's bid 175. What do you go 175? 150's bid 175. Anybody else for 175? Fair warning. $150. 512. 512. 512. Correct. 316. 18th and 19th century ceramics, including a Wielden teapot, a sugar caster, creamware, mazarine, and a tea caddy and a Delft plate. Quite an assortment. Someone give me $100 quick for it. Any one of those pieces could be worth $100. $100, $50,
275.
275. There you go. 300. 275 is bid in 3. You gotta be 3. What do you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 is bid in 3. What do you go 300? Anybody want to be for 300? 275 buys.
1160.
1160. Alrighty. 317. A 19th century gray painted lift lid bin. And $500 for it. 500. $200 for it. $200. $100. 100's bid. 1 what? 150, 175. 150's bid 175.
Yes.
Now $200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. One of you. 2 1/4. Barbara, you're out.
Yep.
2
2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275 now. 275 now. 300. $300. What do you go? 300 now. 350. 350. 350. Barb. Are you in? 350. John. 350 on Barbara. 350 and 400. 400. Back to you, Nate, for 400. I've got 350 bid and 4. Gonna be 4. What do you go? $400. Anyone else for 400? $350 buys, number 515. 515 the buyer. 318 Vermont figured maple and cherry sideboard. A beauty. Shown in the back of the room here. A lovely, lovely 1830s old sideboard in tiger maple, and that's solid tiger maple, and mahogany and cherry mahogany. And so when you give me about $1,000 for it, 500 for it. Anybody like me in for 5? Gonna be 5. Would you go $300 and start it? 400, 400 and 450. 400's bid 450. Would you go 450 now? 500. $500. You gonna be 500 now? 550. 500's bidding 550, what do you go 550, now 600.
Six.
600, now 650. 650, get it back, John, it's 650, what do you go 650, now 700, now 750. 750, what do you go $750, 700's bidding 750, any advance? 700 and 750. Fair warning, bid quick or lose it, 700 and 750, once, twice, $700, buys it, number
3439.
3439, 3439. 319, 3 cast metal figures, including an eagle, a dog, and an owl, I think. And somebody give me $100 for them all. $100 for all of them. Anybody like to read for 100? Would you go $50 to start them? $50, gonna be 50. Would you go $50? And if you've got papers blowing around, here's your opportunity. You put these things on, they will hold your papers down. Somebody give me $50. $30. 30, 40, 50, 50, and 60. $60, you're gonna be 60, 50's bidding 60, what do you go $60? Anybody else for $60? $60, $50, buys it, number 16, buyer 16. 320. Farms and Barns by R.A. Volker. And somebody give me 300 for it, 200, 200, $100 for it.
150.
I am 100 and 150 and 175 and 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275 and 300, 350, 400, 350 is bidding forward, gonna be forward.
400 now?
400, 450, 450, 400, 450, anyone else for 450, 400 and 450, $400, away it goes, number.
4403.
4403, next lot, 321. Woodblock prints by Leo Dorn. Pretty nice. $300 for these.
I have 550.
550 and 550 and 600. What do you go? 550 is bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like it for 600? 5.5 is bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? 550 and 600. 550 your way, number.
3000.
3,000. 322. Strawberry luster ironstone, not a common commodity. Here we have a pitcher and a plate, and a couple $100 for those. $100 for them both. Anybody like to be in for 100? Well, to go $50 at start me. $50 for the strawberry luster ironstone. Anybody like to be in for 50? Would you go 50? Well, $20 then. $20 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 20? Would you go $20? Anybody like it for 20? $20. A whale of a martini pitcher. My God, here's an opportunity. 20 is bid. 30, where do you go? $30, you gotta be 30 now, and 40 and 50. 50, you gotta be 50. 40 is bid for 50. Where do you go? 50? No on 40.
No, not at 40.
You back? Are you in at 30? Yep, 30, 40. Anybody else for 40? $30. Buys number 21. 21 the buyer. 323. Rose Medallion Chestnut Basket, pretty nice. And bidding starts at 175 and 200. What do you go? 175 is bidding 2. What do you go? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 is bidding 2. What do you go? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 200. Wow, 175 and 200. Once, twice. That's a hell of a buy. $175 buys it. Number 432, the buyer. 432. 324, portrait of a house on oil on board, signed Jacobson. Real crisp, nice, very, very crisp, nice little painting. And $300 for it, $200 for it, $100 to get it going, $100 where? Anybody want for $50 to start it? $50 to start that house portrait along. $50, anybody like it for 50? What do you go 50? Well, $20 then. $20. You've got a hole in the wall. You need to cover it up. This is perfect.
20 here.
20 is bid and 30. What do you go? 20 and 30. Anybody like to be in for 30? 20 is bid and 30. What do you go? $30. Anybody like for 30? Wow. $20. Consignor's gonna love me.
3137.
3137. 325. Scottish J2 barometer and a nice one. M. Lilly, Edinburgh. 38 inches long, and I've got some bids on this, eliminating underbidders. It opens at 200, two and a quarter. Where'd you go? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Going to be 2 and a quarter. Going to be 225, 250. 250's here. 275. Now 300. Now now 350. You've got to be 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. Fair warning. $300, number 467. 467. 326. Pair of Indian clubs, 23 inches tall. And with them comes a rather collectible book on Indian clubs, on collecting Indian clubs. Very nice, a true pair, beautiful condition, and $200 for these, $200. $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. Anybody like it for $100? Well, $50. $50, thank you, and 60, would he go? 50 and 60, would he go? $60, anybody like it for 60? 50 has been 60, 60, now 70, we've got to be 70, now 80. $80, you got to be 80, would he go $80? Anybody like it for 80? 80, now 90. $90, you got to be 90, would he go $90? You got to be 90. I have $80 ahead of you. Are you bidding 90? 80 and 90?
Yeah.
Well, that's enthusiasm. 90, 100. $100. 90 has been $100. You've got to be 100, 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, got to be 1 and a quarter. $100 away they go. Number
1027.
1027. 327. 4 snuff bottles, including jade, rose quartz, and agate. And a couple $100 quick for those. $300 for those. 200 for them. 200. $100.
550.
550 and 600, would he go? 550's bidding 6, would he go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? 550's bidding 6, would he go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? 550 buys, number
1163.
1163. Next lot, 328. Portrait of a favorite cat, unsigned, 14 by 12 inches, and I've got 300 to open and 350. 300's bidding 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? 350. I've got 400. Would he go 450? 450. Would he go 400? 450. I've got 500. You've got to be. I've got 550. You've got to be 600. 600. 600. 650. 600's bidding 650. Anybody else for $650? I've got 600 bid and 650. $600 buys number 512. 512 the buyer. 329. 329, 2 local auction broadsides, Catskill and somewhere else. And let's see, 329, Westerlo, South Westerlo, right around the corner here. Catskill and South Westerlo. Somebody give me about 200 for them. 200 for the broadsides. Anybody like to be in for $100 for both? $100 for both broadsides. Anybody like to be in for $50? Thank you. And 60, would he go? 50, I have it. 60, would he go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50, 60, now 70, now 80. $80, you gotta be 80, would he go $80? Anybody like to be in for 80? 70 and 80. $70 buys number 6, the buyer. 6, 330. Horse pull toy. This is kind of cool with that. It's like a dapple horse. But that's just fabric covering. No hair. And once a child came in and said, "Oh, it's got hair all over it." It was really nice horse too. Anyway, this one's fabric covered and $300 for it. $100 for it.
150.
150. 175. 150's been 175. 175 going to be 175 now. 200. $200, would he go 200? 175 has been 2, you gotta be 2, would he go 200? 175 and 200. 175 and 2, you gotta be 2, would he go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 buys, number 515. 515 to buy. 331. Group lot including 2 cheese baskets, a Boston ovoid, a little hot scraper candlestick, and a yellowware mug, and a tall tray. It's a nice little Americana lot. Somebody give me 400 for it. I'll take $100 total. 100 bid, quarter, half, 75, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 300, 350, 400, 400. Desk is out. 400, 450, 500, 500, 550, 550. 500 is bid 550. Would you go 550? 550, 600, 650. 650, would he go 650? 650, 600 and 650. $600 buys, number 42. 42, nice buy. 332 maple and cherry bonnet chest, circa 1830, probably Vermont again, from the same house as the sideboard, and $300 for it. $300. $200 for it. 200 bid and 2 1/4. Anybody like 2 1/4, 2 1/2, half and 75. 300 now. 300 and 350. 350, 400. 400, 450, 500. 500, 550, 600. 600. 550 is bid. $600. Anybody else like it for 600? 5.5 is bid and 6. We go $600. Anybody want to be in for 600? 650. 600 is bid and 650. We go $650. Anybody else for 650?
650 now?
650 now. 700. 700. Dan, get it back at 700. 650 is bid at 700. $650. Buys number
3439.
3439. Thank you. 333. Well, oh, I love this basket. Huge. That huge basket, and it's in perfect condition. It was hanging in the rafters of the attic and the house that we cleaned out in Ravenna. And it's just a terrific basket. Somebody give me 500 for it.
At 500?
We got 500 bid and 550. Where do you go? 500 bid and 550. What do 550 now? 600. $600 is going to be 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody like it for 600? 600 now. 650. 600 bid and 650. Anybody else for 650? I got $600 seated on the floor at 650. Fair warning. 600 and 650. $600. Number 30. The buyer. 30. 334, Arthur J. Hammond, Playing by the Waterfall, and a couple hundred oil and canvas, 19th century, and $300 quick for it. Three, would you go 300, 200, 2 1/4?
275.
I have 2 1/4 behind you. You've got to be 275 now. 300, 300, 350. You've got to be 350. I've got 300 on Tom. 350. Would you go $350?
350.
350 now. 400 now. 450. 400 and 450, we go $450. Anybody else for 450, 400 and 450? $400, Thomas. Number 32, the buyer, 32. Number 335. Here are Staffordshire milking groups. And they appear to be in good shape. Somebody give me about 300. I think they have like a little museum collection number on the back. They're pretty choice. Someone give me about $200 for them. $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for 100? $100. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. We go 125. Anybody like to do 1 1/4 now? Half and 75. $200 now. 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Gonna be 2 1/4. 200's bid, 2 1/4. That's your money. 200, 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200. 22, the buyer. 336. Iron balance scale with copper pans, 25 by 25 inches, shown over there, and $300 for it, $100 for it. 100 bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 125, 125, 150, 150, 175, 175. You're gonna be 175 now. 200, $200, 175 and 2. You're gonna be 2. What do you go? 200, 175 buys Barbara. Number 515, 515, 337 or 336A. Eugene Benvenuti, Venetian gondola. What a beautiful watercolor, vibrant colors, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $150 and get it going? 50. What do you go? 50. Anybody like to be in for $50? 60. What do you go? $60. 50 is bid and 60. 50 is bid and 60. What do you go? $50. Buys number. Your number, Dan? 21. 21. 337. Applewhite inlaid demi-lume card table. About neat as a pin. And $300 for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? $100, $50 for period table. 50, thank you. And 60, what do you go? 50 and 60, what do you go? 60, 60, now 70. 70, what do you go? $70, you go 70, what do you go? 70, anybody else for 70? 70, now 80. 80, now 90. $90, you gotta be 90, what do you go? 90, 90, now 100. $100, what do you go? 190 and $100. Anybody else for 100? $90. Buys number? Who got it?
I thought you had it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. 1076.
1076, thank you, sir.
Sorry, John.
338. canvas by F.S. Mowbray, The Young Fisherman. I can't tell if he's holding up a catch or if that's just bait he was about to use. Somebody give me about 200 for him? $200. Anybody like to be for two? Got to be two.
175.
175. Now 200. 175 has been two. We go $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. 175 and 200. 175 buys. Number
1169.
1169. 339. Cherry 2-drawer country Sheraton stand, neat as a pin, shown over there with the turtle on it, and $300 for it. $100 to start.
100?
100, one and a quarter, one and a half. You got to be 150. What do you go? 150 now. 175 now. 200. $200. What do you go? 200. 175 has been two. What do you go? $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 has been two. Got to be two. What do you go? $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 buys. Number
933.
933. 340. Pair of Chinese ginger jars with bats and figures. And somebody give me about 300 for those. 300, 200, 200, $100 for them. $100. In beautiful condition. 100, good color. $100, $50 for them. 50, you gotta be 50, but you go $50. Anybody like them for 50? $50, gonna be 50, but you go $50. Anybody want to be for 50? $20 for them. $20, gonna be 20, but you go 20. Anybody like them for 20? 20 now, 30. 20 has been 30, gonna be 30, but you go 30? $20, you're waiting. Number 35, the buyer, 35. 341. 19th century American School Woodland Vista, oil on wood panel. And $300 quick for it. 400? 400's been, 450, what do you go? 400's been, 450, what do you go? 450, now 500. $500 gonna be five, what do you go? $500, 4.5 and 5. Anybody else for 500? 450's been in 500. $450, your weight number 12. Number 12. 342. Set of 4 fruit wood continental 19th century side chairs with brush seats, shown over there by Josh. And a couple $100 quick for those. $200. $100 for all 4. $100. Anybody like them? 4 for 100? $50 for all 4. $50. Gonna be 50. When you go $50, anybody like to be in for 50? $20 for it. $20. Anybody like for $20? Really? 20? Yeah.
Are they really ugly?
They're really, yeah.
Thinking of the barns.
I have
Oh, perfect.
30.
Oh, we've got 30,
Good.
great.
There you
Okay, 30, now 40. 30's been 40. Actually, there's nice continental chairs. 30's been 40, gonna be 40, when you go $40, yes? $30, your way number?
4370.
4370, thank you.
Help each other out.
343, signed Stanley Mortimer. This is from the New York, Department again. A terrific white blossom on a powder blue book. Terrific painting. This is Stanley Mortimer Jr., I think, who, his father was also an artist, New York City based. And $500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be for 3? What do you go?
Like
300?
200?
250, 300, 275. 250's been 275. Anybody like to be for 275? 250's been 275. We're gonna be 275 now. 300. $300. What do you go? 300, 275. 3. Gonna be 3. What do you go? $300. Anyone else for 300? 275 buys. Next.
930.
930. 344. 19th century American School Primitive River Landscape, and $500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be for 3? Gotta be 3. What do you go? $200 and start it. 200.
150.
150. Thank you. 175. 150. 175. Anyone else for 175? Now 200. $200 gonna be 2. What do you go? 200. 175 and 2. You gotta be 2. What do you go?
200.
2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. $225. Number one, the buyer. Thank you. 345. 3 pair of brass 19th century candlesticks, tallest being 14 inches tall, and $100 for those. 100. 3 pair for $100. $50 for them. 50. We're gonna be 50 and 60. What do you go? $60. And then 60 now. 70. $70. Gonna be 70 now. 80. $80. What do you go? 80. 80 now. 90. $90, you gotta be 90, 80, and 90. Anyone else for $90? $80 buys, number 30, the buyer. 30. 346. Enoch Wood. Dark blue Catskill Mountain House plate, it was originally known as the Pine Orchard House. That's what it says on the back of it. And $300 quick for it. 300. I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody else like
225?
2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Back to you for 275. 250's bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. 300. Now 3 1/4. Or 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? $300 buys, number 15, the buyer 15, 347, 347. 4 pieces of English transferware, Catskill Mountain House, platter, plate, bowl, sauce spoon, all by Ridgeway's. And $200 for this lot. I've got 100 bid, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. Now 200, 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4.
225?
What?
225?
225, 250, 275 is with me. You've got to be 300 now. $300. What do you go? 300, 275.
300?
300 now. 350. You've got to be 400 now. 350 is bid at $400. Anybody? 400 now. The book is out. 450 now. 500.
500?
500 now. 550. 500's bid at 550. We go $550.
550.
550 now. 600. 600. 600 now. 650. 650. 600's bid at 650.
650.
650 now. 700. $700. You got to be 700. 6 1/2 and 700. $650. Away it goes. Number
1170.
1170. Thank you. 348 Oil on Board American School Primitive Rest Stop along the Wagon Trail. And the bidding starts at 250 and 275. 250's bid and 275. Going to be 275. Anyone else for 275? 275. Would you go 275? 250's bid and
275.
And now 300 is here. You've got to be 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 534. The buyer 534. 349. Pair of 18th century American Chippendale chairs with carved crests. I have it on good authority that they're from Rhode Island, but somebody give me about 500 for them. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 200? Actually, back to New Hampshire. $50 for them.
150?
150's bid and 175. 175 and $200. $200 gonna be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is bid and 2. You gotta be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody else for 200? 175 for a pair of Chippendale chairs. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Fair warning. $250. Period. 250, 275. 275. 250 is bid and 275. 250 is bid and 275. Anyone else for 275, 250, and 275? Boy, $250. Away they go. Number
1171.
1171. 350 double-sided trade sign, cane, splint reed work, done here. Somebody give me $100 for it.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody else like it for 1 1/4?
125.
1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid, 1 1/2. Anyone else for
150.
1 1/2 and 175? 175. Would you go 175? 150 is bid, 175.
175.
Now $200 going to be 200. 175 is bid, 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like for 200?
200.
200 now, 2 1/4. 200 is bid, 2 1/4. Anyone else for 2 1/4? 2 1/4. $200. Away it goes. Number
1172.
1172. 351. Pair of 19th century mirrored back candle sconces. And I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. What?
300?
300, 3. I've got 400. You've got to be 450.
450?
450 and 500. 450's bid and 5. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 4 1/2 and 500. Fair warning. $450 buys. Number
4379.
4379. 352. 352 New York City prints, including Broadway, Park Row, and Fort Hamilton. They're all Kennedy rare prints. Labels are on the back of all three of them. It was the Fifth Avenue concern that handled really good period prints. No need to be afraid on these. Somebody give me a couple $100 for them. $100.
150?
150, 175. 150's bidding 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bidding 175. It's gonna be 175. 175 now. 200. $200 gonna be $200. 175 and 200. 175 buys. Number 34. The buyer 34. 353. Fishing on the Creek by Warren Stewart. As neat as a pin. A little painting. No restoration. Just a lovely little painting. Somebody give me $300 for it. $200 for it. And relate to me for two. Gonna be $200. $100.
150?
150. 175. 150's been 175. Anyone else for 175? 150. 175. Now 200. 200. 200. 2 and a quarter, sir. 2 and a half.
250.
2 and a half. 275. 275. Now 300. Now 300, 275, and 3, gotta be 3, what do you go, $300, anyone else for 300? 275 buys, number 16, the buyer, 16, nice painting. 354, 10 KPM porcelain hand-painted dessert plates, all different floral arrangements, and somebody give me $100 for
I
all.
have 300.
600.
What?
$600.
600. What the hell, sure. 600, 700, 600, 650. Anybody else like it for 650?
I like 650.
650, now 700. 700, 650 bid. 700, 750. 700 is bid, 750, now 800. 800, 800, 850. 850. You've got the 850, 800 is bid, 850. Anyone else for 850? 850 with the hammer, 900. 900, you've got to be 900, 850 is bid, 9, you got to be 9, what do you go, $900, anybody else for 900? 850 is bid, and 900, once, twice, $850 buys, number
4260.
4260. 355, Middle Eastern Cityscape, signed Eugene Gans. Gouache on paper, and $300 for it. 3 to $100, anybody like it for $100? $50 to get it going. 50 and 60. 50 and 60, gotta be 60. What do you go, $60? Anybody else like it for 60? $50 buys, number
4282.
4282. 356. English Butler cylinder roll top desk. Really nice, a nice piece of furniture. $500 quick for
I
it.
have 600.
600, thank you, and 650, what do you go? 600 bid and 6 and a half, anybody like me for 650? 600 bid and 650, what do you go, $650? Anyone else for 650, 600 and 650? $600 buys, number
3439.
3439, 357, house portrait watercolor by W.W. Shaw, 1949, the year of my birth. Somebody give me $100 for it? $100, $50. $50 for the Shaw. Anybody like me for $50? $50 gonna be 50. What do you go 50? Well, 25 then. $20 and 30. 20 is bid at 30. Gonna be 30. What do you go $30? Anybody else for 30? $20. John, number 35. Buyer 35. 358. Carved jade jar cover and stand. Not so old, but intricately carved, and $300 for it. 3 to $100.
250.
250's bid and 275. Where to go? 250's bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? 275 now 300. $300. Where to go? 300. 275 and 3. Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys, number 41. 41 the buyer. 359. China Trade Camperwood paint decorated chest, leather covered, missing the leather on the back, but real handsome. China Trade chest, and $500 quick for it. 500, 200, $200 for it. $100 is bid, 1 and a quarter, now half, 175. 175 and 200, 200, 2 and a quarter. 200 is bid, 2 and a quarter, what do you go, 2 and a quarter? Anybody else for 2 and a quarter? I've got 200 bid, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. I've got 275, you've got to be 300. 275 bid and 3, got to be 3, what do you go, $300? Anyone else?
300.
300, now 350. 300 and 350, any advance, 300 bid at 350. Fair warning, once, twice, $300 your weight number.
1027.
1027, next lot. C.G. Davidson, After the Storm, oil and canvas, Charles Grant Davidson, and $500 quick for it, 500, 300,
250.
250's bid, 275. Anybody like it for 275, 250, and 275?
275.
275 now, 300, $300 on the Davidson. Anybody like to bid for three? Gotta be three. Would you go 300?
300.
300 now, 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? Fair warning. Once, twice, 300. $300 buys, number
1113.
1113, 361. Italian 19th century bedside table. 30.5 inches tall, 18 inches wide. Somebody give me a couple $100 for it. $100.
Like 100?
100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 125. 100's bid, 1 1/4. What do you go 1 1/4? Anybody else like it for 1 1/4? $100 your way number.
4007.
4007. 362. 19th century Amari charging with cranes and flight and florals, and $300 for it. This is 17 3/4 inches wide. $100 for it.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Fair warning, 1 1/4. $100 your way number.
922.
922. 363. 19th century cobbler's workbench, kind of nice. 100 to open, 1 1/4 would you go? 100's bid, 1 1/4, gonna be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. I go 175. Would you go 200? 200 now, 2 1/4. 200's bid. The book is out. 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bid, 2 1/4. $200. Buys number 22. Buyer 22. Next lot 364. 13, lucky 13, 19th century brass candlesticks, push-up ejectors, the tallest pair are 11 5/8 inches tall, and $200 for this lot, 200 for all of them, 200, $100 for them, $100 for all those candlesticks. There are 13 in the lot, $100, $50 for them, 15, 60, 70, 80, 90, 90, 90. I have 80 behind you. That's your money, Sydney. 90. Hands, 90, now 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 100's bid, 1 1/4, we go 125. Anyone else for 1 1/4? $100, Sydney, the water, the number please is 30, 365. Lithograph by, now that's not a lithograph, it's a typogravure. Somebody took me to task on this. Miscatalogue is a lithograph, it is a typo, T-Y-P-O, gravure, which is just, it's another way of making a print. But it is a multiple after Ingress, and it's of the archaeologist's desire, Raoul. So somebody give me 300 for it, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2, we go 200, $100.
100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, and 1 1/4, would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4.
125.
125 with the hammer, and 150, would you go? 1 1/4's bid, and 1 1/2. Anybody else like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Fair warning, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Down it goes, $125 to number
1169.
1169, 366, diminutive Empire Center Table. Probably Meeks, beautiful mahogany, lovely wood. Needs to be polished. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for
I have
200?
150.
150 and 175, now 200. $200, you've got to be 2, would you go 200? 175 has been 200. Anybody like to be 200? 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, you got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid, and 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/2, 275, 300. $300, would you go 300, 275, and 300? Fair warning.
300.
350, 400. $400 is going to be $400. Anybody like it for 400, 350, and 400? Fair warning. Once, twice, 350 buys. Now, number one, the buyer, 367. Francis Stein. This is like Ashcan School painting, Woodstock painter, signed in verso. He lived until 1986. He was born in 1903. This is a street scene, and it probably is Woodstock. Somebody give me 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like me for two? Got me two. What do you go? $200. $100.
100.
100's bid. 1 1/4. 100's bid. 1 1/4. What do you go? 1 1/4. Anybody like me for 1 1/4? 100's bid. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. What do you go? 1 1/2. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Anyone else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys number
4317.
4317. 368. A hutch table with a sliding plank top. That's kind of a cool table. Somebody give me 300 for it. $300. $100 as well.
50. Right here. With me.
50.
All right.
60.
175.
175. Now 200. 175 is bid two. You gotta be two. What do you go? $200. Anyone else for 200? 175 and 200. 175 buys number
Thank you. 3439.
3439. 369. The French convent on the Brittany coast. Very popular subject matter. Someone give me 300 for it. $100. All the nuns.
Have 60.
60, thank you. 70. 60's bid and $70. Anybody like to meet for 70? 60's bid and 70. Anybody go $70? Anybody want to meet with 70? $60. Buys number
1169.
1169. 370. We've got Good Garden coming, so don't run off. Late 18th century sausage turned maple arm dropper, kind of nice. And $300 for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. $100. Anybody like the rocker for $100? $50. Get it going. $50. Gonna be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? $20. 20 and 30, 40, 40, 50, 60, 60, 50 and 60. $50. 22 the buyer. 22. 371. 3 pencil sign Luigi Lucioni engravings. He was a Berkshire artist, Luigi Lucioni, quite highly regarded in the environments around there. So $300 for 300, 200,
250.
250, 275. Anybody like for 275? 275 now 300. $300 gonna be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like for 300? 275. Buys number
4301.
4301. 272, signed James Abbott McNeil Whistler Mezzotint. Signed by Whistler in pencil, as well as his butterfly. And also signed by Richard Josie, who was the publisher, I think. It was published by Henry Graves in 1879. This was published during Whistler's lifetime, and he is the signee of the print. And $500 for it. 500. $200. 400 is bid. 450. Would you go? 400 is bid. 450. Would you go? 450. You bidding? 450. 500. 500. 500. 500. Dan, it's going to be 500. I got 450 seated. $500 is going to be 500. Go $500. Anybody else for 500? Don't want to miss you.
500.
500. 550. 550. 600. $600 is going to be 6. Would you go $600? 600. 650. 650, 700, 700, would you go 700, 6.5 and 7, gotta be 7, would you go 700? Fair warning. $650, number 46, the buyer, 46. 373, George III style diminutive walnut corner cover, exotic walnut veneers. And bidding opens at this at 300 and 350. What do you go? 300 is bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? 350. 350. I have 350 ahead of you, but I've got 400 here in the book. Would you go 450? 450. Now 500. $500 gonna be 500. Gonna be 500. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450 and 500. $450, number 22. 374, carved jadeite bird grouping, vase and cover, and $500 for those. 500. $200 for them.
200.
200 is bid, 2 1/4. 200 is bid, 2 1/4, 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 2.5, 275, now 300. 300, are you bidding 300? Gonna be
300.
300, now 350. 300 is bid at 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? $300 buys, number
1054.
1054, 375. Two studies by Hubert Jones, pencil and gouache, North Africa. Provenance is Doyle, New York. And $500 for these. $500, $200 for them. Anybody like to be even two? Would you go 200?
125?
125 and 150. 125 is bid 150.
150.
175. 150 is bid 175. Anybody like
175 also?
Now $200. W2, would you go 200?
200.
200 now, 2 and a quarter.
225.
2 and a quarter, 2 and a half.
250.
250, 275.
275.
Now 300. $300 gonna be 3. Would you go 300? 275 is bid. 3 gonna be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 300. Fair one.
300.
300 now 350. 300 bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350?
350.
Now 400. 350 is bid and 4. Gonna be 4. Would you go 400? 350 and 400. $350. Down they go. Number
3137.
3137. 376. Reproduction Rhode Island tea table by Kittinger, Buffalo, New York. I think it's like a Williamsburg edition, Kittinger. And $200 for it. 200. Anybody like to be with 2? Gonna be 2. Would you go 200? $200 should be hands in the air. 200. It's Kittinger. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? Gonna be, would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $50 to start it? $50 gonna be 50. Would you go 50? $50. Anybody like to be in for 50? $50 gonna be 50. Would you go 50? $30 gonna be 30. Would you go $30? Anybody like 30? Now 40. 30's been in 40. Gonna be 40. Would you go 40? $30. 22 to the buyer. 22. Next lot. 377. Watercolor by Edmund Darks Lewis, 1891. Christie's Provenance. Went through Christie's at one time. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200.
150?
150's bid, 175. Anybody like 175? 150's bid, 175.
175.
Now 200. Now $200. Would you go 200? 175 is offered. $200. Fair warning. 175. 200. Once, twice. There it goes. 175.
3137.
3137. 378. Two carved jade screens on stands. Jade panels is a Pierce carved. It's very nice. And $300 for this lot. 300. $100 for it.
I have 300.
I have 300 bid. 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter. Would you go 350? I have 300 here. 350. 350. 400. $400 gonna be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else?
I have 400.
400. 450. 450. Would you go 450? Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got $400 only offered on this lot. 450. Fair warning. $400 your way number.
4370.
4370.
Yes.
4370. 379. 16-dough Persian miniatures painted on stone tile and $100 for this lot. 100 where? Anybody like to be in for 100? These are beautifully done. $100, $50 to start them. $50 gonna be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like for 50? $20, 20 and 30, 30 and 40 and 50. $50 gonna be 50. Would you go $50? 40 bid at 50. $40 way back. Number 21. 21 the buyer. 380. 16-dough Persian miniatures on paper. They're like book illuminations, I think. And $300 for this lot.
400.
400 is bid for 450. Would you go? 400 is bid for 4.5. Would you go 450? Would anybody like for 450? 400 and 450. Would you go 450? Anybody want me for 450? $400 buys number
935.
935. 381 classically carved drop leaf library table, late 19th century, and $500 quick for it. 500. 500. 500, thank you. And 550, would you go? 500 is bidden 550. Anybody else for 550? 500 is bidden 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550. Fair warning. 500, 550. Down it goes. $500.
4370.
4370. 382. Travel trunk with riding boots and shoe forms shown over there. Very Ralph Lauren. $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for them. $100. My goodness. $50. $50, anybody like to do 50? Gotta be 50, we go $50, anybody want to be able to 20? $20, no waitress? $20 is bid, and 30, gotta be 30, what do you go, $30, 20 and 30, 20 and 30, $20, number 6, buyer 6, 383. 2 golf themed containers, overlaid sterling and brass. One is a humidor, the other one's a cigarette box, and $200 for this lot. $100, 100, 100 is bid, 1 1/4. 100 is bid, 1 1/4.
125 as well.
1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2,
150?
150, 175. 150, 175. Anyone else out there at 175, 150, and 175? 150 buys number.
1009.
1009. 384, Chinese block machine figure of a horse. Shows damage, missing the tail, repaired leg, but just graceful, lovely, a lovely object. $100 quick for it.
125.
150, 175, now 200. $200, gonna be 200.
200.
200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 275, you're gonna be 275, Mark. 275, you bid 275. 275, 275, now 300, 300, 350. 300, 350, where you bidding 350, Mark, 350 and 400. And $400 would go 400, 400, now 450. 450, would you go $450, 400 and 450? Fair warning, 400 and 450. Once, twice, $400. It's a great object. Really is a wonderful object. Your number, please? That's all right. 38 the buyer. Thank you. 38 the buyer. $400. 385 open top step back handed back covered. A nice little country thing over here in the corner. And $100 quick for it.
150.
150, 175. 150's bid, 175. Anyone else for 175?
175.
Now 200.
200.
200, now 2 1/4. 200 is bid, 2 1/4. What do you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200 is bid, 2 1/4. $200 buys number.
1021.
1021. 386. Pen and ink landscape by Adolph Dane. 1932. This is of Erickson's Farm. And $300 for it. 300.
250.
250 is bid, 275. Anybody like me for 275? 250 is bid, 275. Now 300.
300.
300, 350. 350, you're bidding 350. You've got to be 350 now. 400.
400.
400 now. 450. 450. Thank you for John for 450 now. 500. $500. You got to be 500. Anyone else for 500? $450. Number 538. 538 the buyer. 387. 387. 3 factory made working duck decoys. Bidding starts at 300 and 350.
300. You have
I have 300. You've got to be 350.
I'm
300 bid.
350.
I have 400. Would you go 450? I have 400 bid and 450. Would it be 450? Anybody else for 450? 400 and 450? 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 bid card number 4. 388. 2 pencil signed Gordon Grant lithographs. Couple $100 for the Cape Ann scenery. Anybody like me for $50?
At 100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like me for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 125. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? $100 buys number
4317.
4317. 4317. 389. Single cast iron urn on the pedestal from a lovely home in Schenectady. And $300 quick for it. $300. Mums can go with it. 300. $200. Oh, she said $200. I suggest you get busy and bid on it. $100.
At 100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. 175, John, you're gonna be
At
175.
170.
And now 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, get it back at 2 1/4.
225.
2 what?
225.
25, 250, 250. Anybody like me for 250? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like me for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys number
4370.
4370. 390, a pair of cast iron White House benches, horseshoe bench, and These became known as White House benches because Jackie Kennedy bought this model and put them on the lawn, the Rose Garden, on the South Lawn. So somebody give me $1,000 for the two of them. 500 for them.
850.
850. Thank you. And 900. Where do you go? 850's bid 9. You got to be $900. 900. 950.
950.
950. 1000. $1,000. You got to be 10. Where do you go? 1000. 1100.
11.
11 and 12. $1,200 is going to be 12. You go $1,200. It's going to be 11 for 1200. 11 is bid and 12. Fair warning. 11 is bid and 12. 12 with the hammer and 1300. 13 and 1400. Back to you for 14. $1,400 is going to be 14. What do you get? 1400. 13 and 14. Fair warning. 13 and 14. $1,300 buys number.
1150.
1150. Thank you. 391 is an 18th century lead cistern with classical figures in relief. And I've got 300 to open and 350. Where do you go? 300 is bid. 350. Where do you go? $350.
350?
I've got 350 on Barbara.
400.
I've got 450. I've got 500 here. 550. Back to you, Barbara, for 550. Now 600. 550 is bid at $600. Anyone else for 600? 5.5 is bid at 60. You got to be 6. Where do you go? 600. 600 on Dan. 600. 650 on Barbara. Now 700, Dan. $700. You're going to be 700. Now 750. 700 is bid at 750. Where do you go? 750. Anybody else for 750? I got 750. I've got 750 on Barbara. It's ahead of you. I'm sorry. 750. Now 800.
Yeah.
$800. You've been it. $800. Anyone else for 800? 7.5 has been $800. Anybody else like it for 800? $750. Number 540. 540. 392. Cast iron firm chair and a low table. And somebody give me a couple $100 quick for it. 200.
150.
150 is bid. 175. Now 200. $200 is going to be 200. Go 200. 175 is bid. So it's going to be $200. That's 200. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Yes. 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be 3. What do you go? 300.
Yes.
300. 350. 400. $400 is going to be 4. What do you go? $400. $400. 400. 450. 450. 450. Anyone else for 450? I've got $400 offered at 450. $400 buys number.
547.
547. 547. 393 is a pair of cast iron fern pattern chairs. And somebody give me $1,000 for them. $500 for them. 600. 650. 600 is bidding 650. Everything 650. Anybody else for 650? 600. 650. Now 700. $700 is going to be 7. What do you go? 700, 6.5, and 700. Fair warning. 650 is bid at 700 once, twice. $650 buys each number.
927.
927. 394. Oh, 393A. Cast sandstone garden figure. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. $100 ain't going to be for 100. 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Where do you go? 1 1/2. John, get back 1 1/2. 175. 175. You're bidding 175. 150. 175. 175 now. Are you in, Abby, or not?
175.
Thank you. Bid with a paddle or something. 175. Now 200. $200, John. 200. Anyone else for 200? 175 buys number.
547.
547. 394. Pair of brass Pullman car flower boxes. These were fancy flower boxes from cast brass that were on a Pullman car, on a train. And they'd have flowers, and that was back in the day. Somebody give me about 300 for them. $100 for them.
175.
175 and 2. Got to be 2. When you go 200, $200. Anybody like with 200, 2 1/4. 200's bid 2 1/4. Got to be 225. Anybody else for 2 1/4?
225.
250. 250. Barb, you got to be 250. 250. 275. 275. Anyone else for 275?
275.
Now 300, Barb. 300. To you at 300. 275 is bid. 3. When you go 300, 300, 350. 300, 350. When you go $350, you got to be 350. 350 now 400. $400 gonna be 400. 350's bid at 4. There's two people that have a Pullman dining car in the backyard. We both really want 400, 450. I have 400 bid and 450. It's gonna be $450. 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice. There it goes. $400 to 558. 558. Federal two-row work table with the campus legs, nice thin legs, beautiful little table. Wonderful crotch mahogany veneers. How much for that? Somebody give me about 400 for it. 400, 300, $200 and get it started. 150's bid, 175. 150's bid, 175 now. 200. $200 gonna be two. Would you go 200? 200, yes. Are you bidding?
Oh, no, I said thank you.
Okay. 200, thank you. 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 2.5, 275 now, 300. 300, would you go 300? 300, 350. 350, would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? $350 is gonna be
Yes.
350 now, 400. Back to you for 400. 350's bid 400 now, 450.
450.
450. 400 and 450.
Yes.
450 now, 500. $500 you're gonna be 500. 450's bid and 5, you're gonna be 5, you're gonna go 500 now, 550.
550.
$550 you're gonna be 550. I've got 500 and 550.
Yes.
550 now, 600. $600 is gonna be 600. 5.5 and 600. 550's bid at 600. $550 buys number
14.
14 the buyer.
Okay,
14.
you got it. You got the stamp.
396 19th century cast iron twig bench. Shows an old repair to the back leg, but a wonderful. This is the first commercially produced cast iron lawn furniture. This particular pattern was the first amongst them all, as far as American is concerned. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000. Anybody like me for 1,000? Well, 500 then. 500 and 550. 500, 550, 600, 650.
650.
700, 750, 800,
800.
850, 900, 950, 950, 1000, 1100, 1100, 1000's been $1,100. Anybody else for 1100? 1000's been $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1100? I have only $1,000 offered. 1100 seems like it's under the money. 1,000 and 1100. $1,000 owns it. Number 3, the buyer 30. 397. Pair of cast stone garden statues on bases. They are 69 inches tall when they're up on their bases. They're wonderful, wonderful classical figures. And how much for those? Someone give me about, I should think.
$3,750.
I have $3,750 offered. On 4,000, what do you go? 3,750's bid before. Would you go $4,000? Anybody like to be in for 4,000? 4,250. 4,250. Would you go 4,250? I've got 4,000 bid. 4,250. You bidding 4,250. 4,000's on the phone. And 4,250. 4,250. 4,500. 4,500. 4,750. 4,750. Bidding 4,750. I've got 4,500 bid at 4,750. Fair warning. Once, twice, 45 and 4,750. $4,500 buys number
540.
540. 398. Cast iron egret fountain. And 80 inches tall. And I should think $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Well, 500 then.
500.
500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 900, 950, 1,000, 11, 1,200. $1,200 going to be 12. We're going to be 12. We go $1,200. Anybody 12? I have 12 on 10. 13, 13, 1,400. 1,400, 1,400, Ken, you're gonna be 14, Jack. $1,400 gonna be 13 is bidding 14. Anyone else for 1,400? I've got $1,300 off 1,400, 1,500, 15 now 1,600, 1,600. Anyone else for 16? I've got 15 bid at 16. I missed you earlier, sir. Would you like to get in at 16? 15 has been at 16. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,500 buys number
1189.
1189. $399 is the cast iron life-size deer. Kind of neat. And somebody give me a couple of $1,000 for it. 3,000, 3,000, 2,000, $1,000 is where? 1,300, 1,400. Where'd he go? 1,300 is 14. You gotta be 1,400. Now 15. 1,600, 1,600. John. 1,600. Where do you go? 16. 15 is bidding 16. Anyone else for 1,600? I have 1,500 offered. 16. Now 1,700. 16 is bidding 17. Where do you go? $1,700. Anybody like the 17? Now 1,800. $1,800 is gonna be 18. What do you go? $1,800. Anybody else? 18. Now 1,900. $1,900 is gonna be 19. What do you go? 1,900. Fair warning. 1,800 offered. 1,900. 19. Now 2,000. $2,000 is gonna be 2. What do you go? 2,000. Anybody like it for 2,000? 2,000.
2000.
2,000. 2,250. 2,000 is bid. 2,250. You're gonna be 2,250. Where's Rocco D'Angelo? We need him. 2,250. 2,250 and 2,500. 2,500. You gotta be 2,500. 2,250 bid. $2,500. Anybody else for 2,500?
25.
25. 2,750. 2,750. You're gonna be 2,750. Anyone else for 2,750? 2,750. Sold at $2,500 number.
1192.
1192 on a pass of the last lot of the day. Anybody who hasn't bought anything here? A pair of classical fluted urns on bases. They're only 20 inches tall. They're awfully cute. And $200 for this lot. $100.
175.
175 and 200. Did you want to go 200, sir? $200. Gonna be 200. 200, 175 and 200. Anyone
I
else?
have 225.
200. 200. I have 200 ahead of you.
250.
250. 275. 275.
I have 300.
300.
350.
350.
400.
400. 400. Anybody else? 400. Fair warning. Thank you all very much for coming. Number, please.
4315.
350.
4315.
4315. 4315. Thank you very much, folks.
So people see it as parking lot.
He was very good.
Right, and then you have to climb all the way. Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Yeah, you don't see any notes on it? No, I too.
Yes, sir. Good job today? Yes, I think so. I just called to a house the other day that has two one of them this wide, horses and. Is that something that you should wait? It's too big for it.
I love these. That's virgin. Does that make age? No. Oh, and I've bid against you too. Yeah. I ran you up. It's great. It's ugly, it's simple, it's great.
It might be ugly enough to go around the dial to make it so.
There you go.
How's it going?
I have to figure out what I bought.
Sounds about right.
I bought those things.
Anyway, yeah.
I think I know exactly what I'm gonna do with this. I'm gonna drop it off at the antique shop. I'm gonna pay $1,100.
So what do you want to offer me?
Where are you gonna find another one, right?
Exactly. Just give me a few minutes and I'll call somebody in Pakistan and ask them to
John,
whip out another one for me.
Just here, man, I got all your.
Jake, is this thing heavy or fragile?
I can't lift anything, I just had surgery.
Oh, yeah, you told me.
That's pretty heavy.
It's not gonna fall apart.
careful with that.
Hey Josh, can you put hand just here?
What's up?
That was supposed to table here. Fine.
They're gonna take it apart, make it a car.
Okay, I used to. I still do, but I used to too.
I know, but you know, he's a politician.
He truly is. I don't think Mr. Taylor was gonna kiss your face.
Because he likes these. He likes the grandkids.
It's dinner.
But
Don't let me order